Stream is live. Go live tweet is out. Perfect. I'm good when you are there, Gabe. Just let us know.
Yeah, let me get a retweet out. Sorry, I'm scheduling a meeting for my replacement at my job.
All good.
This is about to be the greatest quote tweet of my whole career. I fear that's the best. That's the best quote tweet that's ever been done. All caps.
Best takes, eh?
That's the only way.
Takes. So
get ready for the best takes you've ever seen.
So he claims. Just about to say that Pascal Siakam is MVP.
The way I've talked about the Raptors this year, somehow I think that take is not likely to come out of my mouth.
More like Kawhi Leonard for MVP.
Yeah, for real.
More like you got to stop with these agendas, bro. If there's any specific player I stand like that, it's got to be Steph Curry. It's Curry.
Definitely.
It's always been Curry.
Should make for some fun debates as to which All-NBA teams he does or does not fall on.
All I'm saying is my number one point guard in the offseason will be in the playoffs. Will yours?
Probably not, and that's okay.
Yeah. Probably not.
Honestly, the way they've been playing this season, 2 of the top 3 might not be in the playoffs. Point guard is a dead position.
3 of the top 4 might not be, depending on how the playing goes.
Yep.
Hold up. Let me check the stats. Who are you talking about, Trey?
No, I'm not talking about Trey. I'm talking about Shea.
Oh,
and Dame. Yeah.
Shea, Dame.
Shea is such a combo guard for me that I always have a weird time classifying him.
For sake of argument, I think we'll just say point guard for this offseason.
I think so.
Well, I think we should go with whatever his basketball reference page says.
I think it says point guard.
You think so? Yeah. I think so.
We
basketball
decided
reference
last
also says
year.
Let's see. Yeah, it says point guard and shooting guard. On the year, it says point guard. Yeah. So.
Yeah. If he was a 2, that'd be an interesting.
That'd be a fun debate.
Him and Book.
Yeah.
It's weird because he plays next to Josh Giddey, so you would think he'd be classified as a 2.
They're both just combo guards. They got that weird style of basketball that they play.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, well, let's get into it, I guess.
It's time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of 3 Point Weekly. It is our yearly award show today. We will be picking our award winners, our All-NBA teams, our All-Rookie teams. We'll start off with awards and move on from there. We're sure to have some interesting debates. Awards might be a little bit less debate-heavy from the panel this year, but certainly stay tuned for the All-NBA teams because with the amount of time that many players have missed this year, there is certainly going to be a lot of debate around who should or should not make the All-NBA teams. As you guys are watching, feel free to put in the comments and in the chat who you have winning each individual award. And if you do enjoy, then be sure to hit that subscribe button down below, leave a like, and let us know your picks throughout our discussion. We'll start off with the first and only non-player award of the award segment today, and that's going to be Coach of the Year. And I'll start off with you, Gabe. Who do you have winning Coach of the Year this season?
I think this is a really easy one. A lot of these are going to be easy, but I think this one even more so. This is Mike Brown, and it's by far Mike Brown. I think the resume speaks for itself. You look at a guy comes in first year with a new team, and a team that's been basically basketball hell for the past decade and a half. And he came in there and in year one took them from a state where they were okay, had some talent, had a pretty good offseason, but everybody was widely panning the big trade they made last trade deadline. And he took the direction of this franchise that many were quite unhappy with. And this team is now going to be a 3 seed. For that alone, runaway. It's a runaway.
Yeah, I think just them even making the playoffs would have probably pushed him towards the top of this award. But the fact that they're about to be a top 3 seed in the Western Conference, like that just puts the icing on the cake. I mean, I can't even explain it more than Gabe did. Like, it's not even close. It is Mike Brown and everybody else. And, he definitely earned this award, and his team really answered well for him as well.
Definitely. You guys touched on it all. Great story for the Kings this year to finally not only just make the playoffs, but as you mentioned, be as successful as they have been this season. Do you guys have any honorable mentions that you guys would like to give any shout outs to for the award this year? Obviously, Mike Brown is our comfortable winner, but is there any other coaches across the league we'd like to give some recognition to that often we don't give enough recognition to because it's all player awards?
Jacques Vaughn, I mean, when he took over, the Nets really turned their season around, and even through the KD and Kyrie turmoil, they're still comfortably sitting in the playoffs right now. And Jacques Vaughn's really left this mark on this team, and hopefully moving forward, he is the guy for the job. So I think he still deserves a lot of love. He's getting a lot of love early on in the season, but kind of died down after the trade deadline and stuff. But he's still done a phenomenal job with this team.
Yeah, Jacques Vaughn's done a good job with his coach. I think Joe Mazzulla also deserves a pretty good shout for him coming in kind of unexpectedly and still being able to maintain a high level of success with the Celtics. The last runner-up in the guy put his runner-up, but I really wasn't thinking too heavy about it. I threw down Coach Bud there just because, classic team with the best record in the league. But at the same time, very talented team. The only sort of narrative type thing there could be, you had your second best player out for a big portion of the season and still managed to be the best team in the league. But all those guys in second and honorable mention range are kind of just on that same tier, with Mike Brown being head and shoulders above.
Yeah, definitely. Mike Brown definitely heads and tails above his counterparts at the head coaching positions this year. I want to give some quick love to Mark Daigneault as well, because they could end up being a team that finally makes that push from the bottom of the West to being a playoff team again after a relatively quick rebuild from where they were just with Chris Paul a couple of years ago. And so full credit to him for making OKC as competitive as they have been this season. But we'll move off from our coaching awards and we'll move to a new award that will be being crowned on this podcast and in the NBA for the first time ever. And that is the Most Clutch Player Award. If there's a more official name, I don't have it. I will not be referring to it. But the most clutch player throughout the regular season, this one could end up being a relatively obvious one too, but you'll get your thoughts first, Tyrik, on who your winner is for the first most clutch player in the NBA award.
Hey, man, Sacramento's getting a couple awards from me, man. I think De'Aaron Fox comfortably gets this award. Kyrie had a very good case, I think, with Dallas's struggles lately, especially losing a lot of close games. Maybe knocks it down just a little bit, but De'Aaron's been really elite in clutch time situations this season. I remember a game, I think it was against the Utah Jazz on the road. He just took the game over down the stretch, ended up hitting the game-winning layup. He was hitting mid-range shot after mid-range shot. He just really takes his game to a new level, in the clutch moments, and that's why the Kings have been so good in close games this season. And I can't wait to see if he can translate that to the postseason as well. But, I'll be surprised if anybody else has somebody other than De'Aaron, because I think he's really left his mark in the crunch time this season.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox's clutch stats on NBA.com. He's 5 points per game in the clutch, which is the third highest in the league, and the two guys above him have 1 game played and 2 games played. De'Aaron Fox, clutch-wise, 38. That's a really big difference right there. So he's head and shoulders above anybody who is kind of qualifying in terms of clutch scoring per game. So, I mean, really the stats tell you all you need to know, but he's gone out and he's won them a ton of big games this year. And it's crazy that he might not even be their best player depending on who you ask. But as far as who's going to close out the game in those clutch moments, it's been him all year. And that's a big reason as to why they're as successful as they've been.
Definitely. You guys touched on it all. He's been crucial to the Kings down the stretch. And it's interesting because throughout the first 2.5 weeks of the season, there was concern about Fox's play down the stretch of games. And that just got flipped around entirely. Decision-making improved, handle improved, shot-making ability certainly improved. And over the course of the season, just proved to be the most impactful and crucial player down the stretch of games. And is a big reason why the Kings have been as successful as they have been.
Yeah, him down the stretch can't stop him from getting to his spots, from getting to the bucket. It's just a matter of him making or missing the shots. That's why they've been so efficient in those situations this season.
Definitely.
Yeah, him shooting 53% in that stretch is just – it's ridiculous. In those clutch moments, the fact that you can make over half of those shots, I mean, that in and of itself, especially as a guard, elite.
Very elite. Very elite. Great season from De'Aaron Fox, proving that the Kings are okay in the backcourt without Tyrese Haliburton, and he clearly is the guy they are building forward with in the backcourt. We will move on to the Most Improved Player Award. This was Ja Morant's award last year, who he then gave to Desmond Bane. There's an argument for a guy who's made a similar star to superstar jump this year for the award. We'll see if he gets any love. And we'll go to the guy who wasn't quite in agreement about such a high-caliber player getting the award last year, that being Tyrik, who did not have Ja winning the award last year. We'll get Tyrik's thoughts first on who should win Most Improved Player this season.
Yeah, I still hate that Ja Morant won the award. He knows that he shouldn't have won it. I think everybody around the NBA knows, except for the people that voted for the award, because he's a guy that's expected to make a jump, and there are guys this season that were expected to make those jumps too. That's why I have Lauri Markkanen as my winner, because I didn't expect him to make this big a jump this season. I also had Jalen Brunson as number 2. He was probably the closest guy that I maybe thought about, but I kind of expected Brunson to take a nice size jump this season, but Lowry went from being somebody that was a 4th option, I guess, in Cleveland, who was just kind of signed late into the offseason to go to Cleveland in the sign and trade, to somebody that was an afterthought in the Donovan Mitchell trade. It was more, we were thinking about Colin Sexton being the main piece, to being an all-star this year. And potentially could get some real all-NBA consideration, considering how elite he's been this season. Stepped his game up to a new level, is setting records in Utah. He's had such a great season, man, and he took the jump from I think 16 points per game last season to 25, which is a very, very large jump. So he's my most improved player this season, and I think he fits the mold of what an MIP has traditionally been in the past.
Yeah, I have the exact same 1 and 2 that you do. I just think looking at both of their resumes, Jalen Brunson's had a great season, but similar to what you said, we kind of saw flashes of this last season, especially thinking back to what he did in the playoffs when Luka missed those games. That was small sample size, but we saw, this guy has some real potential to be something great. And he's went to New York, and he's really turned their franchise around from where they were in a down point last year. But Lowry's just been incredible, going from kind of underwhelming on the Bulls, had some flashes early on, but really kind of middled out, plateaued early. And then going into Cleveland in a bit of a logjam where it was you've got Mobley, you've got Allen, and then he's that other kind of forward big type of guy. And he got out of there, and he might be the best one out of the 3 this season. It's quite the turnaround. It's quite the jump in all aspects of the game. And while they probably won't end up making the playoffs, the fact that he had that team competitive as they were, especially when they had some better pieces before the trade deadline, very impressive.
It's really crazy, too, from what we thought of him when he joined Cleveland to where he is now, just from not even from just a talent standpoint, but how we view him positionally and from how he can fill into multiple different roles. I mean, when he was brought to Cleveland, people thought, okay, Mobley's there, Allen's there. he's going to come off the bench as a 4, or they're going to start him at the 3, and it's going to be a disaster. And it wasn't a disaster. And now you wouldn't even bat an eye about someone calling Lauri Markkanen a small forward, or at least considering the fact that he can play there and be effective. He's just completely flipped the narrative of what he can do on a basketball court, what roles he can actually fill, and how productive he can be. And he just seems like the clear favorite for this award. There will certainly be some love for SGA, but as you mentioned, Tyrik, he's just that type of guy where you expect that jump. He has shown that he's going to continue to improve and is going to become that superstar caliber guy. And that's just not traditionally what this award is. This is a surprising improvement, not a I'm in year 3, I'm in year 4, and I'm now continuing my expected trajectory to become a star. And that's no disrespect to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander because he's had a brilliant year. But when a guy is in first and second all-team, all-NBA conversations, it's probably a sign that they aren't the most likely, most improved player winner, at least based on historical picks. And it's no different this year. Lauri is my pick as well. Brunson's also my number 2. And I wanted to give Nicholas Claxton some love at number 3 because he's shown a lot of improvement this year for the Brooklyn Nets. But Lauri was definitely my pick here without much doubt in my mind.
I like Clax, man. He's had a great season. The title of my video when Lauri did get traded in that signing trade to Cleveland, I said I don't like the Cavaliers trade for Lauri Markkanen. That's how I felt about him as a player. And then fast forward like a little over a year later, we're talking about him in this light as an all-star, most improved player type of guy, and we'll probably get some all-NBA consideration across the league. Like, that is the definition of a most improved player. Somebody, like Gabe said, in Chicago, it was kind of rocky. He had some high moments, but the low moments were very, very bad. To now, it's like he's a 25-point-per-game guy. The best player on his team, even though, their future, we'll see how that looks, but he's been their best player, was an all-star this year. Shout out to Lauri because I don't think anybody saw this coming, really, maybe outside of super fans of Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah, man, I think a big thing last year, there just wasn't somebody who had a super strong case in that traditional surprise out of nowhere type jump. Like the guy who was in second that Ja gave his award to, Desmond Bane, second-year guy, and that's usually the traditional like, oh, you expect a guy to take a massive jump in that second year, so you wouldn't want to give it to him. But on the other hand, you did have Ja, who was that like star to superstar level jump. So really, anybody who was in any sort of serious contention last year just didn't fit that traditional mold. So it was going to go in a weird direction unless it was like somebody who was clearly not as improved as maybe Ja was, even based on the level it was on.
You guys both had Ja, didn't you?
Yes.
I think I had Jordan Poole, and he jumped from like 12 points to 18 points a game. But yeah, Gabe does have a great point. Like everybody that maybe did take a big jump was like Tyrese Maxey, Desmond Bane. Those are year 2 guys, so it's like it's not traditional to give it to a year 2 guy. I don't remember the last time a year 2 guy won the award, so it does make sense. But yeah, hopefully the Ja Morant thing does not change what they see a most improved player as, because if so, then Shai's probably going to win the award.
Yeah, agreed. Like, I know you saw my tweet about it the other day, Tyrik. Like, there's discussions of whether Mikal Bridges wins most improved player next year. And it's like, where does he improve from? He's averaging over 27 a night since he's joined Brooklyn. Like, if he was going to win MIP, it would be this year, not next year. Because that's just the type of level where next year, Mikal Bridges isn't in MIP conversations. He's an all-star and all-NBA conversations if he continues to play at this level.
Yeah.
So it's honestly, Mikal Bridges is like a larger sample size of what's holding back Jalen Brunson this year. Pretty much. I mean, just the fact of where he was already and what we knew he could do. Like Jalen Brunson, we saw that at the very end of last season. And not saying he didn't have flashes throughout the season, but really shined at the end of last season. Mikal Bridges is doing this for like 30 games.
He's been in Brooklyn for a minute. It seems like it's been like damn near the whole year. Like I can't even picture him in the Suns jersey anymore.
Yeah, no, he's been crazy in Brooklyn.
I think I can't push the Mikal Bridges agenda, so I'm gonna just stick with Nickeil Alexander Walker. Next year is gonna be the year.
Get real.
Indeed. It's got to be the year. It's 1
Next
year
year,
away
man.
from being 1 year away.
Legit.
Drafted him in basketball fantasy 1 year, and then I stopped playing basketball fantasy after that.
Oh, man.
We might need to make a like this could be like sometime during the playoffs, like maybe a dead spot. I don't know. Or maybe like early off season. Like just do a way too early awards picks. Like way too early.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Especially for
MIP, because we need to kill Alexander Walker in there. So.
Jeez. Got to.
It's got to be there. Got to be there. That will bring us to, let's go Defensive Player of the Year. An award that was dominated by Brook Lopez early in the year and has been dominated by Jaren Jackson Jr. in a lot of people's minds since then, but could still be up to contention. We'll get your thoughts first, Gabe. Who is your Defensive Player of the Year this season?
I feel like we've had this conversation so many times on this podcast, but I don't know if any of those have made it into our clipped videos. So maybe this is the first time a viewer will see this take. But I'm a Jaren guy. I've been a Jaren guy pretty much the entire way through. And my case has always been quite simple. I think while Brook Lopez is a phenomenal defender and is having a career best year, has really turned his career around and the type of player he was, you look at that defense and it's like, yeah, he's great. He also has Giannis next to him. He also has Drew next to him. That team's defense, I don't think it hinges solely on him, even if he is a great piece. Kind of similar to the Celtics last year. And while one of them still ended up getting the award, I do think they kind of relied on each other, but to be a great team defense. But that defense was just so much better than everyone else that, of course, it had to go to one of them. This year, I don't think the Bucks defense is absurdly better than the Grizzlies. But the Grizzlies defense hinges so much more on Jaren Jackson. That defense was pretty before he came back. Way sooner than expected, by the way. And went from whatever to literally like a top 3 defense. He flipped their season entirely around and might be the most important player on that team. Not to say he's the best player on the team, but he could easily have the most impact on whether they're going to go out there and win games or not. And so just for how much he matters to what that team does and how much success he's allowed them to have, a season with a lot of controversy, a lot of weird things happening, not the most smooth time. He's been their consistent rock, and he's allowed them to get to the point where there's still a 2 seed in this stacked conference.
Yeah, I mean, what more needs to be said, man? I mean, even if you just look at the raw block numbers, I mean, he's averaging over 3 a game. And even though sometimes that can be misleading, if you watch Jaren Jackson play, he patrols the paint like no other. It's not no empty stats. There's no stat padding. This man controls the paint like no other. And he's really elevated his game. And I think what's even so more impressive is, like, I know it's a defensive award, but he still has a big role offensively too. And he's still able to have this type of production on that side of the floor, having his best year defensively. And like Gabe said, I mean, they went from a very mid defense to being one of the best in the league, even through all the John Morant stuff, injuries, Steven Adams going down. You know, he still hasn't been healthy. They have still been able to be near the top of the conference, be one of the best defensive teams in the league, and giving themselves a real chance to make a run in the postseason. And Jaren Jackson, he's my award winner. Brook Lopez has had a very, very phenomenal season, and he definitely deserves some consideration. He deserves some love. But I think Jaren, you know, I would definitely give him the slight edge over Brook Lopez.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. Jaren is just so impactful. He, as you guys mentioned, he just completely changes how productive this Grizzlies defense is. And honestly, you guys were being really generous to how this Grizzlies defense was to start the year before he was back. They were bottom 5 in the league. They were a bad defense. And now they're a very good defense. And obviously that's not completely Jaren, because guys have been in and out of the lineup all year. Of course, Brandon Clark's out now. Baines missed time. Jaws missed time. Steven Adams has missed time. Everyone has missed time for this team. But the most impactful part of their defense, and since the start of the year, their most available and consistent part of their defense is Jaren, which is not something we're used to saying with Jaren for someone who struggled with injuries. But since he's been back, he's been very available and has been very productive. So he's definitely my award winner here, even though I've been pushing Brook Lopez for a lot of this season. I was pushing to hopefully get him into the All-Star game, but that didn't quite happen. But even still, I don't even quite think I have Brook Lopez as my runner-up here. I'd probably give Bam a bit more love in that consideration, but Lopez is right in there as well, and Claxton probably deserves a little bit of love as well. But Jaren's definitely my pick, but there's definitely a few guys that you can make an argument for this year. But honestly, if Jaren didn't miss a few weeks to start the year, there's probably even less of a conversation.
I had Claxton as my third guy. His jump this season, like I like how you had him as, a most improved candidate. I mean, just he went from like last season, they were kind of talking like, there's games where he can't even really be on the floor because, his free throw shooting wasn't great and he wasn't protecting the rim as well. This season, he's really like changed that entire narrative about it, and he's been one of the best defensive bigs in the league. So, got to show some love to Nick Claxton.
There's nothing we love here more in the podcast than a good defensive center.
I love a good defensive center.
No Nurkic love on the deep players.
Not on this award. Maybe when we get to the MVP talks, there it's been the battle of the centers for a couple years now.
Gotta have those former Nugget centers on there, man.
Of course.
Oh man,
Plumlee.
If there's an award that Plumlee, Nurkic, and Dwight Powell can all fit into, that would be quite the award. That would be the pinnacle of all awards.
Don't start with
Devin's least favorite player award, man.
Who would Gabe's like person on that list fit into? Is it like John Collins?
I'm not a hater. What have I ever hated on John Collins?
Luka Doncic?
I'm not a Luka hater. I just me thinking Steph is better doesn't make me a hater of Luka.
Nah, you got to have somebody, man.
The Wizards organization.
When do you guys ever hear me hating, man? I'm positive Pete.
Stop lying.
I don't have that hater energy. I don't have the hatred in my heart that you boys have.
You got somebody. For sure.
I'm an enjoyer of the game of basketball.
The Raptors. The Raptors.
Apparently, my least favorite.
Man just hurts.
Masai Ujiri.
Man just hates all organizations that exist in the realm of purgatory.
I'm the professor. The purgatory professor, man. I'll proclaim.
Problem is, though, if no one's in purgatory, what are you the professor of? That's the question.
Suddenly, I become a history professor.
Just running through all the former purgatory teams. I respect it.
Oh, without a doubt.
Well, this is such a anticlimactic award show because we've all had the same pick.
The awards are unfortunately without debate this year.
Straightforward.
It is definitely a bit more straightforward. I will remind everyone, all NBA teams, I doubt, will be in such agreement. There's definitely going to be a lot more debates as we move to the All-NBA teams. But we got 3 more awards left to discuss, and we'll go on to Sixth Man of the Year. We've talked about this in recent weeks. Of course, the heavy front runners are Malcolm Brogdon and Emmanuel Quickley, who's made a late push for the award over the last couple months with his recent good play in the Knicks, a good play over the last couple months. But we'll start with the Boston Celtics fan in the room, given Malcolm Brogdon is going to be one of the key names on the ballot. Who is your pick for Sixth Man of the Year?
I mean, you just said it. It's still Brogdon for me. I'm just so intrigued to see like Quickly's like the betting favorite now. I just think that's kind of interesting because it was Brogdon for pretty much the whole season and Quickly had some explosive games as a starter. He started, some games and had some really big games, to which I'm like, okay, yeah, his numbers are getting inflated. They're getting inflated because of that. I think he's come off the bench. I think he started for like 20 games this season. Malcolm Brogdon has come off the bench every single game this season, and that's even when Smart was missing time, Jaylen Brown was missing time, Derek White missed some time. He was still coming off the bench in every game that he's played, and he's been pretty available this season for Malcolm Brogdon standards. I think he's played in 65 games this year, so he's been available. He's been very, very consistent off that bench on both sides of the floor. Not saying Emmanuel Quickley has not. It's just if you look at his splits as a starter compared to off the bench, 2 totally different worlds. Malcolm Brogdon has been the best bench player in the league this season, and he is my favorite. He's my award winner. Quickly was second, and I also have Bobby Portis in there, who was an early favorite, but injuries definitely slowed him down.
I think that's a really, really biased take coming out of you because we all know that the real sixth man of the year is Russell Westbrook. The way he played on the Lakers all season, averaging great stats, finally decided to take a bench role as a former MVP. It's unheard of. And then somebody, and that somebody may or may not be named Rob Pelinka, threw my plans into the dirt. He led me astray, and he shipped off Westbrook, and suddenly my agenda was dead. My agenda was dead. So, because of that, I did decide to go with Malcolm Brogdon. I think he's been such a steady guard, a point guard, and a piece that the Boston Celtics really needed. A team that we thought was one of the best, well-constructed, complete rosters in the NBA. He added just one more dynamic layer that I think makes them even better and can put them in real contention to actually get that championship this year and finally get it done. Quickly's been great. Quickly's been real good. However, I think it's one of those cases where every season we got to make it a little bit more dramatic. We got to spice that race up, and we got to add another guy in. But it's been Brogdon versus somebody the whole season. I think that tells you who it should be right there.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the differential between production when starting and production when on the bench for Quickly, because I don't want to discount how well Quickly has played as a starter this year because he has been very productive, but this is not an award of best player between Quickly and Brogdon. It's who's been the best sixth man. And Quickly is averaging 21 points a game as a starter on 47% from the field and 38% from deep. Off the bench, that's then 12.3 points per game on 43.5% from the field and 35% from deep. And there's nothing wrong with those numbers. He's been very good off of the bench, but those starter numbers are definitely inflating his overall numbers for the season. And given the fact that Brogdon has been, as you mentioned, off the bench the entire year, has not started a single game, and from game 1 to game 82 has been more of the consistently more impactful bench player. Quickly has made more of a push since the new year, but there was no doubt through the first couple of months of the season that Brogdon was better than Quickly. Quickly was not in the realm of that conversation. Quickly fully deserves to be number 2, but Brogdon certainly should be the winner of this award, in my opinion.
I'm glad we're all in agreement because I've been seeing a lot of crazy stuff, and I'm just like, if you just look at the breakdown of the numbers, it's clear. Like, obviously, Quickly's having a very good year, and when he's starting, he's even better. But if this award is for best sixth man, you got to really take into account what they're doing when they're in that six-man role coming off the bench. And Brogdon's been, for him to be given about 15 points a game when you have Tatum averaging 30, Jaylen Brown averaging 27, Derek White's had a resurgence this season. And there's other guys that are still nearing double figures like Al Horford. Rob Williams gets his touches. And the fact that he's giving them 15 points a game every single night off of that bench, the one steady thing coming off that bench, you got to really take that into consideration. And he's doing it on one of the best teams. And like Gabe said, he's been one of the reasons why they've been so great this season.
No doubt. Very important player for the Celtics. And at least from us, should be a comfortable winner of the Sixth Man of the Year award this season. With 2 awards left, we will save the MVP for last, of course, and we will move on to the Rookie of the Year award. Another award that has had a late push for a guy at number 2 with Jalen Williams. Of course, Paolo Banchero has been the front runner for the award for the majority of the season. Of course, Ben Mathurin was also in the conversation earlier on before his scoring started to taper off with the Pacers. But we'll start with you, Gabe. Who is your pick for Rookie of the Year this season?
I feel like I'm having deja vu right now, man, because what did I just say the last time that I was speaking? Every year we try to do this thing where we make it dramatic. We got to spice it up, and we got to add that other guy in there to try and make it a conversation, make it close. Jalen Williams has been great. J-Dub has been great. This Thunder team has come alive. I don't know if they'll end up getting into the playoffs, but they've been competitive. And for the place they're at, for how young they are, for how young their rebuild still is, great place to be, and he's been a really big part of that. But nobody was talking about him until February. It's been one guy all season, and that's been the guy who we all expected, and that's Paolo. He's come in, he's shown he's the franchise guy for this Magic team. He's a guy that they're going to build around moving forward. And he's been him from day one, from game one to, well, I mean, I guess now we're game 78, and he'll do that through game 82. He's been very impressive. The only thing that I'd like to see is that three ball come up a little bit. You know, probably the worst 3-point shooter in basketball this season statistically. But hey, man, everything besides that, and I do think there is room for growth there. He's been everything that he was supposed to be, and because of that, he earned the award that we all predicted him to get.
And the Magic have been playing very good basketball, like really since like Markelle Fultz came back. And Paolo's like early on in the like the first 2.5 months, he was averaging around 22 points a game. Like he was very good. He had that slow month of February, which is when J-Dub started to pick up. But there were real like maybe small considerations. Like you might just look at his numbers like, could he be an all-star maybe this year? Maybe as a rookie? Not really, but you know, his numbers were so good that it's like maybe he could make a push. You never know. But obviously he did taper off a little bit, but he's still averaging over 20 points a game. And I don't think like anybody else should get serious consideration because Paolo has been this guy from day one where everybody else is playing catch up. I mean, in the offseason, we all had Paolo. I think everybody in their right mind had Paolo as their rookie of the year. He's been so good. He's shown all the makings of being a franchise guy. I think he's very clearly the rookie of the year. Shout out to J-Dub for hooping. Shout out to Ben Mathurin for his hot start. And for other guys that have had really good rookie years as well. But I think Paolo is clearing the way to rookie of the year.
Yeah, I would agree with both of you. Like we mentioned with Brogdon and Quickly, Paolo's just had the best overall season from the start of the year to now. And he's been what he was expected to be coming in as the number one overall pick, as the guy who was a consensus expected number one overall pick for us heading into the draft. And he's performed to those expectations. And like you mentioned, Orlando have been good this year. They're not going to be in the play-in like OKC looks like they're going to be, but they're only a few wins behind them in the win column. They've been a much improved team, and Paolo's been a big part of that. The biggest stickling point people like to talk about is the efficiency. But I mean, Paolo's a number one guy, and Jalen Williams is like a number 3 or a number 4 at best. And no disrespect to Markelle Fultz, but he has Shea and Josh Giddey giving him the ball. And he's got some good facilitators to get him involved in the offense. And he's not creating a shot anywhere near as much as Paolo is. So there's some considerations there that are going to obviously affect Paolo's efficiency. You could talk about the three-point shooting, but from his overall impact and how much he's had to shoulder a lot of the load of this Magic offense this year as a rookie, I don't see how he can't be the number one guy for the majority of people, at least for Rookie of the Year this season.
Yeah, and it's like you said, like he has Shea and Josh Giddey. It goes Markelle, and then Paolo's like the next best guy that is like distributing the ball, and that's the number one option as well. And he's come in, you know, as a rookie. I don't care what your efficiency numbers is. He's shown that he can average 20 points per game in the NBA on like a team that's performed above expectations, and I think that's very impressive in its own right.
We have one award left, and we have literally picked the same person on every single one.
Yeah, I think last season you guys had a couple in common. I think we all had 6 Man of the Year the same. But other than that, it was pretty different. I think we all had a different DPOY last year.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely a little bit more variation, but
yeah,
this year was just more straightforward. It just was.
I guess I like it. Hey. I guess I like it when it's just like kind of obvious sometimes, because it's like I'm not killing myself over a pick. But then again, for content, it's better if we all have different opinions because it leaves more room for debate. But now it's just like we're just kind of like, yeah, I have him too. Oh, I got him too.
Right. The banter is great, but like I don't want to sound stupid on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't in my right mind just pick somebody different to pick somebody different.
You should have said you had Ben Mathurin so we could just argue.
Ben Mathurin, He was really good through about January, and he hit the rookie wall.
And
He'll
I don't
bounce
think he
back,
ever
though.
got. I don't think he ever got over the wall. I haven't heard his name in months. No
Nah,
disrespect. I like Ben Mather, but I really have not heard his name in months.
I think he'll bounce back, but like when Tyrese went out and the Pacers' downfall started, like Ben Mather and his downfall started heavy.
Sad. He's gonna be okay though. He's a young guy.
Yeah,
Young guy.
yeah.
Oh, number 6 pick, explosive athlete. Like he's got the tools. He'll
For sure. Still a great rookie season from him. There's no shame in not being considered one of the top 2 guys for rookie of the year at pick number 6. But yeah, no manufactured debates and drama here. You're just getting our authentic award picks, even if that means they're unanimous across the board.
So
we are getting closer to the lack of unanimity as we get to the All-NBA teams, but we still have to tackle the MVP award, the award that, at least across social media, has had the most debate throughout the year, with Luka and Tatum being in the conversation at points in time. Now, of course, it being Giannis, Jokic, and Embiid as the 3 front runners, and cases being made for all 3 of them. We will start with Gabe. Who is your pick for the 2022-23 MVP?
We know his pick.
No, you don't. You don't know my pick.
We know his pick.
Hey man, this is some great content for a nice YouTube short. Who is your pick? Oh man, you don't have to put me in this tough of a position, man. I'm happy I'm not a voter. I think all 3 guys have a great case. Giannis has the best team record. He's the best player in the league. He's been playing without his second best player for like half the season. A lot of good things there. I would probably say the best defender out of these guys. You know, you might argue like center position has inherently more defensive value. So I think there could be an argument for Embiid, but I think Giannis is the best defender out of the 3 guys. Unstoppable on offense as usual. And then you come over to Jokic. Near triple-double, piloting this Nuggets team single-handedly to the 1 seed in the Western Conference, a Western Conference that has a lot of teams that have been really competitive, really up and down. Nuggets have been that model of consistency, even if the guys around Jokic aren't always the most consistent themselves. It's been him and what he does in his production that has kept him in his spot, as it has for the last 2+ years. And then you go over to Embiid. Team is the 3 seed, but pretty much just as good as the Nuggets. At the time of recording, I think the Nuggets are just a hair better, but all things considered, around the exact same record. But Embiid is probably, and by probably definitely, more impactful on the defensive end than Jokic is. I believe the Sixers are a better defense overall, but I do think that the Nuggets' defense is a bit more exposable. I just don't think it'll hold up as much in the playoffs. But at the end of the day, this is a regular season award, so I don't even know if that matters. However, as far as defensive impact, I'm going to go Embiid over Jokic, and I just think they both have a better case than Giannis this year. And then on the offensive end, it keeps it so close because Jokic's playmaking is so good, but Embiid is just unstoppable. And no matter how close it gets, I just maintain the whole time. I think that this is Embiid's award, man. I think that this is Joel Embiid, and I want to stay consistent. I've been on the Embiid train for weeks, and it's just you look at the things he's doing, scoring in any facet of the game, whether that's inside with his post moves, his ability to get to the line, which people hate on, but is super impressive. His ability to just do things at all stages of the game. He can get outside of the paint and he can get you some buckets. He does it all. He's there in the hustle stats as well. His games played are up from what they've ever been before. Anything that held him back in the past, I think he's really just taken care of in his game this season. And this Sixers team is set up to be really successful as they go into the postseason. And just the basketball he's played, the moments he's had, some of the stat lines he's put up, it's his time. It's so close. You're going to have to nitpick really hard to choose your guy. And I just think Embiid has the least amount of nitpicking to be done this year. I think you can say Jokic just had moments where other teams just attack the paint and they're just done. They're just cooked. That defense, they just all of a sudden just look very human and very beatable. I don't think the Sixers have been exposed that heavily this season. And then Giannis, I feel like his name almost just got taken out of the conversation immediately because he's almost above it. But he has had some small stretches this season where he looked a bit human as well. I feel like Embiid has maintained that whole season just looking absolutely incredible. And when it gets as close as it is, I mean, that's my guy. That's my guy.
Your last point is really what separates everybody from me. Because Giannis did have those stretches where he looked kind of pedestrian for Giannis's standards. Like he wasn't getting the 35 and 15 rebound games like we're used to him getting. He had some games where he's scoring single digits. Like he had some like 2 or 3 week stretch where he looked very normal. And Jokic had a stretch late in the season where he looked very normal too. And I feel like Embiid has just gotten better and better and better and better as the season has gone on. And the Sixers' success correlates with that, leading the league in scoring, averaging a double-double. His offensive dominance is second to none in the league, obviously being the leading scorer. But nobody can stop him when he's really just locked in, engaged. And that's why he goes through stretches where we have these conversations like he looks like the best player in basketball because he's just that dominant offensively. And maybe I'm falling victim to some voter fatigue or whatever. I don't know. I just can't really find a word where I can give it to Jokic again. Even though the Nuggets have been best in the West this season, we've had these conversations like we don't really believe in them that much. Even though they're the best team record-wise, we don't think their dominance is right there. And it's like last season, my argument for Jokic was, well, yeah, he's like the 6th seed, but he only has like a game less in the win column than the 76ers did. It's pretty much flip-flop this season. I got to stay consistent with that because Philly's like a game and a half worse than Denver right now. And Embiid's been so good. He's been pretty available this season, even though Harden's missed a decent amount of time this season. Tyrese Maxey's missed a decent amount of time this season. And I made those arguments for Jokic last year when his guys were out. Joel Embiid's second and third best players have missed a lot of time too, but Embiid has been that constant force that has been there. And he's my MVP, and I think he really deserves it. I don't think it's a pity thing, like a here, take it, damn it, finally get your award. I think he really deserves MVP this year.
Yeah, I would concur with both of you there. I think this is Embiid's award this year. He's just been the most impactful player in all facets of the game. And that's no knock on Jokic and Giannis, because there is a legit argument for all 3 of those guys to win MVP this year. And that's completely fair. They all have legit MVP cases and have all had legit MVP seasons. And shout out to Super Mario Hoops in the chat. He's just mentioned that he has Jokic for MVP this year. And it's like, I can have a debate and a conversation about Jokic versus Embiid. But fair play if you want Jokic to win the MVP, because he's had an MVP caliber season, and the same can be said for Giannis. There's just 3 dudes who've been absolutely dominant this season. But Joel's just been that hair above for me and evidently all 3 of us this year. And I will admit my bias in that I do like myself a center who can defend the rim very well. And as great as Jokic is offensively, he's obviously not that on the defensive end. And hence why I haven't been as quick to pick Jokic for MVP awards over the last couple of years. But Jokic deserves all the love in the world, despite any defensive concerns he may have. He is going to be one of the best offensive bigs to ever play the game hundreds of years from now. And that is just undoubtable, regardless of how many MVPs he wins from here on out. And he's had another great year this year. But Joel's put together arguably the best season of his career and continues to be a big reason why Philly have been so good. And like you say, Tyrik, he's had guys, his key guys, in and out of the lineup this year throughout the early and mid part of the year. And that's an argument that Jokic had on his side last year, so it's only fair we give that to Embiid this year. But any 3 of these guys are valid MVP candidates in any other given year. Unfortunately, they're just in an era now where there's 3 of them that are all competing for MVP every single year, and it's probably not going to change anytime soon. If anything, there's just going to be more guys joining the conversation in years to come.
You know, I really do think it just speaks a lot to the model of consistency and people's criteria. Like, apparently we should have Super Mario on this week because he has a different take than us, so it could have been a little bit more banter. But I think that point of like, oh, I take Jokic this year, but I take Embiid last year. Yeah, honestly, their cases have sort of flip-flopped from last year to this year. And so if you were somebody that had Embiid last year, I can see why you'd have Jokic this year. And for us, I think our criteria is a little bit different, so it changed what our pick was. Now, I had Giannis last year, so I'm not even that sort of flip-flop. However, I do think that had Giannis not been there, I probably would have been Embiid over Jokic last year. I don't know though, man. It's really close and it's always splitting hairs, and it's like I can't go directly into where my mind was a year ago, especially because that third guy's case was. But this year, just looking at the two of them side by side, Embiid's done just enough to kind of take it for me. And as much as I hate to say it, when you're a former MVP, I do think you kind of have to exceed your previous MVP season to get another one. That's just kind of always been the precedent. That's sort of always been the bar set. To get multiple MVPs, you have to surpass and show me something special. And Jokic is close to that. He's done some things that could give you that argument and that say so. You know, they're a 1 seed, which is something he hasn't done. And while I don't think he's going to end up securing the triple-double average, being that close, I mean, you can just say, yeah, he averaged damn near a triple-double. And if you just straight up said to me he averaged a triple-double, I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to be that guy that's like, well, actually, he averaged 9 points. Like, come on, man. He averaged a triple-double, basically. And so
what kind of sucks, though, is like, it's like all these guys have kind of had like the best seasons of their career. It's just like, Gabe, you mentioned it earlier, you kind of got to split hairs somewhere. And it's just like, I feel like I had the least questions about Embiid's case out of these three. Like, I mean, we just saw they just did a straw poll, I think, last week. And it's like Embiid was the leader, but it was by like 2 points in the votes. So it's like, it's probably going to come right down to the wire. Like, it might be the closest MVP race that we've witnessed in our lifetime.
Jokic had more first-place votes in that straw poll as well.
Which is it's crazy. I mean, we know how, like, I think we've seen voters, their criteria, how they kind of weigh things. I think they definitely value advanced stats a lot because they're probably not watching every game, so they're relying on those advanced stats to kind of, like, even that playing field a little bit. I wouldn't say it's like a runaway for me, but I just, in my mind, I just feel like Embiid has the strongest case out of everybody. But I agree with Super Mario. He said he wouldn't be mad if either one of these guys won the award, and I kind of agree with that. Like we mentioned, you can make a case for everyone, and that could be a very compelling case. It's really just who you prefer and who you just think's had the better season, which is a very tough one to call.
Definitely. All three are deserving. And as Super Mario's also mentioned too, like Chris Middleton missed a ton of time too, and that could also be considered in Giannis's case as well. But at the end of the day, these guys just continue to be at the top of the league, and I don't see any of them slowing down anytime soon. They're all in their prime and not getting out of it anytime soon. They're only going to be joined by the likes of Jason Tatum, by the likes of Luka Doncic, and whoever else makes that jump over the next couple of years. So there's going to be a lot of fun MVP debates over the next few years, assuming everyone stays healthy, because there's a lot of top-end talent in the league right now that are going to be having MVP caliber seasons. I mean, even though he's not in this conversation, a big part of it is just due to the recent performances and the lack of regular season success. But individually, Luka Doncic has been good enough statistically to be in this conversation as well this year. He's just not getting it because this Mavericks team isn't good enough. Part of that's on him, but a large part of it is due to the front office. And he's just not being mentioned. But he's been that good this year, and that's just the level of talent there is at the top end in the NBA right now.
Him and Dame's had the best years of their careers, and it's like they're not in consideration because they're probably missing the playoffs. Well, Dame definitely is, but Luka is in danger of missing the postseason as well. So, yeah, like you said, top-end talent. That's why I know Embiid really wants this award, because I know he knows that, you know, there are a lot of guys that are going to keep stepping up the ladder. Like, I'm mad my Tatum agenda died. Like, it's been dead for like over a month, like almost 2 months now. And I was really pushing that like crazy, but I had to get real with myself.
I was pushing an insane agenda earlier in the season, man. I was pushing D-Book agendas because of the carry job that he was doing before he got injured.
It was deserved, low-key. Can't lie, it was kind of deserved.
Yeah. But, like, I feel like back then we were, like, way too early, like, top threes. And I think I was the only guy who even said D-Book's name. And there were a lot of guys who were candidates at that point. Luka, Tatum, obviously, Embiid, Jokic, Giannis. Everybody was up there back then. It was a bit bigger of a race, but yeah, D-Book, it's like he came back from his injury, and all of a sudden, you're playing with KD and
Kevin Durant.
No matter how good he is, you're playing with KD, man. It's like Embiid's case honestly died last year when they traded for James Harden. Because when you're integrating a new player of that caliber, there's going to be a little bit of growing pains. And because they didn't add Harden and immediately get like 10 times better, then it's like, oh, he has James Harden now, and the team's not like absurd. He can't be the MVP. And that was one of the main things that kind of killed his case last season. So, maybe it's kind of good that D-Book wasn't like in number 1, number 2 this year, because that might have killed his case and I would have been upset.
Very upset. Yeah. I think I used that in my Embiid argument last year against him. Like, he got hard and he kind of got worse.
Right.
Numbers went down.
But this year they figured out how to play together and really maximize it, because Harden himself has been great this year.
All NBA caliber. Did he make my list? I can't confirm that yet.
Cannot confirm nor deny. There's a lot of guys who might get that spot, man. Is it that time?
It is about that time. It is about that time.
Ooh. Yeesh.
I'm not like I keep looking at it and I need to make my changes, but I just don't know who I need to bump down. And if somebody deserves to be bumped up, it's just like that's tough.
There are a lot of all NBA caliber guys this year. It is tough between the level of talent currently in the league, between the amount of guys that have been in and out of the lineup this season. It is a very tough decision to classify whether some guys are or are not all NBA, which teams they'll actually fall on. It is a very tough decision this year. It's very tough. Much tougher than these award discussions we've just had over the last hour.
Yeah, dang, that took an hour. I felt like it took like 5 minutes because we had the same picks. But yeah, there shouldn't be any wrong answers. I don't think there should be any wrong answers.
I would agree, but
unless somebody got Desmond Bain as All NBA or something.
I'm really not feeling good about this list at all. I think I'm gonna get clowned.
I feel awful about mine, and I cannot lie to you, brother. Cannot lie.
This is going to be a very, very interesting conversation, to say the least. That is for sure. But yeah, there's a reason I said we wouldn't need Jeopardy this week, because even with agreement and awards, we're already an hour in, and we still have the debate part of this podcast to go.
So, okay.
How are we doing this?
Without spoiling anything, what was the most difficult part of your guys' list? Because I'll go first. For me, and this is weird because a few weeks ago I said it was going to be difficult picking first team guards. I think that was I think it was difficult for other reasons, because I don't know if these guys deserve first team spots because of where their teams finished, and I'm still thinking about moving them down because that was tough. And then like my last couple forward spots were iffy. Maybe the last one more so. I still have 2 names there, which I'm going to weed out in a second. But yeah, those were tough. But mainly the first team guards, because I'm just like, I feel like those 2 guys, I don't know if I can have them first team.
Mine was deciding forwards, because like half of the guys that I wanted to put like played like 50 games. And then it was like, oh, yeah. So here's guys that played like 60 games and how good they are. And then here's like all these group of guys that play like 50, and who's the best out of them that can like still kind of scrounge a spot and find their way onto my list. And then also random guys who I'm like, oh yeah, that guy's probably a forward, and then registering as a center. Me being like, what? So there was one guy that got completely snubbed at the very end because he was on there, and then I look at the positions and I'm like, well, here we go.
All NBA teams do be like that, unfortunately. But next year, that'll no longer be a thing. Fortunately, under the new CBA, finally going to get some positionalist All NBA teams, which is much deserved, because we still have to decide between Embiid and Jokic for All NBA first team this year, which Evidently, we've already made said decision, but
Yes.
for voters, that's a brutal decision to have to make because both of those guys should be all NBA first team this season. Two of the best three players in the world at the very least, given the MVP race. Before we get into our in-depth All-NBA conversation, if you guys are still here, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button down below. Be sure to leave your thoughts in the chat on our All-NBA teams as we get through it. But let's get right into it. All-NBA first team. Let's start with those guards, those difficult guard selections that we had to make. And let's start with the guy who struggled with it the most. Let's see, Tyrik, who you have for your two guards in the All-NBA first team.
About to be brutal.
You know, I don't know if I've ever had all NBA guards miss the playoffs. But I got fucking two of them, man. And I just I want to move him down
already.
I want to move him down, but it's like the next guy up might miss the playoffs too. It's I had Dame and I had Luka, and I don't feel good about it. So I don't even want to spend too much time on those guys, man. They had the best seasons of their career. It's just like, well, Portland stinks. They don't know what they're doing, but Dame had an amazing season, and Luka had a great season that has just completely turned into a dumpster fire. Like, it's so tough, man. It's so tough. I went with them, and then my front court, I think, should be pretty straightforward. Tatum, Giannis, Embiid. But the guards, I don't like it. So if you guys hate it, if you guys kill me for it, I definitely understand.
Well, I think I'm gonna start off by saying my front court was Giannis, Tatum, and Embiid as well. So at least there's something there that we don't have to feel awful about, because even my front court on my second and third team I don't love. But I had one the same as you. I just couldn't deny the greatness of Luka Doncic.
Fair.
I think his stats and impact speak for themselves, and before the trade deadline destroyed this team. Not going to blame that all on Kyrie, but going to blame it on the roster construction due to trading the assets they did for Kyrie and having just no defensive ability on this team, almost period. This team was like a 4 or 5 seed. And so for like 65% of the year, like this was a clear playoff, not even play-in range team. And then they just like kind of really folded at the very end. And while that's a horrible thing to do, he's still really great. And so I kept him there. I gave him the spot, and I wasn't the only one, so I don't feel horrible about it. My other first team guard, and I think this is my pick of like, this is crazy he made first team, but I think it kind of makes sense. I put Donovan Mitchell here. And I probably was the only one, but I think a lot of us were talking about it, and it's like, yeah, he might be the best shooting guard in basketball. And it's like him or Booker, but Booker missed more time than Mitchell did this season, as far as I know. But, you know, Mitchell, especially while like Garland was out and they were going through some undermanned stretches, he had some great moments. Obviously had his iconic 70-point game this year. And he stepped up his game as a player who was already like a star in the league. This Cleveland team is actually good, and I think this Cleveland team is the best team out of any of the 6 of my guards, I think. I'm pretty sure. Which is weird because they're a 4 seed, but even Cleveland is better than like almost every team in the West. They're like pretty much the same as the Grizzlies, and then they're better than everybody else in the West as well. So, yeah. Good record. He's had really good stats. Iconic moments, consistency. I felt like he had one of the more well-rounded cases, even if other guys may have certain aspects that look a little bit more appealing. And as a bit of a traditionalist, having a guy there that's a shooting guard, thought it was kind of cool.
I don't hate the Donovan Mitchell pick. For like a good amount of the season, I feel like our discussions was, it's crazy. Donovan Mitchell's never made All-NBA, but he'll probably be first team this year. So I don't hate it because he had an amazing season. And people forget when Garland was out, like he was stepping up, basically being like their point guard, for a decent chunk of that early stretch in the year.
He's an improved playmaker, and like Garland came back, his numbers dipped a bit, but like of course they will when the franchise point guard comes back. He's still overall been playing great ball all year.
Super Mario said Cavs are 10-1 without Darius Garland this year. That's because of Donovan Mitchell. Because if Garland was missing games last year, they were losing.
This man is my new best friend, man. I thought we were gonna have beef, but then he followed me back on Twitter.
He's making your case. He's making your case, man.
He followed me back on Twitter, and all was well. I don't even have the heart to talk trash if I play this man in Jeopardy. I'm gonna be feeling nice.
And he's making both your cases because he's got the same first team as Tyrik, and he's out here pushing Donovan Mitchell, helping when Darius Garland is out. Both of which are very true. Dame's had a great year, career year for him. Unfortunately for his All-NBA case, it just sucks that Portland have been as bad as they have. And it also doesn't help that he, was in and out of the lineup a bit earlier in the year, and now, of course, has been shut down for the last couple of weeks of the season. As far as Donovan Mitchell goes, he's had a great year. I just personally didn't even consider him for first team, if I'm being completely honest. He was not in my discussion. I don't hate the selection. I just think he's a slight tier below the other two, or the other three, I suppose, that you could have in this conversation. Luka was the obvious pick for me. He's just been the best guy amongst him, Dame, and SGA. In my opinion, he's the only guy who's been in true MVP talks throughout the year. And even though the Mavericks haven't been great as of late, I can't hold that against him too much because even though he has slipped a little bit in production over the last little bit, a large reason the Mavs have been so poor is just the front office and the decisions they've made and not any results of him being bad. So he's fully deserving of another first-team All-NBA spot for me. The second guard, I gave to Shea. Shea is the biggest reason why OKC have been as good as they have been this year. And they're just above the Mavericks, so I can't hold it against Luka too hard if I'm putting Shea in here. And that's what made it tough, was there was so many guards that were on teams with bad records that we could only hold it against them that much. And that's the biggest reason why I can't be too harsh on the Donovan Mitchell pick. Like you said, Gabe, the Cavs are one of the better teams in the league this year. They are a top 5, top 6 record in the league. And that's just not common amongst guards at all this year for the ones at the top of the league. Either they've missed time or they're not on great teams. So Donovan Mitchell being in there, I can't be too harsh on because of that. But I think Dame, SGA, and Luka have been on just a slight tier above him. But Shea, I give a bit of the nod just because they've been a little bit better than Portland. They're going to be in the play-in tournament most likely at this point in time, unless they have a colossal fumble down the stretch here, given the fact they do have the tiebreaker over the Mavs. And, of course, Dame has been not playing now for the last couple of weeks as Portland are just accepting they're not making the play-in tournament. So a bit more games played. Production great from both of them, but that team success helps SGA a little bit out as well. But all of which have had great seasons and were the three that I considered for first-team All-NBA.
Yeah, Shea has been great. I don't think that's a bad shout at all. It does make sense. I do think you could say, the peak of what he's done individually has been so good. I think myself, I just do value that winning a bit more. And I felt like I had to have somebody in these guards that was like, yes, this guy's going to be playing postseason basketball. This guy led his team to a postseason berth. And I don't know, going 0 for 2 on that, and even like you say in your top 3, it's wild. It's like, dang, is point guard led top teams? Is it Dev? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm with Dev too. Like when I was saying my next guard up, it was Shea if I was going to move anybody down. But I don't hate having Donovan Mitchell first team. He's had a damn good season. It's just, you say you factor winning, which is traditionally what a lot of All-NBA teams are full of. It's a bunch of guys that make postseason appearances. And it just so happens this year, it's like all the top guards are on teams that are struggling and are close to being in the play-in or out of the playoffs altogether. So it's just a very weird year, and it makes it way more difficult than it needs to be for us to pick these teams.
Definitely is. It definitely is. The wings were nice and easy because there was no debate on which of Tatum, Embiid, Giannis, or Jokic you were going to include, because we all had Embiid over Jokic, and we can't put Embiid and Jokic in the same team until next year at least. So that became a pretty clear-cut decision. But the guards are definitely the most interesting part of first All-NBA team. 4 guys for 2 positions picked across the 3 of us. Definitely is an interesting one. A lot more variety here already than we had in our award picks, to say the least.
Yes.
Let's move to our All-NBA second team. We'll start with the guards again. We'll get it from you first this time, Gabe. Who are your 2 guards for your All-NBA second team?
It's basically just to fill in the blank of you guys' first team, because here I have Shea and Dame. It's like these teams are probably not making the playoffs, so I don't know if I can reward you with first team, but individually, you've been ridiculous, really impressive the entire season, and I gotta respect it. You guys pretty much made the case of their first team selections, and so for me, it's kind of just that, but they're on second team because they're just a little bit lower. I mean, each of you guys, I assume, is going to have whichever one of these 2 didn't make your first team on your second team. So across the board, I would assume that these guys will all be off the board by the time we're done with this team.
Okay. You want to give the rest of your team?
Not really. Not really. No, I don't.
We can just start with guards.
Okay.
Guards.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't want to give it because
a bit better.
This is
okay.
As opposed to 5 players to explain.
Yeah, fill in the blanks. I got Shea and Donovan Mitchell. Shea definitely had a very good first team case for me. I might feel differently in like a couple weeks, but I'll just keep on the second team now for the sake of the podcast. And Donovan Mitchell has had an amazing season. Shout out to Super Mario. He said Donovan Mitchell's had his best stretch in the last 20 games. Really great year for him. For this being his first All-NBA season is still crazy to me. But here we are, and he's getting better and better with age. So shout out to Donovan Mitchell. Those are my 2 guards for second team.
Definitely. It is crazy that this will be his first All-NBA appearance. He finds his way onto my second team as well. And Dame ends up being the other one as well. Of course, in next year's set of the awards, he would not be here because he did not play enough games. But for this year's set of the awards, he is still eligible, and he was just too good to leave off. So this is where Dame falls for me. Despite the missed games, despite Portland not being great this year, individually, he was just too good to have any lower than All-NBA second team.
Real quick, do you guys think 65 games is a little too much? Do you guys think that's a perfect number?
I think we're going to see some complaining. I think if it was 60, it would be pretty balanced. But if it's a year like this year, I think 65 would have a lot of people really upset.
Because then we'll have like Jalen Brunson on like second team or something like that. Like, I don't know. I feel like 60 is a good number because that's about 75% of the season. 65 is a little over that. And I don't know. It's just like we're just in a time where players miss games, and it's just a part of the league culture. So to say that, you're only eligible if you play 65 games or more seems maybe just a little too high for me personally. Maybe it'll be fine, and it's early. I'm over exaggerating, but that's how I kind of think.
It's tough because I think any hard line number is tough, because then someone can play 65 games and be in, and someone can play 64 and not be in, but the 64 player guys could be more deserving. But how you make that more fluid, I don't know how you make exceptions for that, because then there's the argument of just how do you police that? What defines a guy who played 64 games who's allowed and a guy who played 64 games who isn't? So I think it's a tough thing to navigate, and I think however they approach it was going to be difficult. I don't mind the general concept of having a games requirement. It makes it simpler for picks. It makes sure that guys that are playing 50 games aren't getting looked at, because even if you're really good, if you're missing 40% of a season, it's tough to be regarded that same tier as guys who are playing 85, 90% of the season. This 65 game number puts it at just below 80% of the season, which, like you said, Tyrik, maybe 75% is a little bit more of a better place to put it, because it puts you in a spot now where if you pick up a 3 to 4 week injury, you basically got to play every other game or you're just done, which is tough because that just happens in the league. Guys can be available every night, be durable, dependable guys. They're not out for load management. They're not out resting. And you just pick up that type of injury. I mean, if Julius Randle picked up this type of injury a couple months ago, he'd be on the fringe of not being eligible for All NBA. And that's tough because he's the type of guy who would be in conversations for it and what might be at 63, 64 games and just wouldn't be eligible. So I think any way they're going to do it is tough. But like you say, we'll see how it pans out next year. And maybe it'll be okay. But there's probably going to be a case or two every year where there's a guy just outside the bubble that it's going to be tough to see not even get to be in the conversation.
Yeah, I want to know how the CBA, because I don't know all the specifics, but I know there was a big thing in the past about guys making or missing All NBA and how that affected contracts. And I think from that perspective, you think, oh, now I miss 18 games, and now because of some freak injury that kept me out for like a month and a half, I might make a lot less money for the next half a decade.
Yeah,
that could be a really big problem factor. And I don't know if there's like a fail-safe set in place for that. I wouldn't assume, I don't really know how you would write that in, but that could be something that really, really messes stuff up in the future.
Yeah, I don't think that I think that's still the same as far as All NBA equating to more money. I know there's some change with Supermaxes. I think it's like teams can only hold, I think, 2 Supermax players or something like that. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it pans out. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. All of the main guys end up playing, an applicable amount of games like most seasons, unless a freak injury happens. But I don't know, 65 just seems like a high number because I'll be interested to see how much of the league is playing that many games. Maybe it's more so put into place so players are inclined to play more and they're not taking these nights off of second night of a back-to-back off, or just low managing a random game. Like maybe that's what the league's thinking, when they negotiated this. Hopefully that's the case. If not, we might be looking down the road and being like, we're having some guys make All NBA that don't quite deserve to make All NBA teams.
Yeah, let's hope that's not the case. And let's hope the guys aren't motivated to play when they shouldn't be playing, because that's just a whole other can of worms that we do not need to be getting into, because there's load management and there's guys resting, but we don't need to be forcing guys to play on injuries that they probably shouldn't be playing on in the middle of January. We just don't need that as a league. We'd rather see those guys on a more regular basis stay healthy, and most importantly, have them on an NBA court for 50 to 60 games a year, as opposed to have multiple month injuries, potentially missing the postseason. That is not a world we need to get into. So hopefully there's no motivations on the player's standpoint that end up becoming a little bit more concerning on that standpoint. But that'll be a discussion we'll get to have more this time next year as that plays out, as the first All-NBA teams get announced with such a stipulation. That moves us on to our forwards for the All-NBA second team, the center of which will not be as much of a discussion, I would imagine, with the 2 MVP candidates being the 2 top centers. But most specifically, the forwards will be of interest, and I'll start with you, Gabe. Who are your front court picks for the All-NBA second team?
So for my center, I have Nikola Jokic. I hope that was not too much of a shocker to anybody. And see, here's where I'm like, I hope you guys don't hate me for this. So my first pick here, and this really came down to some guys might have been a little bit better, but he was a lot more available. I have Jaylen Brown here, and that felt weird. I was like, Jaylen Brown, All NBA second team? And I don't know, Tyrik, you might like it as a Celtics fan, but Celtics are a top team in the league this year. Jaylen Brown has been playing pretty much the whole season. He's good on both sides of the ball. Does everything you could ask. And it's just this forward position is like decimated by injuries. So, I mean, there's guys that are a tier above Jaylen Brown, like a Kevin Durant or like a LeBron James. But those guys, they weren't playing that many games, and it did count against them in my ranking. So Jaylen Brown's one of my spot, and the other one who's really like, this dude's the Iron Man, and it's crazy that he's here. I put Julius Randle on my All-NBA second team, and this is an absurd shout, I feel like. But the Knicks are also a very good team, and Julius Randle is a big part of that. And, a real bounce back year. We thought Julius Randle was a one-hit wonder, so I just absolutely cannot believe that I'm putting him here on my All-NBA second team in 2023, but, like, here he is. And it's really just that it's that simple, man. Julius Randle's back. He's simply the GOAT.
I got this look on my face because we have the exact same front court, and I kind of
crazy.
I kind of had this. I had the same thinking as you. I'm like, okay, Jokic, obvious. Like, if he's not first team, he's easily second team. And I was like, Jaylen Brown. Looked at the numbers. I'm like, Boston, one of the best teams in the league. He's been great. I mean, just like imagine him as a number one option like this season. Like, that's how good he's been. And he's gotten better as the year's gone on as well. Like, with the mask, he's been amazing. I'm like, I guess it's not crazy because it's like, well, yeah, LeBron's amazing, but he's missed a lot of time. Kevin Durant's missed a lot of time. He'd probably be the next guy up for me. And if he's classified as a wing and we can vote for him as a wing, he would have my vote. Then I got to Julius Randle. I'm like, Julius Randle on NBA second team. Looked at the numbers. The Knicks have been exceeding expectations. And he has been, even though Brunson's been amazing, Julius Randle's still been their best player. He was their all-star, double-double machine. Having the best year of his career after just making All-NBA a couple years ago. He's improved from that. And his bounce back is crazy. Like, he's probably like comeback player of the year how he's been playing this season. And it's just like Gabe said, he's been available. I mean, just until the other day when he rolled his ankle, he's pretty much played every single game, 77 games this season. So, yeah, I mean, that helps him a lot that he's been there, and he's been very good all year long. So, yeah, I can't believe we got the same front court, Gabe, but here we are. We got something similar on our list.
Here we are. Somebody finally agreed, man.
Both of you guys having those two is crazy. I did not expect the double Julius Randle pull on All NBA second team.
Triple Julius Randle pull?
A double.
Oh, so
there is no triple. There is a triple Jaylen Brown pull. He was comfortably the third forward for me.
I like that more because that was the guy I kind of had a little more questions about. Honestly.
He was comfortably third for me.
Okay.
He has been a great two-way player again this year. As much as Tatum's the number one, he still has nights where he is the number one in Boston and is the most elite player on the court. And he just continues to make those little improvements year in, year out, improve his decision-making and handling a little bit this year at times. And considering the injury concerns amongst the rest of the forward crew, he looked like a pretty clear-cut All-NBA second-team guy to me. Randle got some consideration. Like you guys mentioned, his significant amount of availability this year did play a part in that. And as Super Mario Hoops has said, Mikal Bridges might be the benefactor of that in a few years if he keeps playing this good.
Mario Hoops may have to join.
He can only play
join
65 games. That might have to be done. But that availability definitely gave him a bit of a shout here. Unfortunately, for the lack of a trifecta, he did not make my team. This is where I put Jimmy Butler. And his lack of availability, comparative to Randle at least, is a bit of a knock against him. But especially over the last month, where the Miami Heat have had some moments where they've looked better, Jimmy's just had to absolutely carry them. And their defense has been good, and now he's a part of that, but he doesn't have to carry the defensive side of the ball. But their offense, just simply put, has not been good at all this year. And Jimmy has showed up as playoff Jimmy over the last three or 4 weeks, which has really given him a late push for me into this All-NBA second team. We know how valuable he can be come playoff time, but even in this regular season, he showed up a little bit more than he normally does. His three-point shooting has been better than it normally is, and we know what he offers as far as his intangibles go and what he can bring on the defensive end. Randall's a very fair shout, but I feel like Jimmy brings a little bit more to the Miami Heat than Julius Randle brings to the New York Knicks as far as how much he impacts them on a night-to-night basis, and this late push has given him enough to get in my All-NBA second team. And then Jokic, of course, is my center.
Dev always has that unpopular opinion.
I do.
I think that's the one.
I am pretty good for an unpopular opinion every award selection or any list that is made.
I think that's the one.
You know, he told the truth. You know, my devil's advocate case in defense of your pick would probably be that the Knicks, while a better team, have that Jalen Brunson factor that really pushes them a lot. Whereas, you know, on the offensive side of the ball, it's like the Jimmy show. It is almost entirely the Jimmy show. Bam will give you some great defense. You know, I think even earlier he was part of our honorable mentions as a pod for DPOY, but Jimmy has had to step up big time for that team to have a chance.
Yeah, he definitely has. And I mean, they've still been a little bit hit and miss as of late, but they've been a slightly above 500 team over the last couple of weeks. And a big part of that is Jimmy, because he's looked like playoff Jimmy over the last few weeks.
Okay. Well, for the most part, our front courts were pretty similar among Jimmy being the outlier, but
I'm good for an outlier pick.
You always have one. It was Chris Middleton last year at the All-Star game. Did you have another All-Star one that was kind of like?
Last year, I don't think so. I had Aaron Gordon this year.
That was the one. Aaron Gordon.
Yeah. I'm good for an outlier forward pick every year.
Good forward. Okay. Yep. That's Dev's pick for the day. The Jimmy Butler All-NBA second. Watch him make All-NBA second team, though. It's Jimmy Butler.
He could. He honestly could.
He's typically always an All-NBA player. Like, I don't remember the last time maybe the year in Philly, the half season in Philly. So maybe the last time he didn't make it.
Yeah.
But even before that, right. I mean, he's been perennial All-NBA pretty much.
It's crazy. My next two guards that I don't have making it on 13. It just honestly kind of makes me upset. It just kind of.
I'm looking at my guards right now. I kind of want to change. What if?
It just makes me sad, bro.
Because y'all know who my guys are. Y'all know who my guys are, and I want to give them that shout so bad.
It's funny talking about Jimmy. He's never actually made an All-NBA second team.
Really?
He's made All-NBA third team 4 times.
Wow.
But he has never made All-NBA second team.
Well, I think here's my cue to say that's where he's going to go again because he's on my All-NBA third team. I'll take that as my cue. He made my All-NBA third team. So make that 5 times here soon because as we know, my predictions can never be wrong. It is subjective, but my predictions are the correct predictions, of course. And then this is so funny because, you know, I feel like earlier in the episode, you were talking about the traditional mold of a certain award and how it's usually not like an All-NBA caliber guy. But I have Lauri Markkanen on my All-NBA third team. So, yeah, man, from kind of middling player to on my All-NBA team this year. And, you know, I think this season, KD and LeBron have both probably been better than Lowry and Jimmy Butler. But the games played just counts against them for me too much. And I think because of that, Lowry has just been hooping all season, had the Jazz in a position to be competitive before they traded half of their good pieces at the deadline. And he still put up good numbers himself, really maintained that consistency. People thought he might fall off and just be a little hot streak, but he's shown throughout the majority of the season, earned himself an all-star selection. And I already talked about him once this episode. I'm sure it'll be different when it's cut up. Different things for YouTube. So a little bit of that, again, isn't too terrible. But Lowry's been him, man. Then to round out my third team, I was really stuck between two guys. And I think at least one of you guys might have the other guy at your center spot. But here I went with Sabonis. I think what he's done since coming into this Kings organization, underrated playmaker, great rebounder, can get it done in the post. A good, well-rounded big man to have on your team and has led this team to be so successful this year. So another round of Kings love. I was really close to putting AD because of their late season push and what the Lakers have done since the trade deadline without LeBron. But if I want to go from day one of the season to the end of the season, I would give Sabonis over.
Who are your guards? What is
I
your
thought
forward?
we were keeping it separate. I just did front court.
Okay, cool. I'll go with my forwards then. One forward spot was kind of tough for me because of just like games played and stuff. I want to preface, I gave Pascal some consideration. I feel like he's had a really good season that's gone under the radar, been pretty available for the Raptors, and has been the most consistent thing for them, all season long. I did go with Jimmy Butler too. Can't understate how important he's been to the Miami Heat, and even though it's a down year for them, they are still, positioning themselves to be a playoff team. And given the fact that we can consider some guys forwards, give them votes there, I went with Anthony Davis as my other
See, I was close. If I would have known, I might have put him as my spot there, but I was just going off Basketball Reference, and I saw center, and Pascal is also on Basketball Reference as a center. So it kind of took them both out for me.
I just checked Basketball Reference, and I checked ESPN. One said power forward, one said center. Dev confirmed it for me that you can vote for AD as a forward too. And I just remember early on, like first half of the season before the deadline, he was still playing a lot of forward because Thomas Bryant was playing alongside with him too. So it's just like, it's understandable, to consider him, power forward or center. I just went with power forward because I think he deserves that All-NBA nod. He's been incredible, even though he's missed some time this season. That doesn't understate how dominant he's been. This is the Anthony Davis that I've been wanting to see since the bubble season. He's been so great this season. And Sabonis is my center. I think he definitely deserves that All-NBA love. And the Kings definitely deserve at least one guy. I don't know if you guys have De'Aaron maybe, but I think they definitely deserve one guy. And Sabonis has been just incredible. Pretty much 20, 12, and 7.5 assists a game. His offensive numbers are just nuts with him on the floor, man.
Yeah, the center picks were pretty clearly the easiest part of this for me, probably the only easy part of these teams, but Sabonis was clearly the third center for me. If someone wanted to give some consideration to Bam, I wouldn't be against it, but Sabonis has been so dominant this year. I think he's well and above the third best center in the league this year. For my forwards, this is where I fill in Julius Randle. He was certainly good enough to be an All-NBA caliber player this year, and in turn gets on an All-NBA team. There was no way I could leave him off the teams entirely, even if I couldn't have him on my second team. And I went with your pick, Gabe, for number 2. I went with Lauri Markkanen, even though I did talk earlier about most improved player guys usually not being All-NBA caliber dudes. When it's this unexpected, yeah, I mean, I can live with it because Lauri Markkanen wasn't even on fringe all-star discussion debates anywhere near the start of this season, and he's just worked his way to this position. This is not anywhere near anyone expected, even as we were starting the season. I mean, Lauri Markkanen was getting a lot of love early on, but most of us probably didn't expect that we'd be sitting here in April talking about Lauri Markkanen as an All-NBA caliber player. Whether he ends up making it is another question because, of course, there's AD, there's LeBron, there's KD, as Super Mario Hoops was mentioned, there's Kawhi. There's a lot of guys who have been very impactful this year who have just missed a significant amount of time. Paul George is another guy as well, though, of course, all three of us had him omitted from our all-star teams. And, of course, now his injury late in the year hurts as well. Again, another guy who's going to be missing time. It's a lot of guys. But that availability from Lauri Markkanen has helped him get a spot in for me. I've always been someone that really values that availability. And he's a big reason why Utah weren't one of the worst teams in the league this year, like us and most people around the league were expecting. And instead, up until the last couple of days of the season, they had a chance to make the play-in tournament. And that's about as good as anyone could have expected from Utah this year. And that jump is significantly because of Lauri Markkanen. So I had to give him his love here, show him his respect, and give him the All-NBA nod.
Yeah, I think the thing with the voting makes it really weird because it is really close for me between like that Lowry versus AD versus Pascal. But I know we were talking about doing like our off-season like positional rankings and all that kind of stuff. Like we went basketball reference, and I'm never the most expert guy on like, oh, this guy qualifies for this All-NBA spot and this All-NBA spot. So when I saw that Pascal and AD were both listed as centers on there, it kind of disqualified them in my head and made my decision easy. If I mulled over it, though, I might change my decision every couple of days. There's just been, recency bias is going to tell you AD. I think Pascal's been kind of unsung, and the Raptors have been better recently as well. And then Lowry, a lot of his was probably earlier from that team success standpoint, whereas now they've really fallen off since the trade deadline. But I'm not going to put that on any decline from him. It's more, like I said earlier, them trading away a lot of their contending level pieces at the deadline. So it's all a lot of really good cases, plus the guys that we mentioned that just missed too many games. It's a really hard spot, and it's guys that are missing the team for completely different reasons, which just made it hard to pick. But I think Lowry's just had that really good mix of everything, full season success, availability, pretty much everything you could want out of a guy. And he does have the benefit of being new on the scene, so might be prone to get a little bit of extra shine.
Yeah, he's had a great year. And, like Devin mentioned, I mean, if he was on this team, that's probably a 15, 20 win team at best. Like, it's not a very good roster that they have, at least post-trade deadline. Like, they've been giving, like, guys like THT and Chris Dunn, those guys, like, a lot of minutes, which is just, like, not what they had early on in the season. And he's only gotten really better since, like, that early part of the season. I remember he had that hot start. He was averaging, like, 27 points a game, slowed down a little bit, dropped to, like, 23 and a half, 24. And he's jumped back up to 25, and he's pretty much been there for a good part, of this calendar year. Like, he's been so good. I think he just became the first 7-footer to hit 200 threes in the season, which for people that don't know, like, before Steph Curry popped onto the scene, 200 threes was a lot. Like, that was, like, NBA record territory, for a good part of, like, the late 2000s, early 2010s. So, Lowry's had an amazing season, man, and he definitely deserves, some consideration. It's probably going to be like him or AD that gets left off, and it might be the fact that Lowry was more available that might push him onto most people's lists.
Definitely possible. Yeah, like you mentioned, Gabe, I gave Siakam some consideration here too. I'll be honest, he's just been too inconsistent for me since the All-Star break for me to consider him here. He's had some good games, but there's been some stretches too where it's just not been good enough. And that's not to say that he's been bad, but there's been a few too regular 12, 13, 15 point on bad efficiency nights, or nights where he's just not getting the ball down the stretch, which is no fault of his own. But Scotty's been getting the ball more down the stretch. Freddie's been getting the ball more down the stretch. Some games OG is getting the ball more down the stretch. And again, no fault of Siakam, but he just hasn't been getting those touches because there is so many mouths to feed in Toronto. And unfortunately, his All-NBA case has taken a bit of a hit as a result of that. Still a great season from him and borderline All-NBA caliber, especially pre-All-Star break. But unfortunately, his post-All-Star break performances has hurt his case a little bit for me.
Yeah, there was a lot of like last-second switches made on this list, and honestly, there were some times where like I didn't go first, and then I hear you guys make a case, and I'm like, dang, I didn't even have that guy like on my team, but maybe I should. And it just goes to the testament of like how easily swayed it can be and how like close everything is. And it's like, oh, I didn't even think about that point, and then that pushes me over the edge. It's so close, and we haven't even gotten into what might be the hardest pick of them all.
I hate the guards on this third team. But
Their team guards is a crazy.
piggyback on your point, like I talked about how much I wanted to change like my first team guards. I left everything the same up until that Jimmy Butler / Pascal / like I had like 3 names written down. And I decided to go with Jimmy Butler. But other than that, I kept everything the same because it's like when you create something and it's like the more you look at it, the more you hate it. So I was just like, just let me stick with what it is so I don't keep flip-flopping stuff and just have something that's maybe more outrageous than what I already picked.
It's like me when I make thumbnails days before I make a video. Look at it too much, change it too much,
hate it.
Change a million things, then I don't like it at all. It's like sometimes I just got to make it, let it sit there, look at it right before I upload, and we'll go from there. Otherwise, it's too much of a problem. But that does leave our 2 All-NBA third-team guards. And I'll do the courtesy of starting this one off, given I have dished all of those unfortunate positions off to you 2 for all the other teams.
Ooh.
De'Aaron Fox is my first guard here. Okay. I do have 2 Sacramento Kings on the All-NBA teams. Most clutch player in the league, unanimously amongst the pod. All-Star for his first-time nomination. Has had a great year. Has been, alongside Sabonis, one of the 2 most important factors in why the Kings are where they are and are a top 3 seed in the West. And he's just fully put the pieces together this year. Part of it's due to the fact that he's got the team around him finally, but his mid-range shot has looked consistent as ever. His decision-making and his handle has looked as tight as ever, and there's not as many late-game turnovers and poor decisions as there have been in the past, that there even was throughout the first couple of weeks of the season that he then cleaned up. His game at getting to the rim has looked as good as ever, and his three-point shooting, although not quite as good as it was towards the back end of last year when Sabonis first arrived, it's still been better than it had been over the couple of years previous. He's just finally put the pieces together, and due to the fact that he hasn't had a significant injury like some of the other guys that there could be an argument for at this spot, I did end up giving the first guard spot to De'Aaron Fox. My second guard on this list is Jalen Brunson. I wanted to give him some love here, and there's a lot of guys you can go here, but again, Brunson has been available, and he has missed a few games in the back half of the season, but he hasn't missed a significant stretch. He's likely going to hit around 70 games played on the year, and he has come in and completely relished his opportunity with the Knicks. Even though he's taken on a bigger role, even though there's been more pressure on him, he's still shooting near 50% from the field. He's shooting a career high from 3 for a guy who isn't typically a high-volume three-point shooter and still isn't a super high-volume three-point shooter, but is getting more comfortable with his three-point shot and is more efficient with his three-point shot whilst being the primary guard and not alongside Luka for the majority of the season. His fundamentals are so good. Like, I'm a sucker for good footwork, especially from guards. I lived off of that when I played, and I would just dance around in the paint. And Brunson is so good at that in the paint and his in-between game. He's so effective at getting open looks in that manner. And the Knicks, although benefiting from a better Julius Randle season, Julius Randle is benefiting from Jalen Brunson, and the Knicks are benefiting from Jalen Brunson. His acquisition is arguably the biggest addition from any team in free agency this past year, and is arguably the biggest reason why the Knicks are going to be a playoff team this year. And so I had to give Jalen Brunson his respect, credit his availability, and give him his first All-NBA nod.
I love it. I'm glad somebody did it.
Did you do it as well? But did you do it as well?
He didn't.
You guys know how I feel about Jalen Brunson. That was probably the most difficult cut that I had to make. I got slandered on TikTok for saying he was having an all-star caliber season in like the month of December, and he damn near should have been an all-star. But he's only gotten better, since then. Definitely has a real all-NBA case. There's just so many guards that you could probably put for these last few spots. Some tough cuts had to be made. Guys like James Harden's had a really good season. He's missed a decent amount of time, though. Ja Morant, even though with his situation, he's had a really good season. I left Brunson off, and I got De'Aaron Fox, and I got Steph Curry. Do I love it? No. but I got De'Aaron Fox and Steph Curry. Even though Steph's missed time, man, like he's damn near had to do a carry job for this team, man. Like he's been having some really just explosive games, averaging pretty much 30 points a game, splits, efficiency. Like he's having such a good season, even with the time missed, man. I cannot deny just how important Steph Curry has been for. Even though he's always been important, but I feel like even more so this year. Like when he missed games last year, they were still able to tread water because Jordan Poole was playing really well. They were getting Klay Thompson back. Wiggins was there. They've been without Wiggins. Jordan Poole has been as up and down as possible this year. Even though Klay's has somewhat of a resurgence, he went through a very dry spell too. Steph's really had to be so elite when he's been playing, and even when he's missed decent chunks of time, he comes back like he hasn't missed any time, and he's having 30-point explosions. He's been so good. And then Dev made the case for De'Aaron. I don't really have to say too much. We talked about him a lot this podcast. He's been great. If the Kings get 2, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't be surprised because they've had such a good season. And those are the 2 catalysts. And I think De'Aaron Fox, clutch numbers, just his efficiency, just the way he stepped up this season. Everything being said, De'Aaron Fox definitely deserves an All-NBA nod. But I don't love the Curry pick, but he's just been so good. I really wanted Brunson on here, but, like I said, tough cuts had to be made.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to acknowledge Wardell.
I didn't want
greatest
to.
The greatest point guard of all time.
I didn't want to, man. And I kind of agree with Super Mario. It's like, do you want to pick Steph? I don't know, but I can't deny it, man. Even in the games missed, I kind of got to be consistent with like how I've been picking these teams too. Dame's missed a lot of time. Anthony Davis has missed a lot of time. So it's like I can't really hate on the guy too much for missing time. And when he's been there, he's been incredible. Like if Steph played 75 games, we'd probably be talking about him All-NBA first team. Or even if he played 70 games, we'd be talking All-NBA first team.
Yeah, so I was a De'Aaron Fox enjoyer myself. He of course got one of my spots. It was just very, very impressive season. Not very many holes in his resume for this spot. It just makes sense. The Kings are a top team. He stepped up, had his own really good play, made the All-Star team. So we know he's been on track all season. Still finished strong as they continue to win games until they clinch that playoff spot. His clutch numbers, so he does it in the big moments. It's not just him like showing up sometimes but not showing up other times. He's there when the spotlight's on him. But then that second spot really was tough because you look at all those guys and, yeah, Brunson was really great. But then I was talking earlier about Devin Booker's backpack job, and even though he got KD on his team, it's not like KD played much. Ja's had his moments where he was real good, and the Grizzlies are a top seed, but there's too much there to where I don't think he's going to get the nod this season. And I don't think that team misses him as much as other teams miss their guys, specifically even looking at the Suns and how they were when Booker missed time. But, and anybody that saw my expression and my reaction when Tyrik made his picks knows that here is the spot that belongs to Wardell, Stephen Curry, because holy
Steph fan on the pod.
Yes, I love Devin Booker, I love Ja Morant, but Steph Curry is just he's ridiculous, man. Out of everybody that missed time, he may have impressed me the most, especially out of guards. KD has a shout there as well, but great season by him, and in a spot where I don't think anybody had too strong of a case. Still, the efficiencies, the numbers across the board he's put up. Whereas, this team missed Wiggins for almost half the season, who was one of their most impactful players. Everybody else was really inconsistent. We all had Jordan Poole as like a 6 Man of the Year pick, and he wasn't on anybody's even honorable mention. Like we said, like Tyrik said, Klay had a dry spell for a bit. I don't think anybody's too impressed with the year Draymond's had. Apparently, Kevon Looney's been great, highest offensive rating in the league.
He's always great.
They made a trade, got Gary Payton the second back, and he didn't even play. He came over injured. Had to ship James Wiseman out, so there was like some inconsistency there. a lot of things going on with this roster. There's been the whole like really weird road thing, but I feel like through all of that, Steph has really shown out and just continued to be that top level point guard. And even though this team can't seem to do anything on the road, they're still above playing range. He has great stats, and pretty much anybody else there has a really solid argument against them as well, I think. So I gave him my nod. Biased, maybe, but I gave him my nod.
Oh yeah, you're biased.
You had the same pick, though. You had the same pick. If I was alone, I would.
I'm
feel
unbiased.
In saying, I would feel a lot better in saying like might be a biased pick if I was the only one that had Steph, because you did too. Now I feel better. I feel better.
I can't hate on the Steph pick. I'll be honest, I did not consider him, but that doesn't mean I'm completely against it, because like you guys say, even though he hasn't been overly available this year, he's just been so good when he has played. It just hasn't been quite to the caliber of Dame from a scoring standpoint, and has missed more games to the point where he's not as much of a lock for All-NBA as compared to Dame. But even with that time missed, he's still just been so dominant. I can definitely respect an argument for him being All-NBA.
Yeah, and that's fair, and that sticks well with like your criteria, for the most part. Dame's like really the only outlier in your list of guys that have missed like a lot of games. So like that sticks really well with like how you've been staying consistent with your list, and it's pretty consistent with mine too. Like I had Anthony Davis, despite him missing like 25 plus games or whatever. So yeah, I guess maybe a games played limit will help narrow down these decisions a little more. Like we might all have like the same teams next year, which might suck for conversation's sake.
I don't think there'll be less variation about games played, which will affect things, but there might be a little bit less variation because of that. But I think at least third team and maybe back end of second team will be still a really good debate. First team might be less of a debate.
Yeah.
Because then it's just purely a skill issue. Because like I'm probably not splitting too many hairs between a guy who's played 68 games and a guy who's played 78.
No.
Like that's only if they're that comparable talent-wise that's the discerning factor. And that's just not going to be the case that often.
Yeah, I mean, I know we say like, oh, it's not our predictions, it's just our list, but I would assume when next year comes around, we're going to follow those 65 game minimum, right? When we make our list?
Yeah,
of course.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
From that perspective, then yeah, I do think it'll streamline it a lot more. I will say Kawhi Leonard's chances of ever being an All-NBA player again are sorely dead. He's done.
It's just going to add to the mystery of his all-time debates for people that like to indulge in those discussions.
Yeah. If he's going to make all any league, he might have to learn Chinese, buddy, because I don't know what the Guangdong Tigers is. I don't know what their qualifications is.
Yeah, Brunson was by far the hardest cut I had to make, because y'all know I've been talking up Jalen Brunson since day one, since the season started, since the offseason, since the move was made. Like that's my guy, and I hope he does make it over Steph. I really do, But if I had to pick, I would go with Curry, but it's not by a lot. It's
my hardest cut was Devin Booker, bro. It has to be Devin Booker. Devin Booker is better than like half the guys on this list.
I mean, that's a first team caliber guy. He was just first team last year. And he was even 100%. Better this year.
Devin Booker is better than like maybe every front court player after Jokic. And is probably a better guard than I don't know. Actually, it gets weird with the guards because I have Steph on third team, and I don't know if Devin Booker is better than Steph Curry. But,
no, he's not better than Steph Curry.
Yeah, I think he's. I'm taking Booker over De'Aaron Fox. Taking Booker.
Him and Shea is a good argument.
Him and Shea is a good argument. Him and Dame, especially this season, is a really good argument. It gets a little bit closer, but especially looking like he's better than my last like 5 front court guys for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I put Donovan Mitchell on my first team, and I think Devin Booker's a better player.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that games played requirement changes things because, I mean, yeah, Kawhi is probably done. I mean, AD hasn't hit that number in a while. Zion hasn't exactly been on track to regularly hit that number. So there's going to be quite a few guys that that could definitely struggle to make an All-NBA team anytime soon at that rate.
I know you see the chat.
Give me a second. My audio messed up.
You're good. You're good. We can
Yeah.
we can duo entertain for a few minutes.
Oh yeah,
We can sort some technical difficulties. It certainly wouldn't be the first ones.
Oh, 3-point technical difficulties, and it seems to recently be exclusively on Tyrik's thing. Man. We got to get this figured out, man.
Tyrik do indeed seem to be the culprit.
The regular season in the CBA is 38 games, so Kawhi will be able to make that all CBA team if he were to go over and play for the Guangdong Tigers.
That is assuming that it's not within a short time frame. If the games are spaced out, he's good. If they're not, he's screwed because he's still ain't playing on a back-to-back.
Honestly, that may be true. You may be right on that. I don't know, man. That's a great hypothetical for us to have. You know, we've seen some guys go over that were kind of average in the NBA and become literal Jesus in China, but things are fun. I think this was a good year to make all NBA teams though, because the criteria was just so weird and so inconsistent, and it's like it was impossible, I think, to have a consistent criteria throughout the entire thing, because there were really some guys that were like, oh yeah, he played like 58 games, but he was just great. But then there's another guy who might have played 58 games, and it's like he was great, but because of his position, there might be like a 66-game guy that I put up on him. So it made it really tight to split hairs, and I think there's some picks that you might say, oh, there might be a little bit of inconsistency there. And I hope none of that like rang too strong in our picks. I hope they hold up pretty well under a microscope, but at the end of the day, it's just way too much nuance, and I think the new CBA will help this a ton. I still don't know if it'll help all defensive team though, which is why I'm happy we didn't make that.
Yeah, all defense is tough. It's one of those conversations that I feel like it's fun to make the lists and talk about elite defensive players, but I feel like it's really hard to have a nuanced conversation about what makes player A a better defensive player than player B. It can be recognized, and there's some advanced stats that do some amount of a job of doing it in isolated categories, but unless we really want to nerd out about it, it's tough to sit here and give nuanced conversations as to why Bam Adebayo is better than Brook Lopez on the defensive end. It's tough. It's tough. And it's fun to talk about at times, but it is tough to have that nuanced debate, especially when you're getting down to guy 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on these all defensive teams. It's like, yeah, whatever. Like I have no argument against your pick against mine, because unless it's an absolutely outrageous pick, it's a good defensive player. And it's hard to have good nuanced debates on that topic specifically.
I agree, man. Give me Jokic. He has the best defensive box plus minus. You know, really, deflects a lot of passes. Just give me Jokic, man. All
you guys are lucky. You guys are so lucky. This is regular season awards, man. if I'm a hater of anything, like I know I said earlier, I don't got the hate in my heart. If I'm a hater of anything, it's guys that are good in the regular season that then flame out, which is really ironic because DeMar DeRozan is like my favorite basketball player ever. But I think it left me traumatized enough to where I just hate any other guy that does that.
It's so funny because I was on TikTok scrolling earlier, and of course Nick Wright pops up, but he's talking MVP. So I'm like, okay, let me listen to what he has to say. And he's making this, he's just pulling up all the stats for everybody, and then he brought up playoff wins. I scored off the video. Why are you talking about playoffs when it's a regular season award? Like, what the fuck? It's easily to discredit one guy, which was Jokic, because he has the least amount of playoff wins in like the last 3 seasons. But that might be true, and that's a playoff discussion. But we're talking regular season awards. Why the hell are you talking to me about postseason success? Makes no sense.
And nonetheless, it's not even this season. Like, it's just not relevant to this season. If that was the case, we're going to start pulling out stats from their rookie year, and then we can say, oh, Embiid had the best rookie season, so he's going to win the award. Like, it's just not relevant to the discussion of the award.
And then why are you doing the last 2 playoff seasons? Why don't you just do the last 3? That's a nice round number. Like, it's, I hate. Yeah. I really don't like that guy. I don't. I know he has a job, but I really don't like that guy.
I I make the point when I talk about that kind of stuff of I think that the Nuggets' defense will get exposed in the playoffs. But I think for me, applying that to an MVP conversation, it's the stats might tell you this, but when you watch this defense with your eyes and see how it gets exposed in certain games when certain teams scheme for it, it just shows that it doesn't hold up as much. And because it doesn't hold up as much, I think it will get exposed in the playoffs. But we've seen in the regular season, or at least I've seen, that it just isn't as impressive to me as other defenses are.
Not at all. Not at all. And they've improved on that end as a unit, but it's still not good. And any team in today's NBA, when you look at it and you have to question if they have or who is their rim protector, it's usually going to be a rough defense. And you can sometimes get away with that with a really good team effort, a really good scheme, and some decent perimeter defenders. I mean, Dallas were getting away with that to an extent, especially last year, and at least being a league average defense with not having a good rim protector, but a couple of really good wing defenders, having a good defensive scheme, guys buying in. And you see what happens when that collapses and you start to lose a couple of those wing defenders and guys don't buy into the scheme as well. You add a few more poor defenders, and it's no different in Denver. I mean, they have some good guys on the perimeter who can defend a bit, but they don't have a ton of them. And you look at that team and who's the rim protector, or do they have one? And that's just always going to come to bite you, especially come the postseason.
I just thought about, I think the only team within the last 15 years, long time, the only team I think that won a championship was the 2016 Cavs that didn't really have an elite rim protector. But that team was just so sound defensively overall. It's just it was very much an outlier, and they have LeBron James, which is the ultimate outlier. Which is just it's funny to think about it. It's every team, typically at least has a guy that you can look at and be like, okay, they at least have a rim protector. The early Golden State days, they had Bogut, and then they had JaVale McGee, and then, Draymond Green is who he is as a rim protector as well.
Kevin Durant was such a good defender on those Warriors teams too.
Him too. But that Cavs team didn't have anybody in their starting. I mean, Tristan Thompson was a solid defender. He could rebound. Him and Kevin Love could rebound. But even on their bench, Channing Frye was their backup big. They didn't have dudes that were coming in, really protecting the rim. I mean, they had Mozgov, but he ended up not even playing, in that 2016 run. So it's just, I don't know. That just came to mind. You typically always have that solid rim protector on every team that is trying to win a championship. And the Nuggets do not have that, which could be a very big question mark for them.
Well, we called them not really that much of a contender. I think we called the Kings better than them. we might be Nuggets haters on this podcast, man. It's crazy.
Are we Nuggets haters?
Apparently, we're inconsistent, man. We flip our script so much. I think a year ago, Tyrik, you were a Jokic for MVP, weren't you? And we were all slandering the Kings so heavy. Yes. And now a year later, we are Nuggets are going to get exposed. Nuggets are frauds, and Kings are the best thing in basketball.
Maybe we're a bad podcast. I'm just kidding.
No, actually, I think the Kings just got better.
I think we're just updating our opinions as opposed to holding the stereotypes.
Yeah. I mean, we could easily say the Kings. Come on, man, they're not good.
I wasn't
swept 4-0.
I wasn't proven wrong. The situation just changed.
They're just benefiting from a weak West. God, 'cause that's how some people are, and they get their opinions off. But
That's been the one really funny argument with this year is that people have complaining about the league being weak this year because there's no 60-win teams and there's all these teams sitting around 500, and it's like we've all been asking for parity for a long time, and we got it. So let's please not start complaining about it and change back to what we were just complaining about 3 or 4 years ago. Like, this is what we all wanted. We wanted parity, and now there's a bunch of teams sitting in the middle, and it's like, oh, the league sucks. It's like, the league doesn't suck. There's arguably more talent than there's ever been in the league. It's just that everyone has a lot of talent to the point where you could go into a home game against the Magic, a game that you might think is a comfortable win if you're a 4 seed in the West. And then you remember that, oh yeah, even the 13 seed in the Eastern Conference still has a Paolo Banchero and a Franz Wagner and a Wendell Carter Jr. and a Markelle Fultz. Like, there's just that much talent around the league now that it's tough to win every single night.
Which is what we wanted. And it's like what Kevin Durant. It's like what Kevin Durant said, man. You can't make NBA fans happy.
No, you can't.
You can give them everything that they ever asked for, then they're just gonna come up with something else that just makes them mad. It's just like, it's annoying. But us who are real fans of the game, enjoyers of basketball, we see this, we enjoy it. It gives us more points for conversation. And overall, like, this season's been fun because there's been so much change. There's been teams succeeding that we didn't see having this type of success this year. And it's just making for, a better season that we don't really know what's going to happen once we get to the playoffs.
Yeah,
Hey,
definitely.
If you guys have seen The Incredibles, what he say in that movie? If everybody's super and nobody is. And now it's like all these teams are this good and all these teams might actually have the ability to compete and win a championship. And everybody's like, oh, nobody's that good this year. Everybody's kind of No, they're just competitive. This is parity. This is no overwhelming favorite. This is the way I want it to be. I don't want to go into the playoffs and say, oh yeah, 4 games, 5 games, 5 games, 4 games. Like, I think it's so boring that there were years where, especially 2017 is going to be my prime example here, where the Eastern Conference playoffs were so pointless because the Cavs steamrolled everybody.
I had fun.
The Cavs steamrolled everybody. The stuff that the Celtics did on the side, like the series that didn't involve the Cavs and the Warriors were pretty decent. Like, the Celtics Bulls series, the Celtics and the Wizards. Those were some fun series. But the stuff with the Cavs and the Warriors was like, oh, they're just going to go absolutely body everybody. And it's like the Eastern Conference playoffs was a total waste of time because the Cavs are that dominant and then they just get bullied themselves. Like, who cares? Like, why do I was great in the moment, but looking back in retrospect, who cares that Kelly Olynyk had a career game to beat the Wizards? Yeah, maybe you, but then your team got dropped in 5 anyways. Really
Damn, when you put it like that, I mean, say the same thing about the Raptors.
Of course we can. We can say that
we can say that all
was great, but we still got ruined.
I just had to deflect on you guys.
We still traded DeMar for a reason after being the 1 seed.
Nah, but
yeah,
it's definitely
right.
more enjoyable now than it was in 2016, 2017. Hell, when LeBron was in the East in general, we all knew what the hell was going to happen.
Yeah.
Gonna get to the finals and get clapped. That's what was gonna happen.
Yeah, and we were all victims of his path to the finals.
Even Super Mario in the chat. I know he's trying to hide now, but nah. The Bulls were victims of LeBron too.
We all were, unfortunately. Although I'm right there with his Orlando take, because that's definitely a playoff team next year.
I saw that.
Glad someone else was right there in my pushing of the Magic narrative.
He did what in his cup? Sorry, I had to get that out there. But,
nah. Yeah, Magic playoffs, I can get behind that.
Yeah. I wanted to put them in this year and have them just on the outside looking in the 11 seed, which they still may do. So
if they keep
happy with that.
If they trade Markelle, I'm no longer a fan. I might have to become anti-Orlando Magic. Which is a shame because I really like that team. But if they trade Markelle, I don't know if I can back them anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they move off of him. I think long term, I'd be surprised if they hold on to him, Suggs, and Cole Anthony.
Yeah,
Someone's got to go, and Fultz in the last year of his deal could be the guy. There's no guarantee even two of those three stay. They could move off of someone and they bring in a Fred VanVleet. They look to trade in for someone else. Who knows? But at least for the bare minimum, Fultz has proven he's a point guard in the league, and that's going to remain the case, whether it's with Orlando or otherwise. Who knows? But good to see him have a good year where he's been relatively healthy this year.
Above average starter, man, which I just love to see, considering how his career has been. I mean, he basically, like, his rookie year was basically like a couple years ago, pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, his first 2 years were basically redshirt season. So it's just good to see him playing good basketball. If he does get traded, he'll go to a situation where he'll be welcomed with open arms and will be their point guard of the present.
Definitely. Good to see. Well, is it time to move along to our all rookie teams?
I forgot what we were even doing.
I
Yeah.
feel like every week, Tyrik, we're forgetting about some segment of the pod.
It's like we get 2 hours in, and I'm like, oh, we do have something else to do.
Here's the thing, Devin, is that once you get to a certain age, a certain stage in life, where you get that, your memory, it starts to go.
You know,
and for my senior citizen friend Tyrik, like his mind's not as sharp as mine is at 14.
Yeah, you see, I'm like 36 years old now, and like it's true. My memory is just starting to go downhill, man. I'm just not the same I was when I was like Gabe's age, 20 plus years ago.
Imagine the Blazers man up and trade Dame for Markelle, and we get Fultz, Simons, and Wemby in Portland. That would be crazy.
I would be a fan of
Dame for Markelle. What the hell is Dame doing?
Simons and Sharp. That'd be crazy. Dame and Orlando would be a good team.
That would accelerate them. That would accelerate them.
That is not for the timeline, bro. I don't want to see that.
Portland just traded for CJ with Zion and BI. Why can't Orlando trade for Dame with Paolo and Franz and Wendell?
I don't hate that, man. Trade, the Bulls picks.
I think that's
CJ's a complimentary piece, though. Dame is like the guy.
Trade the Bulls picks, trade John Isaac. Trade some future picks. Get Dame there. Go ahead and enjoy some real success in Orlando. They would probably jump right up into like an actual playoff team.
Real success.
Orlando hasn't been higher than a 7-8 seed since Dwight Howard left.
Are they getting out of the first round?
Gabe, have you ever even seen Dwight Howard in a Magic jersey? Like, did you know he played there? Probably not. That's how long.
That's the most disrespectful.
Man just originated Dwight Howard memories from his time with the Hawks.
That's the most disrespectful.
You don't even remember the Rockets days.
No. Just the Hawks.
I was out here talking about how the hell was he not NBA 75? Literally the best center in the league for like 8 straight years. And you want to sit here and look at me and say, do you know that he played for the Magic? Man, fuck you. That's crazy. That was the worst era of center basketball. It was him, and then it was DeMarcus Cousins with no competition, man.
Oh, that was
terrible times to watch, man. We are blessed these days.
Who was like the second best center in the league when Dwight Howard was at his peak?
Exactly.
Tyson Chandler?
Probably.
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Still Shaq?
That was like the power forward type of era.
Yeah, it was the power forward type of era for sure.
Duncan, Garnett, Amari Stoudemire.
Probably too early to start mentioning Pau Gasol, although maybe.
Pau around that time?
Like around the back end of Dwight's prime.
Yeah, Pau was still all-star around then, I think, for the most part.
He was winning titles in 2010.
Bynum had a stretch where Andrew Bynum had a stretch where he was, really good.
Yeah.
He had a couple year stretch.
Orlando hasn't been relevant since he knew Turkaloo.
Go to 2K card.
That's real shit, though. Like
2K legend.
That's real shit.
JJ Redick.
Orlando has been ass for years, and they just made a couple playoffs because the bottom of the East was that bad.
When they took game 1 against the Raptors, held Kyle Lowry to 0. I don't know, man.
It was asked that they barely they just snuck into the playoffs because the East was that fucking poor.
I think they were a 7 seed. They didn't even
East?
sneak in. The Pistons were the 8 seed. Like,
And
it
that
was
still
bad,
a poor.
bro.
That was still a poor ass 7 seed. Like that 7 seed
That was a really poor ass team. I mean, when DJ Augustine is your starting point guard in 2019, I mean, DJ Augustine had a fine NBA career, but man, he should
Motherfucker got
not
drafted
be.
in like 06.
He should not be a starting point guard on a playoff team in 2019. There's no shot.
Yeah, that team was
Landry,
that team
LSU
was like a
man.
13 seed in the West that year, man. Cannot lie.
Carl Landry was a bucket. I have not heard that name in so long. Super Mario. Carl Landry was that guy.
No doubt.
2K legend in my book.
2K legend, man. Always the 2K legends.
It's always the 2K legends. That's how I know all these colleges is just from 2K. For real. Being honest.
I can't believe you made your return on that.
Hey, it was the
we're still procrastinating on rookie teams, by the way.
Shout out to Dev for sharing the quiz with me. But that was that was the right way to return to YouTube, man. Just guess colleges for 25 minutes. It was fun. Had a good time.
Good. That was very impressive. We'll just say I was about community average on that poll, and you were much above the average, to say the least.
There's no way you got 34%, bro.
When I started, no. By the back end of it, I was about 31, 32.
Okay.
I also brought down the average a bit, so.
There were some on there that were like, I really had to think about like names that I haven't heard in such a long time. Like Kevin Martin, I have not heard the name Kevin Martin in years.
Yeah.
2K legend. Definitely. I think he had an amethyst one year.
Just a legend in general, man. Ugly jump shot, but he was.
I think he was on the token market when they started doing tokens in my team, man. That was crazy.
I think so, bro. Kevin Martin, yeah, that's a Kings legend right there, man. I think he averaged like 23 a game for them.
Yeah, that was crazy. To anyone who wants to check out Tyrik's new video, that link is in the chat here. If you want to tune in, return back to YouTube. Get the guy on the pod who absolutely decimates us at guessing colleges that NBA players went to, because Lord knows me and Gabe are on 2 different tiers for that one.
Hey, man, I had to say it so, man. We was having a conversation last week about all of us getting motivated to either return or start YouTube. So, I'm just waiting on Gabe. I know Dev has his plans. I'm just waiting on Gabe, man, because he was saying he was going to record it on Friday. He didn't. But I'm going to give him a break because I said I was going to record last week and I didn't until today. So I'm going to give Gabe a break, but I'm expecting the video by the end of this week.
Hey, man, it was WrestleMania week. I was acknowledging my tribal chief all week. But we'll do better, man. We will do better.
That's fair, man. Just waiting on the first video. I seen Devin's tweet and that made me so happy because I'm like, the guy is back, man. We're going to get some really dope videos from Dev soon, man. I'm excited.
Dev him is back.
I'm excited for the content, man.
We are definitely back in the mix. The first video back is currently in the editing phase, so we are well on our way. If probably not tomorrow, but within the next couple of days, the first one will be back for sure.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it.
Tis nice to be back. Let's finally address the last segment of the pod here before we dive too deep into the after show here. Let's get through these all rookie teams. Most notably, who gets left off this first all rookie team is going to be interesting because, in my opinion, there's been 6 rookies this year who've been separated a bit from the rest of the pack, and who gets left off of that is going to be a very interesting discussion. Of course, we have the guys that we mentioned in the Rookie of the Year conversation earlier, in Paolo Banchero and J-Dub. But there's a lot of really impressive rookies this year. And most notably, there's 6 that have been right at the top of the class that are going to be really tough to decide between for that 5th and 6th spot. Thankfully, all rookie teams, we do not have to worry about positions because otherwise that just becomes a whole other ordeal we have to deal with. Thankfully, that is not something that is relevant and thankfully won't be relevant to all NBA teams next year either. But I'll get your thoughts first, Gabe. Who is your all-rookie first team? And with that, we will find out, who is the omission from your all-rookie first team?
In no particular order. And I don't know how I feel about this omission because he's quietly been quite good. So, Paolo, Rookie of the Year pick, obvious. Jalen Williams, J-Dub, been maybe the best rookie in the second half of the season, arguably, but definitely the second best rookie this year. Keegan Murray, record-breaking season, starting piece on this Kings team that we've shown so much love to throughout this episode. Ben Mathurin, really strong start to the season, one of the highest peaks of any rookie this year. And the rookie wall is just a huge thing. So I still wanted to show him his love, even though he burned out a little bit. You know, as a rookie, I do give a little bit of grace for that, and I've seen a lot of great things out of him this season. So I did want to give him that nod, which brings me down to what I assume would be everybody's final two of either Walker Kessler or Jaden Ivey. And both guys have been quite good in their roles. Jaden Ivey as a guard on a team that's missing their other star guard, Cade Cunningham, for the entire season. He stepped up and put up some solid numbers this season despite maybe a lack of team success, but some bigs have done some really good things on this roster with him as the guard kind of guiding them along. And on the other end, you have Walker Kessler, who's been a big that's come in and out of nowhere been one of the best rim protectors, dare I say, in the league. And I gave it to Walker Kessler. And Jaden Ivey has been so good. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if one of you guys had both of them and cut Ben Mathurin. I do think all of them are very strong and they have their own cases. And I can see why you would take that kind of he hit the rookie wall and have that bump Ben Mathurin down. Jaden Ivey's been sneaky, man. He's been sneaky good. I feel like he's not talked about enough, which is why, honestly, I'm probably showing him the most love out of anybody, despite the fact that he didn't make my first team. But Big Ten legend. I think this Pistons team is really going to ramp it up next year. I had them as a 10 seed this year, but the Cade injury kind of derailed that. We're not going to mention the fact that they were bad before that as well. But I expected them to start slow anyways and then ramp it up. So things were going not too off my plans before the Cade injury. But regardless, staying on Jaden Ivey, so much potential, so much upside, and we've seen a lot of promise from him. I expect great things in his future. I'm sorry that I had to omit him from my first team. But Walker Kessler has been incredible on the defensive side of the ball, man. He's him and Lowry are like that front court duo that make you still want to watch Jazz basketball. If it wasn't for them, I don't know if anybody's watching that team this late into the year.
He's helped Kelly Olynyk be playable this season. Like he's been really
Very
good.
true.
Yeah, I hate to say it, I got the same first team, and leaving Ivy off hurt my soul because I love Jaden Ivey, and he's been so good, especially the back half of the season. But you know, like Devin said, man, 6 guys have really separated themselves, but there's only 5 spots. I'm kind of similar to a little bit of Jalen Green last season, like really got better as the season went on. But it's a tough cut, man. It's a very tough cut. But we'll go with Ivy. He's got a bright future. The Pistons have a bright future. But all the reasons that Gabe mentioned, I mean, Paolo, J-Dub are easy. I didn't really have too much debate with Ben Mathurin, even though he's definitely slowed down. His first 40 or so games, he was so good. He was averaging like 18 a game, I think, for that stretch. Like, he was so good. And hitting a rookie wall, it's going to happen at some point in the season. His just happened while other guys got through theirs, and we're starting to really push their cases to make all rookie. Walker Kessler, we just mentioned how good he's been defensively, just holding down the paint, averaging over 2 blocks a game as a rookie is so impressive. And Keegan Murray, might not be the sexy pick, because his numbers don't really pop off the page like a Jaden Ivey, but his role on a playoff team, on a top 3 team in the Western Conference, has been so integral. I mean, he really spaces the floor, set a rookie record that was set by Donovan Mitchell for 3-pointers made. He's been so good, really on both ends of the floor, man. I've been very impressed with Keegan Murray, and he was, not the flashy pick that maybe a Jaden Ivey would have been, but he was the right pick for the Kings, and he's fit in even better than what I thought he would with this roster.
Definitely the right pick for the Kings, and like you say, even though his numbers don't jump off the page, he has been such a good 3-point shooter, such a good spacer, and he's improved a lot defensively over the course of the year as well. There was times earlier on in the year where it was a little bit more inconsistent, which is nothing to be surprised by or disappointed by from a rookie, but he's been a lot more consistent and a lot more effective on that end throughout the course of the season. Paolo and J-Dub, of course, are comfortably on this all-rookie first team for me as well, alongside Keegan Murray. I do have Jaden Ivey. He is on my all-rookie first team. I do have to have the different pick. I guess I just had to duplicate it in this video. But Ivy has been too good for me to leave him off. And when I look at his game, the scoring has been expected. The athleticism has been expected. The big thing for me that's pushed him over the top to get him on this all-rookie first team and that has been a pleasant surprise for me this year is just how effective he's been from a playmaking and a passing standpoint. And part of that has been forced onto him because Cade has been injured the majority of the season, and he wasn't expected to have this type of passing and playmaking and creation for the offense on his shoulders. Maybe his own individual shot creation at times, but he's been a primary facilitator for this offense at times for a decent chunk of the season. And he's shown that throughout the course of the year and continue to improve throughout the course of the year that if Cade's out or if he's running a second unit without Cade on the floor, he can be a guy who can run your offense a bit and can be a solid facilitator. Turnovers will still have to be something that gets worked on at times, but for a rookie guard who's not a natural point guard, who plays with such speed and strength and athleticism, that's something that's just going to come with more time and experience in the league. So I had to put Jaden Ivey here. Walker Kessler was number 5. Ben Mathurin was the guy I left off. Walker Kessler has been too impactful defensively for me to leave him off. He's also been extremely efficient around the rim, especially for a rookie to be as comfortable finishing around the rim, dealing with the contact and the size and the strength of the NBA. He's been very comfortable there as well. And we know how much I love a good rim protecting, solid defensive big. It's no different with Walker Kessler. Utah have more than comfortably replaced Rudy Gobert here and Walker Kessler. He's going to do the job very well for them for a very long time as part of their next rebuild and retool with him and Lauri Markkanen moving forward. He's been so impactful on the defensive end, and because of that, I had to give him here. Ben Mathurin, great season. His tailing off over the back half of the year has certainly hurt him, and given the fact that he has been tailing off and Jaden Ivey has continued to play so well, that did hurt him here. You could flip a coin. I literally flipped them 5 minutes ago. They both are deserving of all rookie first team, as all of these top 6 guys are, because they are the top 6 rookies in this class, and I don't think there's much of a debate on anyone else being in that top 6. But Ben Mathurin, unfortunately, had to be the odd man out, but that's no knock on him. He was the 6th overall pick, so he's falling in right where he should be. But he's had a great rookie year and is certainly going to be a core part of the Pacers' future alongside Halliburton in the backcourt.
Don't hate it, man. You know, Ivy's been damn good, especially like the last month. I mean, he's averaging like well over 20 points a game for, at least he was for a decent stretch. At least I think when the last rookie ladder came out. So, you know, shout out to, you know, Jaden Ivey. I agree with, you know, Super Mario, man. I mean, Detroit on a good pace. Cade's going to be back. People thought Cade was going to take a big jump this season. I can only imagine with, you know, basically a year, a redshirt year to just rehab, get better. I can only imagine what he's going to jump into next year. So him and Ivy together, I mean, they're going to be wreaking havoc for years and years to come.
Yeah, man, looking at these top 6 guys, I do think that beyond Paolo, like Jaden Ivey may have the highest chance to be a future All-Star, which is crazy to say because he's going to be next to Cade, but just due to the nature of him being a guard and showing the flashes of things he's capable of, it's really close between him and J-Dub of like who could end up being better when it's all said and done, like whose peak could really be better. So, you know, I think he can handle not being on rookie team because at the end of the day, I don't want to look at Jaden Ivey's career resume and say, oh, his best accolade was that he made all rookie first team Now, I want to see this guy be on those first 3 teams at least at some point in his career, or maybe an all-star team, maybe that level, but not to All-NBA, but somewhere around there. I
Possible.
think he has bright things in his future.
Possible. I'll run through my second team real quick. Preface: Mark Williams would be here if the Hornets decided to play him earlier than the last couple months. But
So real,
so impactful, one of the more impactful rookies. But obviously Ivy would be the first guy. Then Jabari, I can't understate Jabari Smith. He had such a tough start to the season. Been a lot better, over the last month and a half or so. Been a lot better. So shout out to him. He would still make all rookie for me. Jalen Duren. I went with Tari Eason. I feel like he's had a very under the radar, very solid rookie year. And then Jeremy Sohan. He's had some big games. Really, I think his improvement just as like a free throw shooter over the course of the season. It's him looking like a comfortable offensive player, which is not something I saw when he was in college last year at Baylor. Just very impressive, man. And the Spurs really made a very good pick with him, and he's in the perfect spot to develop because we know how the Spurs are with developing talent, especially on the offensive side of the floor. And I just love his defense's intensity. Definitely has had a very good rookie year.
Yeah, on my end, I got a very similar list to you. Obviously, my first guy is going to be Jaden Ivey as well because he did not make my first team. And then Jabari's really ramped it up. He's looked better. I also matched you with Jalen Duren. I think he's come in and really been a bright spot for Detroit. That center room looks really young and really bright for them. It's a lot of really good things to look at there. I've got Tari Eason on the list. Been one of the bright spots on a team that hasn't had too many of those this year. Often not very highly regarded by any metric. And then my last spot, I considered Jeremy Sohan, but I ended up going with Shaedon Sharpe. I think Sohan, his games played is a little low, and there's a lot of guys that deserve the nod. So I think he's shown some flashes that have made Blazers fans really excited about his future. While maybe not the most consistent player in the world, he's, at least from an availability standpoint, been really consistent. And some people are saying it might be time to move off Dame and go with him and Simons as the future. So, I mean,
It is.
giving you that sort of any guy that's giving you that sort of conversations is a guy who I think gives you some reason to be excited.
I like it, man. I like it.
Definitely some good shouts. I, of course, also have Ben Mathurin as my first guy on the list. He was the one guy I missed out on my first team. Jalen Duren and Jabari Smith were the no-brainers, the ones you didn't really have to think too hard about here. They were comfortably going to be all rookie second team. Like you guys both alluded to, Jabari Smith's been better in the second half. Obviously hasn't quite lived up to expectations, but he still had a solid rookie season. And Jalen Duren has been really impactful with the Pistons. A little bit disappointed that Wiseman just was given the starting job when he arrived. Not that their minutes have been too incomparable, but I feel like Duren kind of earned that job. But nonetheless, he's been very productive. I had Jeremy Sohan as well on this list. I loved him coming into the draft. I mean, it's no surprise with me. I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's a guy on the wing who can defend really well. And we know how I feel about defense. And the most enticing and impressive thing to me as a prospect moving forward is the fact that, like you mentioned, Tyrik, he has improved so much offensively this year already. I mean, he's gone from a guy who at the start of the year was terrible from the line, didn't look comfortable offensively, and got to the point where over the last 3 months, he's shot over 75% from the line and has dropped a 30-piece and a 29-piece. I mean, he looks so much more comfortable offensively. Of course, there's still improvements to be had there. He still needs to improve a bit as a three-point shooter in an ideal world. But for someone who has as much physical talent defensively, defensive intensity, and has already shown that he can improve so much offensively, there's still lots of room for improvement there. And his rookie season was very impressive. And I ended up being the only guy here to leave off Tari Eason. It was between him and Shaedon Sharpe here for this last pick, and recency bias could certainly be playing a part. But he has been really good down the stretch for Portland, but he's been really good throughout the entire season. And for a guy who basically didn't have a college year to hold up to an entire NBA season as well as he has and be so available has been very impressive. He's also been very efficient in his role, and he's showing now, especially towards the back half of the year, but even in spurts throughout the season when he's actually got some looks on a regular basis and got involved as more than just a truly complementary piece in the offense, that he can get his own bucket and he's going to be a really valuable piece for the Trailblazers moving forward. Let's hope that is as a part of a rebuild very soon and he gets to be unleashed a little bit more. But irregardless, Shaedon Sharpe's had a great year and should have a very good future ahead of him either way.
Trade Damian Lillard, please. I'm begging you, please. Against his will, I don't care. Trade him.
That's all I have to say. But yeah, Shaedon Sharpe. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the fact that he didn't have a college year to actually play basketball. The fact that he's even had the success that he has so far is very impressive, man. Definitely a bright future. That's why he was one of the top prospects going into the draft. It was just the unknown of him, not playing at Kentucky that really probably scared teams off a little bit. But Portland definitely got a little bit of a steal. I think somebody that has really big potential to maybe be an all-star someday. So hopefully they trade Dame so we can see a little more of that Anthony Simons, Shaedon Sharpe, backcourt, and whatever else they decide to do if they get pieces back for Dame. So trade Dame.
Hey man, the last time all I'm saying is last time Portland was in a situation like this, man, they had Damian Lillard and they traded a bunch of guys around him, and then all of a sudden this other young guard named CJ McCollum just flourished out of nowhere. So maybe this time they got Simons. They trade a bunch of the older guys
out of there.
And then a young guard named Shaedon Sharpe flourishes next to him. And just saying.
Them being bad with just young pieces would be the best thing to happen to that franchise probably since Bill Walton. If we're being
Bill Walton is wild.
I mean, that's
is like a shot away from the finals in like 2000. That's the crazy.
I mean, that's the only time they won a championship. So that would be the best thing to happen to them since, man, because they just need a really fresh slate, and they have it right there. Like they have all the makings to just hit that reset button, and then it's like, damn, we already got our young guy in Anthony Simons, who we've locked up for I think the next 4 seasons. With this being the first of a 5-year deal. Shaedon Sharpe, you guys just talked about him, how good he's been, especially down the stretch when Dame's been out. And then the pieces that you can get back for Dame, who just had a career year, you're going to get pieces back. I mean, I don't know. It seems almost too obvious, what they have to do, what they need to do. But, it's Portland, so I guess expect them to stick to being below mid for, the next few years.
Yeah, it is frustrating, especially when we've seen teams like the Pistons, who moved off of nothing of value, essentially kickstarted a rebuild with a Luke Kennard trade, and still figured out that they needed to rebuild. A Pacers team that, even though we were begging for them to rebuild for a long time, were at least better than what the Portland Trailblazers have been over the last couple of years, and they have now obviously decided that they need to retool. Portland are in that scenario, like you say, where they're in such a good spot to have such a quick and efficient rebuild. They'd be in such a good spot to be a really good team in a few years. And they've just accepted that apparently they'd rather be a 13 seed that wants to compete instead of a 13 or 14 seed that's actually trying to get better within a couple of years. And it's frustrating to see because, I mean, there's a lot of teams now that right around when we started talking about they should probably move off Dame a couple of years ago, it's around when Orlando did it. They're on their way up. They might be a postseason team next year. Detroit are on their way up. And they started with nothing. And even though it's been a rough year this year, they are starting to add that talent and look like they are going to be an improving team over the next few years. OKC started rebuilding a few years ago around that same time. They might be a playing team this year. They are comfortably better than the Portland Trailblazers. It still is evident that it works. They just don't seem to want to do it at all.
Yeah, they probably could have got like a Jaylen Brown a couple summers ago, or somebody of that caliber. Now, I don't know if I would make that trade, honestly, unless the Celtics underperform or something like that. But, his value is only, even though he's coming off of his best season, he's getting older. His value is only going to continue to decline just because of age and, injury risk and stuff like that. So, now is the best time to get something on their investment, because they wait and try until next summer, I mean, you never know what can happen. Dame might, you might see a regression next year, and then he's not worth nearly as much as you could have gotten last summer, the summer before, even this summer. So, if there's any time to do it, now might be the last best opportunity for them.
Definitely could be. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hopefully we see it, but I'm not hopeful. I'm definitely not hopeful
at all, man. They'll probably trade fucking their pick and Shaden Sharp for a mid all-star or some shit like that, man. Like,
well, they got to replace Jeremy Grant,
right?
So.
It's getting ridiculous, man. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous, man.
I need that franchise, and I love Dame. I love CJ. Well, still love CJ, but when he was there, obviously. But man, it's like they were a fun mid-team. Like when they were, making it between a 3 and a 6 seed every year. They were fun. They were always a fun team to watch the playoffs, but they ain't even been in the playoffs since the bubble. Or no, they made it 1 year after the bubble, but like they've just been bad since. So like, it's just frustrating, man. Gabe is a professor of purgatory, and Portland is currently in that position more than anything. So,
self-inflicted.
I feel like Gabe should be more worked up than I am, but I think Gabe just understands, like, this is the Blazers. This is what they do. They're obsessed with purgatory.
Yeah, because, at least for Portland, it's a conscious decision to where they are not locked in to this future. They're not stuck in purgatory. They are taking residence there. They're taking residence there by choice. They're paying rent. They're like law abiding. It's not like it's like a jail cell purgatory. It's literally like they want to be there, and
Yeah, it's like
when it comes to the Wizards, like the Wizards. I'm not talking about the Wizards. We're done talking about the Wizards. We decided last week we're done talking about the Wizards.
No Wizards. We don't know who the Wizards are. Unless you're talking about the ones in Hogwarts, I don't know who they are.
He's real, honestly. That's a great take. Great take. See, like Miami is kind of locked on some poor contracts, and I don't know with what Miami has right now, asset wise. I don't know how much better they can get. Portland can choose a direction very quickly and very well. I think it'd be really weird and kind of hard for Miami to like kickstart a good rebuild right now. And I don't see them getting better either. I don't really see their positioning changing from where it is now. I don't know how many moves like even Atlanta can make to really change their positioning of where they're at right now. But Portland can choose a direction very quickly with like one trade.
Yeah, at least Miami, like they made the finals, they made a couple conference finals, and they tried to make moves. They're like Kyle Lowry at the time, most people thought good move, might have been a lot of money, but you're trying to win now. So it's like, they tried to make moves, maybe absent of the last like year, but Portland is just like, we'll go get Jeremy Grant. And Jeremy Grant's a good player, but does that move the needle that much? No. It's it's like they have the chance to win the lottery, but they're content with staying in the hood. And it's like, why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to your family? Just go ahead, move out the hood, move on up, man. Fresh start, fresh slate, new people, new energy. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating, and it seems like Super Mario Hoops is right there with us. It's a frustrating situation, and it seems to be the off-season talk every year. And unfortunately, I'm no more hopeful this year than I have been in past years.
I think it's worse, man. I think it's worse. Unless they fully commit to, wanting to rebuild, then we might have to put them on that list of just teams that we don't talk about. Unless Dame scores 80 or something like that. But other than that, no, we're not talking about it.
There's a way out. As long as there's a way out, I don't know, man. Like, there is some teams that actually there is no way out. I think the Bulls are stuck where they are. I think they're stuck. I think that's the Chicago Bulls personally for the next couple of years.
They're not in a great spot. I'll say that much.
I think Portland's in a better spot. I don't even think Portland's in like a bottom 5 spot because they have
are
the full ability
yeah.
to kick off a rebuild, get a ton of assets, and be in a really good position with 2 young, like high ceiling guards instantly.
That's the only reason why they're in a better spot, but they got to choose to want better for themselves. The Bulls don't really have a damn choice, but DeMar, Levine, and what they have for right now is good enough to at least compete for the play-in. Dame is good enough to get
That's
you.
Sad. That's sad, bro. Compete for the play-in. That's
sad, but
that's sad.
It's sad, but keeping Dame on the roster is good enough to get you 35 wins and eliminate your chance of getting a high draft pick, at least diminishing those odds drastically. And you're more likely to be, picking around 7 or 8 like they just were last year.
5th worst team in basketball now, by the way.
Yeah, I don't see them jumping up, man. I don't think the odds are in their favor.
Unless somebody else jumps up, they'll have a top 5 pick, though.
Knowing Portland, they might fall in the odds.
I wonder who jumps then. It's Washington, man.
No.
Washington's getting Wemby, so we have to talk about them.
Orlando.
Nah, no shot. No shot. Well, apparently Super Mario wants Wemby in Indiana, so
I wouldn't hate that.
Biased take.
Wemby and Tyrese would be quite the duo.
I hate that. I was talking to my dad earlier. I think San Antonio. I don't know why. He just seems like a Spur.
Yeah, he does. He definitely seems like a Spur. I don't know why, but
maybe that's.
I know why. It's because he's not from the United States. Maybe. He seems like he's a Spur. The Mavericks are a little bit too good. If you're from a foreign country, you feel like you're playing in Texas.
I also feel like I just want him on the Spurs because I don't love how the Rockets look currently. The Pistons have a ton of front court guys.
I hate the Rockets. Their fans annoy me too. I don't. Some of their fan base annoys me. Like, why am I seeing Jaylen Brown photoshopped into Rockets jerseys?
It's just not happening.
Like, if Jaylen Brown,
what do the Celtics want from the Rockets?
If Jaylen Brown ends up on the Rockets, I will buy a Jaylen Brown Rockets jersey. I will keep my word on that. But that's just how confident I am in that not happening.
No, there's no shot. There's no
what
shot.
Would the Rockets?
That trade doesn't work.
Contractually doesn't work. Assets doesn't work. Unless Jaylen Brown says, I want to go to the fucking Rockets, which is not going to happen.
That might be the wildest trade request ever if that ever happened. But yeah, like the amount of contracts they would have to throw together, like it would be like Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Jayshawn Tate, Boban, and actually KPJ would have to be in the trade because his extension would kick in. But even still, it'd still be like KPJ and Jalen Green and Jabari and Jayshawn.
I would rather just let JB walk. I would let him walk, bro. I don't want that shit, man. I'm sorry.
For real though, like
unless y'all throwing in half of your pick equity, then no. Let him walk.
All due respect to that Rockets roster, if JB's on that team this year, they're still nowhere near the play-in. And why is a title contending team making that trade? It's just
if he left the Celtics, I fear he's a Sacramento King.
I wouldn't hate that.
The Kings just trade away some picks and a bunch of depth pieces, and
apparently
all of a sudden
he's an Atlanta Hawk, and John Collins is the piece that's going to entice himself.
John Collins could not entice you to trade for like anybody, bro.
John Collins at the 3, Horford at the 4, and Time Lord at the 5. That would be quite the lineup.
John Collins for literally like plumb straight up, and
the rim protection is going to be crazy.
Saying no.
Yeah. I agree though, Super Mario. Pat Bev is the savior of the Bulls. I've been saying that since the trade happened.
Yeah, he's definitely been helping. That defense been a lot better. But yeah, I'm right with you there, Super Mario, for the Rockets. Like, it's frustrating because there's a lot of these teams who started their rebuild around the same time, and the Rockets kickstarted their rebuild with the James Harden trade, and they don't look any better, and if anything, they look worse than teams that started around the same time, like Detroit, like Orlando. Orlando started a little bit before, but they look like arguably the worst of those rebuilding teams, and they should be in the best position considering they had the highest valued player to move off of. Problem was they just got nothing but picks for him,
And I
which
feel
was
like
their problem.
on paper they drafted well. Like I feel like after every draft the last couple of years, like the Rockets has been one of my top winners because I'm just like I feel like they did their thing. But I feel like it goes back to how we talked about culture. Their culture's just shot. It's just so bad there right now. It's been bad since the day James Harden requested out. I don't know what needs to change. It's unfortunate. Like I've been seeing reports about them thinking about their next head coach, and it's like, damn, they haven't fired Stephen Silas. Yeah, he's still here. That's just how bad that organization is, man. It's like a lot needs to change. Just more than just the players that are there. They just need a lot of just organizational overhaul, and that probably starts with Stephen Silas, and who knows what else it leads to. But some shit has to change there because like you said, they had the best player to move off of. They got the picks back. It looked like they drafted well at the time. Like there's young talent there. It's just about getting those guys situated and unlocking their full potentials together.
Weird spot. Very weird spot.
They're frustrating. How far are they from being like purgatory, Gabe, or just are they?
They're not close to being purgatory because
they
have
close to
all their
basketball
picks.
hell at all?
No, because I feel like basketball hell. Like when the Kings were basketball hell, it was because the Kings were picking like 6 or 7 every year and missing over and over. Like the Rockets can acquire a fair amount of talent, and they're also getting like top 3 picks every year, not like pick 7 or 8. Like they're not in the bottom half of the top 10, which means eventually I think they'll acquire enough talent to where it will do something for them, or at least like force the front office to say like, hey, here's a guy that we need to take advantage of having. Whereas like those teams that are perennial 11 seeds, or even like back in the pre-play-in days, like perennial 10-9 seeds, is like you're done. Like the Charlotte Hornets with Kemba Walker, their pick was never good enough to get better, but they were never good enough to contend for anything. It was just over. The Rockets would be able to acquire some really high-end talent.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. At least they're bad enough to the point that they should be able to figure it out. I mean, at that point, all you can do is hope that they get the fit right and the coaching gets it done to put it all together, because they've got some solid talent there. They'll have more talent there this year, but they just got to put the pieces in the right places, and they're going to, after now having Jalen Green, Jabari, and another top pick this year, throw Sengun in the mix, throw Terry Eason in the mix. There's a lot of good young players there. They just got to start putting it together.
If I'm Wemby, I'm pulling an Eli Manning, man. If the Rockets get the number 1 pick, I'm saying do not take me. I'm not going. We do not want to see it. I'm not showing up.
That would be really crazy. I wouldn't blame him though, man, unless they get a really solid head coach. I saw the names that they were looking at. I think the best guy that I thought would work for them was Kenny Atkinson. I think he's
the guy with any young team, man.
Yeah, but I mean, he took the job with the Hornets, but then last second decided not to. Like you said, any young team needs a Kenny Atkinson, man. I think the other guys they were looking at was Freak Vogel. I think Ime, and I said no Ime. He's bringing baggage already, man. So you don't need to add any more.
It's perfect.
Yeah, if you want the fucking team to explode.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what you need to bring into a locker room with a bunch of young 20-year-olds, but
yeah, So give me Kenny Atkinson, man. Give me Kenny.
The team I'm surprisingly not low on. I think we talked about it last week, but shout out to Charlotte. Shout out to Charlotte. They've turned it around from me being the utmost hater to me being like, you know what? I see the vision enough.
The Mark Williams effect.
Yeah.
Change your opinions.
Definitely. Mark Williams been good. PJ Washington's been playing decent as well, which has helped. So when you consider the fact that LaMelo's missed the vast majority of the season, I don't want to be too harsh on them because I have liked the way they've played, but they will be at least better next year. I still don't know if I see the vision how they're more than a playing team, but they'll at least be better than they were this year. Where they go from there remains to be seen, but if nothing else, they get a chance to get another really high draft pick this year, and maybe that's enough to get them over the hump.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Splash Bandicoot had a 26 piece on the Hornets the other day against the Raptors. Revenge game, man.
Sweet,
That's what I'm
man.
saying,
He
man.
been cool, man. He been all right for them. Been all
Yeah,
right.
he has.
What school did he go to?
I'm not giving you an answer.
Y'all didn't
You can
watch,
give me
No
17 hints, and I'm
y'all
not.
didn't watch the video, man. He's a Kansas Jayhawk.
I watched the video. That don't mean I remember it.
There was 200 names that I discussed today.
If you're a Kansas Jayhawk and your name is not like Wilt Chamberlain, Joel Embiid, or Andrew Wiggins, I feel
Kelly
maybe
Oubre.
Actually, Paul Pierce is
Frank
a Kansas
Mason?
Jayhawk.
Yeah, Paul
I don't know why that's the name I remember. But
Frank Mason and Devontae Graham.
Damn, Pierce was a Kansas Jayhawk.
Kansas has some legends. That's some legends, man.
Thought of a Charlotte team that could have LaMelo, Wemby, and DeRozan, and would have brought back Miles Bridges. Yeah, that would have been a crazy team. That would have
LaMelo,
been a
Wemby,
crazy
DeRozan
team.
is absurd.
To be fair, if Miles Bridges was a good human being and was still on that team, already they'd be a very scary team. But
Dude was improving every season. 20 last year, so
that was my guy until he very abruptly was not my guy.
same. Big Miles Bridges guy until I was not.
All-time bag fumbler.
He's up there.
Bag fumbler, indeed.
He's up there.
He is definitely up there.
Him and child support champion PJ Washington are. Whew.
I mean, Dennis Schroeder still might be the worst for me, man. Dude went from 84 M's to making fit men's.
He sued his agent, bro. That might be. Nerlens Noel is up there for a bag fumble.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah, there's some tough ones out there. No doubt about it.
At least those are based on basketball, though.
He said, I guess the team had other plans. Yeah.
More, that's not good for PR, man. Not good for PR.
No doubt.
That's like when Ime was suspended, and then all of a sudden, Joe Mazzulla, the coach who stepped up, he's just a guy now.
I remember when the Ime news broke. I thought
Is
we
Boston.
I thought we were
Joe Mazzulla is Boston. It's a perfect.
Yeah, that's my guy. He's more blunt than Ime was. That's my dude. Spreewell did fumble the bag. I forgot about that.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Shout out to the all-time bag chasers, though, man. Josh Smith, all-time bag chaser, man. He was getting
different sport, but Ken Griffey Jr. is still the fourth highest paid player on the Cincinnati Reds this season. That lives rent-free in my head.
That's
as a
crazy.
Cincinnatian.
That is crazy.
I don't know the one dude that played for the Mets and he was like still getting paid like $1 million a year. I think last summer was his last, little $1 million payment.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
all-time bag chaser, man. He was getting paid that for like 25 years. That is all-time bag chasing.
Yeah,
Carmelo's an all-time bag chaser, man. He could have won a ring with D Rose. He took the money.
Unapologetically a bag chaser too, man. I respect it. I respect the hell out of it, man. That's why I ain't mad at Bradley Beal, man. I'm like, fuck it, bro.
For real.
You get paid $250.
Nah, bro. I'm mad. You want to get NBA franchise hostage for 5
Hey, they offered him the contract, man.
That franchise is holding themselves hostage. That's some self-sabotage right there.
At the very least, I'm not doing it. I'm not talking about the Wizards, man.
Super Mario said, I forgot about Oladipo. Could have had 112 and signed for 2.3. That's bad.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
That's
basically max money, man. Oof, that hurts.
Yeah, that was some very unfortunate circumstances that led to that one.
That
Yeah,
would be a
Lou Aldang was still getting paid up until last year too, which is pretty
Yep.
crazy.
Wall, Josh Smith. Whew, there's some guys, man, that are all-time bag chasers, man, finessers, and I love it. Finesse these billionaires out of their money, man. I love it.
No doubt. No doubt.
Nothing quite like it, man. There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah.
Now, if they want to give me just like 0.1% of that so I can get this rent paid, hey,
Man, I will scrub the floors of the locker rooms for a fraction of what the lowest paid player on an NBA roster makes.
with a toothbrush. With a toothbrush.
Yes. After every home game, I'll do it.
I will be there no matter what.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. We didn't even need Jeopardy this time. Back to 3 hours of strictly basketball talk. We're back.
God.
We're back.
What do we? I feel like last week we had just a random after show where we was talking about some just
Yeah,
random
well,
shit.
last week was about an hour and a half after show talking about our YouTube plans. So it was it was
for like
it was a
5
heavy one
hours.
last week. It was a 4 hour and 52 minute pod last week, which was an hour longer than any pod had previously gone, which was the week before at 3 hours and 50 minutes. So
I wasn't in class on time the day after that, bro. And the class was a Zoom call. It was a Zoom class, and I was late.
I think I went to sleep at like 5
that morning, basically.
yeah. And we didn't end much before that. So
Reek told me I got a max tomorrow.
Yeah.
I might not be in class tomorrow. My head might be on the pillow until it's
We
time
do
to
got
live.
max day, and then after that, I got my trivia showdown, man. You know, at the late slot, man, 9 p.m. Whew, you know,
Super Mario don't want to see me on trivia, man.
bro,
I'm nasty.
he had such a good question for me last time. Like I was kind of mad I didn't get it, but in hindsight, I'm like, it was tough. It was a very tough one. A player that I hadn't thought of in a very long time.
He said, "You better be ready, Reeks." He don't want me. He don't want me. I would break the system.
I'm glad that I think better like later on in the day too. I mean, last week it was a gloomy day. You know, middle of the day I had a busy morning. I don't think my head was in the game, but I did enough to get the job done. That's all that matters, man. I'm the defending champ, so it's like, you know, the expectation is set very high for me, even though I was, you know, a mid seed. So, you know, I'm gonna come back with a better game, you know, tomorrow, and I'm gonna try and knock this out the park, you know, within the first, you know, 7 questions. You know, hopefully my opponent didn't, you know, get it in 5 questions or anything like some people have.
I don't know, man. The streets are saying that Devin is looking like the Nuggets out here, man. The 1 seed, he lost to me in 3-point weekly Jeopardy. Then
Oh man,
lost as the 1 seed in the trivia showdown. What? This is an all time bag fumble right here, man.
see, the problem is I was ordained a 1 seed off of 1 performance, whereas the Nuggets have been ordained a 1 seed after nearly an 82 game season. They had a little bit of reputation on them. I was ordained a 1 seed off of a very small sample size, and it would appear that I may have been overseeded just a little bit.
Hey, he was looking like the 2015 Hawks, man. No way.
great regular season,
This is
underperforming.
absurd. This is absurd. I fear it may be the Devin revenge game when he goes against me next time.
I was just upset because it's like me and Dev were on the same side of the bracket, so I'm like, you know, 3-point weekly meeting for a chance to win it. Man, ooh. Yeah, it was tough.
Fumbled the bag. Fumbled the bag. I did get a pretty hard question. This is true, but to be fair to myself in that Super Mario, I did guess a Euro, and that was my number 1 go-to when I was playing, and a spin move was my second go-to, and it did not come to my mind. So I should have had that one. I definitely should have had that one.
What was the question?
I'll admit that. Well, you don't get a question. You just have to ask questions that are yes or no answers, and then guess it. It could be active player, former player, team, coach, or a like a basketball move. The move was a spin move, and I did not get that in time.
I don't even know how I would approach that. I've been trying to like game plan
Yeah.
for it because I know it's on the way. So I'm just
Yeah,
like,
I did not have a game plan for it, and it definitely did not go well.
you see, last time I thought he was gonna go coach because he gave me player in the first round. It was player again, but it was a guy that was somewhat recently active, but not like super recent. So it was tough.
Yeah. Those
It's
ones
so
can be
tough.
tough. Those ones can be tough.
But I asked a very good question at the end, which helped me in like the tie-breaking questions.
No, okay, yes.
Yeah, it was like how many teams did this guy play on? And one of my questions was, did he play for more than 3 teams?
Mm.
The answer was no. And I think he told me the player after I didn't get it. And then one of the questions was, how many teams did he play on? And I'm like, oh, it's only 3.
Yes, yeah. It's a W.
I see. Okay. Interesting. See, maybe one day I'll be valid enough to get in on this action. But until then, we will focus on grinding to see.
Hey man, you
man's
gotta prove yourself next week, bro. You gotta prove it
For
to
real.
them. You're worthy.
For real.
And you gotta drop a YouTube video, man. You gotta show that you're a content creator.
Hey, man,
That is facts.
I'm on plenty of content, man.
You are a
it's not
content
fair.
creator, but you need to show that you're a content trainer yourself, man. You're not just a part of our journey.
Hey man, listen, I do have solo content that exists. It does just happen to be on Spotify
It's music, it's content.
as music. I don't have any video content released myself, but technically I have created content in the past in a different format.
That's fair.
That's all I'm saying, man. I do exist.
Hey, Super Mario said the next tournament, all 3-point weekly will be included. So I like that, man. We gotta win it.
With the goat emoji. Imagine if I feel like knowing us, somehow the final 4 would be like 3 out of us 4, and then we'd all lose.
Man, we might just have to retire if that happens.
Speak for yourself. I will not let us go out like that. I will not let us go out like that, man.
Hey, listen, because somehow, if I'm ever in any tournament ever, I need to get matched up against Reek, because if I go out, it's the rivalry of the century, bro.
Is it a rivalry? Let's be honest. It's 2-0, and none of those games have been close.
I got more of a rivalry right now, and that's still with an L. I'd argue.
Yeah, Dev was within a question.
I was within a question in a game that was heavily disputed. That's cause for a game that needs to be reseen for something that can brew into a rivalry.
That rematch has to be had, man. 'Cause I'm not even comfortable having that win on my resume, man. I feel like it was a Mickey Mouse win, man. I'm not.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is, y'all can hate all you want, but as far as what was the most entertaining content, I fear I may have you. I may have you, man. There was
For
some
what?
great. There was some great.
You being the host.
There was some great moments in that episode.
I guess.
There was some great moments. I think we created lasting, lifelong memories because of the questions that I asked you.
You know what's better though? Me being 2-0 against you. That's sweet. I love
It's
that.
crazy, bro, because it's not even a podcast bit. It's just every time this dude sees me, he's got to be the utmost hater. Like, one day I'll be able to receive love. One day I'll be able to receive
haters, so I
love.
gotta keep that character off the pod too.
One day I'll be able to receive love from Reek, but until that day comes,
If you can beat me in a game of Jeopardy, I'll give you credit.
You're absurd, bro.
I'll
You're
give
absurd.
you credit, man. I will give you credit. Until then, nah.
Hey,
Okay.
man, it's all right.
Or if
I
you can
understand.
bench 225, I'll give you credit.
You didn't have to go there, but
Nah, I give you credit with the weights, but this Jeopardy shit, nah. You got to outright.
Listen,
defeat
bro.
me.
The the progress I've made while under Reek's tutelage is stuff they'll write about in textbooks in the future.
Hey, I give you credit there, but with Jeopardy, nah. You're
I
not close.
I never thought I'd hear,
level.
man. I'm making progress. Reek's
You're not
finally
close to
giving
my
me
level.
credit.
Like if it's a matchup with you, I sleep extra that night. When I know I gotta face Dev, I'm up studying. I'm putting in work. I'm doing push-ups. I'm working on my buzzes. Like I'm getting there.
I wake up in the morning and I go to class and Reek walks in and he's like, I know you ain't about to pass this shit. I don't gotta worry about that class average, man. I know I'm not gonna be the worst. It's the kind of stuff I deal with on a daily basis, man. He said, I know you're not graduating. I don't gotta worry about you taking my spot on the stage.
It was definitely a Ricky Mouse win, man. Like I'm not comfortable keeping that win on my resume. I'm still undefeated, but I feel like I actually have to beat Dev outright in the game of Jeopardy with no questions about the officiating. We need to have a clean game. No bad calls. We just need a clean game to where somebody can be crowned the true winner.
I'm just the greatest heel in the business, man. I'm sorry. I'm the greatest heel in the business.
I disagree. You're a terrible heel.
I'm a great heel.
You're a forced heel.
You are great at hating on me. I'm a heat magnet.
Maybe I'm a great heel then.
You are not a great heel. Everybody loves Reek, bro. You are like the prime hot baby face, man.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
This man went from having him hate on him to then flipping the script and just saying everyone likes him. No rebuttals.
Man.
Nah, man. Reek is him, man. Because I respect to the OGs, man. I'll give him his props for being undefeated, for being a successful content creator, for being a successful human, man. My guy Reek is taking interviews with sports teams. He's about to go somewhere far, and I'm gonna be so sad, man, when Tyrik gets some special job and he's out there living the dream, and I don't get to see him no more because he's halfway across the country being successful. I'm gonna be in shambles because I'm gonna have to go to the gym by myself, man. I'm not gonna have my lifting buddy. I'm not gonna be able to hit up Reek on a Friday and say, "Hey, man, what's the move?" But he's gonna come back into town after years away grinding. He's gonna be like, "Hey, man, what's good?" He's gonna come. He's gonna keep hating on me. And I said, I'm gonna respect it. I'm gonna love it, and I will relish it because at the end of the day, if you're hating on me, that means I made you care.
Like I said, man, whatever sports team I start working for, y'all are gonna come to a game. I'm gonna get y'all tickets. Come to a game, then we're gonna chill afterwards, man. Just a pod, just chilling, having a good time. Maybe watch some hoops. We're gonna have a good time, man. Like, come on, man. And if it's a place where I just interview with, it's actually close to that. Well, kind of close to. It's close to the border, so I mean, still might be a little ways away, but I mean, it's closer than Ohio. Get the pod together. Maybe record an in-person episode. Right?
The live pod. Woo.
I would love an ultimate draft. An ultimate draft would be tough. And I got you, man. I got you with the ticket, Super Mario. We can have an in-person trivia. How about that?
In-person trivia? Sure. I'll win that one.
Yeah.
The next time I face Tyrik, listen, man. The next time I face Tyrik, it needs to be a little bit more difficult. I'm
it needs to be biased towards you.
No, bro. You were straight just insta buzzing for like half the questions last time.
Oh, you need to practice your buzzes.
Is that against the rules? Like,
this shit is absurd.
Man just wants me to have hundreds that take you 30 seconds to guess. Like,
yeah, it's like,
man, like in IRL Jeopardy, they ain't sitting there for a minute just killing airtime thinking about the question. Them guys are buzzing right away.
Yeah, wasn't it the contracts ones that was like team, year, money, amount? You just got a buzz on that, brother. Come on now. Just got a buzz.
I cannot believe this, man.
As soon as you see the first name, buzz. This is so-and-so.
This was either rigged or scripted or whatever Aisha said.
I can't watch this. I can't stand for this anymore.
I saw it. I
Be
cannot.
silenced.
I will not be silent. We need to start a dialogue on how I'm out here getting 2v1 weekly on the pod, man.
You know, winners work, man. You know, winners work. You know, I eat, sleep, and breathe greatness. So you just gotta be better, Gabe. Gotta be better.
All right.
You should be in the lab. You should be in your downtime studying, taking quizzes.
Okay.
Man.
I'll be studying my hardest. Whenever I find out the topic for the next Jeopardy, I'll be an expert.
Dang, isn't it? It's my turn to make it, isn't it?
I think next week, although we can still discuss it, and then we can confirm with Super Mario. But I believe next week it is going to be a co-host of you and me, Tyrik, for Gabe and Super Mario to have their battle.
Oh my goodness!
I'm here for that, man. I'm here for that. So.
They throw me into the fire, man, because they know I'm the entertainment. I'm so entertaining when I'm taking L's that I have to.
You do have very good mic skills, man. I'll give you that. You got very good mic skills.
Listen, man, it's pure charisma. I might have the worst take on the pod, but listen, I'm gonna convince you that it's not the worst take on the pod, or maybe I might convince you it's even worse. Either way, my job is to come on here and get you to react. And guess what? We're climbing. We are climbing because 3 Point Weekly is the hottest young podcast in the game. And a month and a half ago, this channel was sitting at some I don't even know, 20 subs max. Look at where we are now, 73. Last time I looked, we were at 71. I didn't even know the Dallas video blew up until today. Come on, man. Who else is doing this right now?
And it's been purely off of just content too.
Yeah.
It's just banter. It's not even no Mickey Mouse strategy. It's just authentic content. Authentic, having a good time. We sit on here, record on a Monday night at 1 in the morning. At 1 in the morning. And we're growing, and the stock is on the rise. The stock keeps going up. We're gonna be at 100 subs by the end of the summer. Easy,
probably before that.
Easy. 100
before the end of the playoffs. Very doable.
100 subs before the end of the playoff. Hey man, let's kick it. I might have to throw the marketing hat on.
Let's keep in mind that in 3 weeks' time, I'm then employed and not dealing with school 14 hours a day. So I actually have evenings and weekends again. So there will be a lot more time on my hands, which I'm very much looking forward to. Might be able to actually regularly get some shorts out again.
Yeah.
While we're still discussing the a bit of next week though with the Jeopardy matchup with Gabe and Super Mario, we need to share an important clip from last week's podcast.
Okay.
Let me know if you guys can't hear the audio, but I think you should be able to.
I'm about to say some bullshit. I can't hear it.
No?
No.
Okay. Let's see if there's a way.
Watch, I'm about to be talking the utmost trash right here. Is what's about to happen. I always come ready.
Let's see what we can.
He's got to take it personal. Is what's got to happen.
Maybe I can't share audio.
Man, I was trying to hear what Gabe had to say.
It's always something. Something ridiculous.
Oh, there we go. I got it. I think we should be good now. Okay, you should be able to hear this.
All right. I do hope that Super Mario himself does watch this and he realizes that when he does the next tourney, I will be there no matter what. Because I'll be there. I do stuff, man. So
we're gonna clip that.
My guy, I do need you to know I will be there. And if you need me to start making videos just so I can be there, it's true. It's true. Everything I said there is a fact.
Hey.
That was before the follow back. He followed me back and everything was okay.
You stood
All
on
of
it,
a
man.
sudden, I'm not even taking it personal anymore.
Gabe was
man.
taking the no follow back personal, man. Like he
I
was,
always take the no follow back personal.
you know,
man.
when we would go to the gym, he was telling me like I just hit 200 push-ups because I remember Super Mario still has to follow me back.
I know it pushed me to be better, man. I can't believe I got 60 likes on a Twitter post because I responded to a Roman reaction meme to some bogus Super Mario hoops type thing, man. He said something about Kurt Pepper. Kurt Pepper could never. What is he talking about?
Germany. That was hilarious.
But Germany could never beat Jor France. That was absurd.
Oh man.
That was absurd. Of course he's suspended. Of course Super Mario Hoops is suspended on Twitter, bro. Those Caitlin Clark tweets were outrageous.
Oh yeah, bro, that was like half my timeline over the weekend.
That was outrageous. He was absurd.
He must have been suspended yesterday because I didn't see anything, and I know he would have had a field day with that.
Suspended until Saturday. Yeah,
I fear he
That's
was
crazy.
clowning on the timeline again, man. He might have earned a one-on-one match with the Undertaker for that. I don't know.
Excessive trolling, 1 week suspension.
Trolling.
That's hilarious.
That is unreal, man. That is absolutely unreal.
He called her like Caitlin Clank or something like that.
Hey, the Lakers need her, bro. Now that joke is old. Who needs Caitlin Clark? Because the Lakers are good now. Who's the team who anytime anybody's the Wizards need to be ass. They need to get.
Oh yes, I forgot. My bad. We're not talking about them.
Who needs a shooter desperately? What team is that? The Mavericks could. The Mavericks.
The Heat.
Caitlin Clark, man. Caitlin Clark
Mavericks
is like 5'11" and would still be the best defender on the Mavericks right now.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but yeah.
I mean,
by default,
for a 5'11" person, yeah, I think.
Caitlin choke, Caitlin clump, the turnover.
That is crazy.
That is absurd. I cannot believe these takes.
I'm just
He's gonna
looking
come
at
in and he's gonna drop the best Jeopardy performance we've ever seen.
Man, he might son Gabe. To be honest, we're adding it to the official record too. I'm just letting you know, Gabe.
You know what? That's honestly okay. After I watched what happened to Cody Rhodes last night, man, I'm inspired. I think I'm ready to bounce back from any L's I might take. It's a slow grind, a slow improvement, and we get better. We persevere.
That was my first time tuning into WWE on my own in some years, and that one hurt, man. I wanted Cody to win that match so bad, but Chief, man, Tribal Chief, he's him.
I acknowledge the GOAT.
He's him, man.
What a world we live in. 100 subs by playoffs, man. Is that what I'm hearing? By the time a champion, by the time a champion is crowned.
By the end of playoffs, I could see it.
Definitely doable.
You know why?
We just started April, so we need through April, May, and like the beginning of June. So over the next 2 months, we need to average like a little under 15 subs a month.
You know why I think we can? Because we're not just going to be talking about the playoffs all the time. We're probably going to be talking about other teams too that aren't in the postseason, and those fan bases will eat that content up.
Exactly.
And honestly, if we can get some shouts from some guests we have on here, if we got Super Mario on here, I don't know how many other guests we could get lined up, man. Maybe get Clutch Talk.
Clutch Talk will definitely be on throughout the playoffs for sure.
Talk,
especially with the Lakers probably being there.
That is that is in the works.
Yes.
I wish he was a content creator because I would love to get Gaurav on here, man.
G.
I would be clowning my guy G.
Such a non-content creator, man. He's too busy with other stuff in life. Yeah, Clutch Talk will be a dope guest, man.
We just got to get the whole circle on 3P Dub, man. This Twitter or this YouTuber circle that somehow you guys are both in and just appear everywhere.
Still don't know how I made it to this side of NBA Twitter, but you know, some of my guys, man, like some of my guys have been met through Twitter on the NBA side, man. This podcast wouldn't be a thing.
For real. It's in the works. Like we got the Woj updates. I don't know what to tell you, man. There have been communications between multiple parties in the past days that would indicate that such a collaboration could indeed be in the works.
So who is he gonna face in trivia? Because I can't face every guest. I mean, I can if you want me to, but
for entertainment purposes. Yeah, you can come onto the podcast, but your punishment is you have to go one-on-one with Gabe and trivia.
Just for that. Now hold on a minute, player. Just for that, you are in a one-on-one match with me.
That could probably be against me, to be honest, because that is the beholder of my defeat in the Super Mario Hoops
personal
trivia tournament.
Nah, his legacy's on the line.
Hey, I'm clipping this
rematch.
and I'm sending it to him. Clutch Talk, you have been summoned. Summon, my friend.
Hey, man.
Whether it be
co-hosting, I don't know if we're getting through that. If me and Tyrik are co-hosting, I don't know. Well, there might be too much
That would
argument.
be crazy.
I'm pulling up in the
That'd be
Jeopardy
crazy.
suit, standing up the whole time with the microphone.
No, that'd be crazy. But yeah, whether it's the first round or later, we'll definitely make that happen.
Hopefully, the Lakers get into the playoffs.
Yeah, let's hope. That would be ideal for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Exciting times, man. Exciting times.
Lakers gotta get in, man. Lakers gotta get in. 40 and 38. They can take a game against my least favorite team in the league, and they can definitely take one against the Jazz, and that makes them 500.
I think they'll get in. I think they're good. They're fine.
Especially, they play the Clippers, it's a home game. Even if it's a road game, it's a home game. So they really got
Clippers
3
do
road
got that
games.
number. Clippers do got that number. It's been a minute. It's been a long time since they beat the Clippers bubble.
Hey man, that was a different Lakers team. That was
I
the
want
dark
the Lakers.
days.
I want the Lakers to get the 8 seed because I think they can beat Denver.
I think they could beat.
It's
I think
possible.
they can. I think they can beat Memphis. I don't think I'd pick them.
I
might actually pick them.
I
against
think they
Denver.
could. I don't want to see Memphis play them in the first round. I want to see Denver play them.
I don't want to see any of these first round matchups, man. I don't want to see
Because
the Kings go in the
if the
first
Lakers
round,
beat-
but I want Curry to go far.
If the Lakers
I don't wanna
beat
see
them, the Lakers beat Denver, it confirms what we thought about Denver. But if Denver beats the Lakers, we might think a little differently. Like maybe Denver's a little serious because Lakers will probably be a very tough out as an 8 seed, man.
I think it's a tough out as an 8 seed, but I think you being the 1 seed and advancing in the first round, if they win in like 4 or 5, okay, the allegations, they beat the allegations. If it goes like a close 6 or 7, the allegations might persist if they get clapped in the second round of Phoenix.
I feel like they will be heavily picked against if they match up with the Lakers. Like
I would pick against them.
Media-wise, I think we might all pick against them, to be honest, and they're the 1 seed.
You're telling me the way AD has played since the trade deadline, healthy LeBron James and this supporting cast against Jokic, whose defense gets exposed in the playoffs, especially the Nuggets' inside defense, and a bunch of inconsistent supporting pieces. Yeah, man, if I'm not getting bubble Jamal Murray, I may have to take the Lakers.
VA's going to have somebody in hell. Does he still wear number 8? I hope so.
I thought he wore like 2.
Ah, shit. He does. VA.
Yeah, he doesn't. He don't. What team does he play for?
Huh?
You think he wears 8?
Plays for the Lakers. What do you mean?
What? You think he wears 8?
Kobe. My bad. That's on me. I guess he's just a Vandalorian now. VA was such a clean nickname, man.
I'm done.
VA was such a clean
I'm
nickname.
finished. The Vandalorian.
Vandalorian.
I've not heard that. I haven't heard that yet, man. That caught me off guard.
I heard it on the Pick a Side podcast, man. Shout out to those guys. That's where I heard it.
Vandalorian.
You got to give credit where it's due.
Lakers are gonna pull Memphis first round, and they actually might win that, but they would lose round 2. Then.
Yeah, I don't know how suited the Lakers are for a deep playoff run. Obviously, when you got LeBron, AD, you got a chance if they're healthy, but I don't know. We'll see.
They're better than in their last 10 games, which I know is the most not the greatest thing to go off of. But last 10, better than everybody in the West except for the Grizzlies. Technically tied with the Pelicans for second.
Memphis has been sneaky good recently, and I don't think it's being talked about enough.
No, they've been
Because
shooting
they're
the ball.
villains now, bro.
They've been shooting the ball a lot better, which has helped them a lot.
Luke, man, Nardo bombs.
Yeah, Luke's been shooting really well. The fact that other than when they start the half, they pretty much always have Luke or Conchar on the court. It's been really been nice for them to increase their shooting. They've needed that. How they balance that in the playoffs, we'll see. But I think it'd be hard to imagine, even though his defense isn't great, they kind of need his shooting. So
yeah,
I'd imagine he still gets playoff minutes.
I mean,
they'll finish with 51 wins, man. I think they'll take care of business against the Trailblazers and the Pels. But I think they'll lose to the Bucks, and then I think they'll be setting the 2 seeds. So I feel like they rest starters against the Thunder last game of the year.
Yeah, most teams though, like you look at
Milwaukee, they're still going to play Grayson Allen a decent amount of minutes in the postseason, even though he's their most exploitable player on the defensive side of the floor. So it's like most teams kind of have that guy that if they get playing time in the postseason, which they probably will have to because they value as a jump shooter, that they can't get picked on. It's just about, how, the coaching staff really schemes for that. Really one of the only teams that doesn't have that might be the Celtics, maybe Philly. I don't know. You could probably pick on Maxey a little bit in certain situations if Harden's not engaged, but Boston's really the only team where most of their guys in the rotation are at least okay defenders at the very least. And I would say probably most of them in their playoff rotation will be above average defenders.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But yeah, they're probably the only team that's like that.
That's a contender at least.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, looking at Phoenix, you could probably go at a couple of these guys. If they give Shavit playoff minutes, campaign, you could probably pick on a little bit.
Yeah. We still don't even know who's going to be in that playoff rotation, which is the weird thing.
Right.
They've still been running so many dudes off the bench.
Last time I saw TJ Warren in the playoffs, he looked like Michael Jordan, and he might not be in the rotation.
I thought that was a sneaky pickup. Just getting TJ Warren in that trade, and it's he's been sometimes he'll play okay, sometimes get 6 minutes and play like shit.
KD and Devin Booker are so good together, man. They are so good together. I love that fit. It feels like it's just easy. It's easy for somebody every time.
Ayton's been okay recently too. Maybe better than okay. He's had a really good stretch of games, actually. I got to give him credit.
He's ramping up for the playoffs, man. Ayton, he's great.
Playoff the thing. It's going to be a thing.
I mean, he had he only had 8 points against the Nuggets with no Jokic. So
yeah, he played shitty that game, but I think that was a real outlier, and he might have had one other game where he didn't really rebound. But I seen a stat. I think he was averaging 19 and 11 over a 10, 12 game stretch or something like that. He's playing his best basketball of the season, honestly.
Yeah, 10 points against Cat.
I think that might have been the game where he also played very low.
They just played the Suns, 19 and 11.
KD is 19 and 1 in his last 20 games.
The Nets were on fire. It was so hard not to give him an All-NBA spot, but 45 games just wasn't enough. But
that's even less than last year that he played. I think he played 50 50 games last year. Shit.
He was playing at like a first team level. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I might have started I think I still would have went with Tatum, but I would have started the conversation.
Yeah.
Yep.
He played 55 last year. He's at 45 this year. Yeah, like he's been good enough. It's just, I mean, 45 games is just not enough. It's not enough.
Even in the year where a lot of guys miss a lot of games, he missed more than pretty much all of those guys. So.
How many games did Kyrie play? I didn't even consider him, but just for like sake of thought, how many games did he play?
I think he was around 60. I think.
That's good for him.
Yeah, he's at 50, he's at 59.
Good for him.
Kyrie played more than Steph, and he scored efficiently like all year.
Yeah, but he's on the team that's about to miss the playoffs, man. I can't give them 2 All-NBA guys.
No,
Not to mention
shot.
That team's downfall kind of started the second he walked in the door.
Even though they've been better with him on the court than Luka, which is like, kind of crazy. But yeah,
Luka's play style doesn't equate to winning, man. I'm sorry. I hate to say
this is the time of the podcast, 3.5 hours in. It's team construction, man. Why the fuck is Dwight Powell getting minutes, man? On a team that's trying to win, why is he getting minutes, bro?
The whole roster construction of that team is just brutal. It's just absolutely brutal.
They have 3 games left.
Oh, they're done. They're cooked. They were talking about shutting down Kyrie and Luka.
They got 3 games left. They play Sacktown, the Bulls, who are fighting for their lives, and then they close on playing.
Yeah, they would have to win out, and OKC would have to lose out.
Not
There's
happening.
just no shot.
Not happening, man.
OKC plays Warriors at home. Yeah, the Warriors are winning that.
The 9-win
Jazz
Warriors.
and Grizzlies. If the Grizzlies sit there, guys, like that might be free. But I think they'll take care of business against the Jazz anyways.
Oh, shout out to Wig. We didn't even mention Wiggins is probably coming back soon, man. He's rejoining the team, I think, Wednesday. So that's beautiful news to hear.
Needle mover,
That's
perfect
nice to
timing. Needle mover and perfect timing.
I think he's somebody that doesn't need much time to, get back into his role because he's
I
a
agree.
third option, maybe fourth option, and he just does the little things. Point of attack defender, hell of a rebounder when it comes to postseason basketball. Like
7 games of Barnes versus Wiggins. Hold on.
hey, that's what the real sickos are looking for. Like
Hey,
the Barnes and Wiggins
that's the Warriors. That's the Warriors' ex-girl versus the Warriors' new girl. I'm saying this. There was the little fun hookup in between that might be named KD, but KD might have been the baddest one. But Wiggins, the wife, man, and Harrison Barnes, that was the ex-girl that got thrown out after forgetting how to play in the finals.
The ex you had a good time with, but then it just got sour. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And KD really was that one-night stand that you were him for one night.
It's cool, though, because, the relationship didn't work out for Barnes there, but he had some fun. And now he found a home, a team that, a place that, provides him with, a place to stay, good cooking.
He went through some treachery, man. He got into a real toxic relationship with Dallas where they traded him while he was still on the bench.
I mean, they just left the date while he was still at the table. That was crazy.
And he paid the bill, He still sat on the bench and supported his teammates.
Sick, man. Like, shout out to him for still staying true to himself, man, because he could have changed.
This is the craziest analogy we've ever made.
He could have became toxic, man, and just started, switching up on every team that he went to, but he didn't. He went to SAC, found a home, and he stuck with them until they, leveled up and, started making more money and more noise, man. So shout out to Barnes, man. Carolina.
True professional, no doubt. Very
professional.
true professional.
I'm not talking about how Kelly Oubre fits into this analogy. My lawyers do not want me to finish this.
Meanwhile, the Mavs win the championship, and Mark Cuban in that same offseason doesn't even give touch. The Dwight Powell has to have something on this franchise, bro.
It never ends.
Man.
Never ends. Clicky keyboard appearance.
He was cool before he had that major injury, whether it was his ACL or Achilles. I don't remember what it was. He was cool before then, but since the bubble, he's been shitty. He's been trash.
He's definitely not been the same.
Dwight Powell peaked in 2018.
There was a reason why he
6.8 points per
started
game.
games in the playoffs last year, played 5 minutes and didn't touch the floor again because he's not good.
Hey, man. I don't know, man. 73% from the field. Hear me out, man. Efficient scorer.
I'd hope so. All he's finishing is Luka passes in the pick and roll for lobs. Like,
I do
Luka's
feel
lobs are
this-
right at the rim, so all you got to do is tap it in. Like
My boy is
and Dwight Powell don't even be getting a hook shot up. Like, come on now.
only thing he's good at, he's a good free throw shooter for a big. That's the only thing.
Maxi Kleba clears.
And even he hasn't been good.
Man, he's not, but he had a game winner on the Lakers for like their only win.
What team were we talking about that had the worst big rotation in the league? This is easily the worst big rotation in the league. I don't think there's a team worse, man. I don't think there is.
It's probably,
I feel like we said that about Charlotte for a minute, and now it's like, no, not even close.
Yeah, I wouldn't say them anymore. I mean,
Maybe this is
the
Charlotte's
Spurs
man.
don't really have anyone right now. I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
Zach Collins has been pretty good as of late, but
Honestly, give me Zach Collins.
yeah,
top to
he's
bottom.
been okay as of late. So
At least Zach
I don't-
Collins can do something offensively, I guess.
yeah,
Yeah, like it's definitely not like Bucks, Celtics, Sixers, Cavs, Knicks,
Give me Nurkic on this team.
Nets, Heat.
yeah.
Hawks
Give
are
me
good. Raptors now have Podol. Vucevic is better than.
Dang, am I not tapped in? Because last time I mean, maybe I just haven't watched the Bulls in so long. It's like I thought Ayo Dosunmu was like loved by Bulls fans.
And his rookie year, he was
This year, not so much.
not this year.
They miss Lonzo. They miss Lonzo.
George's Niang is easy.
Nah, Niang.
Marcus Morris is a great shout though. Marcus Morris.
Yeah,
is-
I don't
Clipper
get the
fans
Marcus
are the
Morris minutes
funny-
this year at all.
Clipper fans are the funniest on Twitter, bro. Because like
Hmm.
every time Marcus Morris' name is even mentioned or a photo, they just like rip him to shreds, bro. And it's so funny.
All I'm saying is, who's
Honestly,
not ripping him to
understandable.
shreds because he's not a Clippers fan.
I follow like a few Clippers fans on Twitter, and I just like, oh my god, like they posted like a pregame graphic, like a game day graphic, which every team does for a game that they have that day, and they was like it had Marcus Morris as the featured player, and it was like I almost dropped the light until I seen which player was on the graphic.
You're just asking for it at that point.
Man.
Let's see.
Like read the room.
Yeah,
George-
Wizards
George-
got Porzingis, some Wendell,
Give me Drew
Miles
Eubanks.
Turner.
Give me Drew Eubanks over
Mark-
the White Pal.
Everybody in the East is better than
Honestly,
the
though.
big rotation. You got Jokic, you got Steven Adams.
OKC doesn't even have a big, and give me any big on their roster over Dwight. Give me the young.
I was gonna say, yeah, it might
Danny
be.
White will, man.
It might be the Thunder by virtue of not having any actual bigs, but I'm still taking their front court lineup.
And give me
Yeah,
Mike
and
Muscala over Dwight
that's-
Powell.
That's by virtue of injuries. So
Sabonis, Ayton. I'm taking Zubac, man. I'm taking Zubac over any of that.
I'll
Big
take Zubac
Loon, Big Loon over any of them. AD clears heavily. Even
Mason Plumlee
if
will look like-
Zion's out, give me Valanciunas. Cat
Mason
can go
Plumlee will
there.
look like an all-star in Dallas.
Walker
Yeah,
Kessler.
he definitely would.
The Dallas would love Walker Kessler right now.
Shit, give me Azubuike over fucking.
the man who screwed him over in trivia a couple weeks ago.
Sengun.
Oh, Man.
Who the fuck else, man?
Yeah, Matt's got to be the worst, bro. I mean, Trailblazers and Spurs are pretty poor as well. But
Nick Richards will look like a god in Dallas, man. Like it's
He
how
really
much I
would.
dislike the White Powell and like just how like little I think of him as a basketball player right now.
Yeah. No, Nick Richards would be so good on that team.
Cody
99%
Zeller
of
just
bigs
dropped
would be.
20 and 8 on their heads, bro. Cody Zeller dropped a dub on your franchise.
Who?
Cody Zeller dropped a dub on Dallas.
When? Like in
Like
20
Saturday?
ago? That was the first game on Saturday, I think.
I'm be honest.
Saturday.
I don't even know where the hell Cody Zeller is playing basketball right now.
Miami.
Miami Heat.
And he dropped a dub on Dallas, bro. That's
nine
how
for
bad.
13.
That's
9 for
fucking
13,
ridiculous,
8
man.
boards.
That's fucking. If that doesn't tell you we need to upgrade the big position in a big time way, I don't know what the fuck does, man.
Tim Hardaway Jr. had 30, and they still lost the game by 7.
They should have demanded Daniel
Yeah,
Gafford
'cause
back
they-
instead of Spencer Dinwiddie last year. What the hell?
What
For
game?
real, though.
G was talking about this at work. He was like, yeah, they were like tied, and they had Luka inbounding the ball with like on the final play. Didn't get it, went to OT, and then lost.
Jason Kidd's like discrepancies between year 1 and 2. That shit needs to be studied at Harvard Law, man. Because what does he be doing?
Hey man, the same thing happened to Tom Thibodeau. The same thing
I
happened
think-
to Tom Thibodeau.
I
and
think
he's-
Kidd is
he's
worse,
bad.
bro. I think Kidd is worse.
Kid is definitely worse. Definitely worse. For sure.
There's a lot of coaches I'm been a hater of at different points. I was Mike Budenholzer's biggest hater, and now he's an NBA champion.
Now he was giving him love as a shout out for Coach of the Year.
Yeah,
So.
mostly by formality of most wins.
I still think Bug is a
still
little.
think
I think Bug is a little too much
he's by
credit.
talent.
Yeah.
That's my unpopular opinion. I think he gets a little too much credit.
Is that
Yeah.
unpopular?
Dude was still giving George Hill playoff minutes last year.
Is that unpopular?
Dude was still running a 10-man rotation in the second round series against the eventual Eastern Conference champs. Yeah.
Yeah. He definitely wasn't as good last year. He did a better job coaching when they won the title than he did last year. For sure.
He almost got cooked, but he stopped playing Jet Teague at the right time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
when the Raptors have Ime next year, oh,
Except the Raptors.
it's over. Great defensive coach.
Is Nick Nurse a Rocket?
Man, that guy, I don't want to see how agitated he would get on a Houston Rockets sideline.
Oh,
The amount of dumb turnovers that be happening on that team that he would just lose his shit over. Oh man, there's no shot. That man would have a guy. He would have someone on that team in a chokehold by the time the All-Star break came around.
if that's the case,
Just no
I
shot.
want to see it. I want to see it, man.
There's just no shot.
the mad scientist.
Then that guy wouldn't like he'd be lost. That Houston team, like I don't see Nick Nurse in a
Nick Nurse
situation.
in jail.
I don't see Nick Nurse in a situation
A
with the
reverse.
rebuilding team. Like a team that doesn't have good fundamentals, a team that's gonna have bad turnovers, a team that he can't be a mad scientist with defensively because they're just not gonna get it and don't have the personnel. Like, there's no shot. There's just no shot. That
This is the
man
problem
would
with
assume
AAU
go back and
basketball.
that man would assume go back and coach in England before he does that. There's no shot.
Nick Nurse is about to get ready to learn Chinese just so he can implement new defensive schemes.
Just so he can get away.
He's gonna go play
The
for. He's gonna
Rockets
go.
broken.
He's gonna go coach Vitautas next year, bro.
Oh man, Tim Hardaway is a frustrating watch, man. That man be taking
Yeah.
jumpers.
Yeah, it's
Jeez.
fine when they're hitting, especially a couple of years ago, but last couple of years, not so much.
Yeah, he's had some stretches this year where he's been hitting, but then the 1 for 8 games are inevitable with him.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Nick Nurse, man.
I seen him make comments like he doesn't even know if he wants to coach anymore. He's like, man, 5 years has been draining.
Yeah. When that press conference hit, one of my buddies texted me and he's like, "Is Nurse on his way out?" And I said, "I wouldn't be surprised if there's a report of a mutual termination in about a month and a half or so." Seems like a mutual termination type of circumstances.
It's
There ain't
crazy
gonna be
'cause,
no
like,
firing, but definitely
How
could be a
many
mutual
guys-
termination.
How many guys get a ring, and then like after the ring, like second seed the year after, then you get like a nice fresh young player that's the future of the franchise, and it's still like ends up like this defensive coach that has a lot of good defensive personnel, just got a good defensive center on the roster. You wouldn't think with the kind of coach he is that he'd be like so sick of this.
Marcus Smart broke him.
Marcus, that was Marcus Curry for that series, bro. I still uphold that Marcus Smart in that bubble series was an out of body experience for him.
I wish he could shoot like that again.
That would
He hated
definitely,
us, man.
definitely
He
help.
hated us. That ended the Raptors' time as Eastern Conference contenders, bro. He broke them. They haven't been the same since. Went to Tampa Bay and we're just not good, man. Came back and we're not good until the last 30 games. Almost got swept, and now are barely in the play-in. This is what Marcus Smart did. Oklahoma State legend, by the way.
Good pull, man. Pull.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
He was on the quiz today. He was on the quiz.
Come on, man. Big 12 Player of the Year, I think. Wow.
He might have won it that year. The year when he hopped in the crowd and punched somebody. I don't know if he
Just
punched
like me. That's just like me when I'm playing Jeopardy against Tyrik.
You want to punch me?
Not you. I'm hopping into the crowd and taking out my aggression, man.
Gotcha. I was about to say.
Dang, bro, said Siakam was so horrible in the bubble playoffs.
He was. Jaylen
Not
Brown was. Jesus, he had that man in shackles.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
man, he is kind of exposed. He came back next year with a lot better ISO score.
Did he? I
He was
thought.
all NBA. He was all NBA. Oh no, the Tampa Bay year was.
Yeah, remember because the Tampa year, that's when he was like,
that was
he
bad.
wasn't
Yeah,
all
that's-
NBA.
That year never happened in my head. I
Fell
kind
off.
of skipped from.
Spin
the
boy.
bubble to. It's like the bubble happened, and then
Last
he
year.
came back a month into the season, played like an All NBA player, and just didn't make the
Yeah.
All Star team because he came
Yeah,
back
for real.
late.
That's kind of where my brain goes too, because A, I don't need to remember the shit that was being said on Twitter during those 12 months, and B, I'm a fan of the only country in my team, and they weren't even playing in my country. I don't need to remember that year.
Spinny P, man. Spinny
Honestly, that
P.
year's kind of a blur for me too because the Celtics were bad that year. Like we were a playing team.
That's when the Celtics. Isn't that when Jason Tatum playing legend dropped 50 in the play-in?
Yeah. I kind of forget about that.
That doesn't feel like a real time either. Who did they go up against? Who cooked them?
When you talking
Was it
about?
Brooklyn?
Yeah, 4-1. Tatum had to drop 50 just to get a win.
It's weird because it's so weird. Like that back and forth, like it was that, and then the Celtics came back and dusted them.
Yeah.
That was a really close sweep though. That was like a sweep
Yeah.
that the total point differential was like 12 points.
Yeah, I think there was only one game where the Celtics really controlled it the whole game. But yeah, our 2021 team was so fucking bad. Like we traded for Evan Fournier.
Well, JB missed the playoffs, so I mean that was kind of like. But I mean, y'all should have been a 7 seed
year. Evan Fournier was fucking garbage for us. Oh my god.
Knicks legend.
I thought that was a steal of a trade. We only traded like 2 second-round picks. I'm like, Fournier, this dude averaging like 18. I'm like, he was shitty for us. He couldn't hit a shot. Romeo Langford was getting starting minutes, and that was such a bad team.
That season doesn't feel real because that was the 72 game year, right? Yeah,
Aaron Smith was getting
that never happened.
real playoff minutes. Jesus Christ.
Hey, it low
Crazy
key.
times.
It is absurd in my head that in the bubble, James Harden and Russell Westbrook were on the fucking Rockets.
Yeah.
That happened. That was a fun team, bro. Westbrook was averaging like 27, 8, and 10.
They won game 1 and had delusional people like me thinking they had a chance to win that series.
They traded Capella away, and Russell Westbrook just decided that he was just Superman. He was like back.
Boston didn't pretend all year.
That's the best Russ I've seen since OKC, man. I mean, it was like right. I mean, it makes sense. It's like the closest after OKC, but that Russ I enjoyed watching more than the last 2 years of OKC.
I did too.
It's like MVP Westbrook, Rockets Westbrook, and then like with Paul George Westbrook.
I liked him that year because he stopped taking jump shots.
Yeah,
I love that.
very true.
Shooting like 47% from the field. Like, dude,
They
Just
cleared
take
up the
your
paint.
minis.
He just kept going.
just take your middies and get to the paint, man. Nobody can stop you, especially with the spacing.
Yeah, man. No, that was a lot of crazy series.
Daryl Morey was a psycho. That man was
Oh,
an
he was-
absolute psycho.
He tried everything with that team, ruined them, and left to Philadelphia. And he took James Harden with him.
I mean, hey, what he did was working for that team. They just ran into one of the teams that was the ultimate kryptonite for that because you have Anthony Davis, who is such a dominant paint player when it comes to postseason basketball, and that allowed him to guard Russell Westbrook and force him to shoot jump shots in the playoffs so he could just run. I also agree with that. I'm on record as saying that.
Rockets Westbrook was special, man. We needed more of that. That's one of my favorite playoff series of all time. No joke. That OKC Rockets series.
That series was so nasty. Ugh.
It was special. That game 7 was special. Lou Dort 30-piece, bro. Come on,
Favorite.
man.
I remember that game just because Harden was fucking garbage, but made the biggest
The
play.
bubble was awesome. The Jazz Nuggets series was awesome.
Yeah, that was a good series.
That was a great series.
Miami. Every series Miami had was awesome because I was a big Bucks hater back then.
Me too. I think I dislike the Heat
Comment,
more. I don't know why. I just always had a distaste for them.
That makes sense because you were a Celtics fan when LeBron was on the Heat. So I don't know. I was a Bucks hater because everybody was like anointing Giannis as the king of the East, and then the Raptors like beat them. They beat them the Giannis Most Improved year, and then the Raptors beat them again, Giannis's first MVP year. And I'm like, man, everybody keeps anointing Giannis, but he can't even beat the Raptors. And
Biases aside, I think Celtics Raptors was probably maybe the best series, other than maybe a Nuggets Jazz series.
Nuggets Jazz was great. Nuggets Clippers was good.
I don't really
Nice
remember
little
that
3-1
series too much. I
comeback.
just remember Michael Porter Jr. had a just random like 30-piece in like an elimination game. And then the game 7 where Kawhi and Paul George just disappeared. Like that's all I remember from that series.
Honestly, that being only a year after Kawhi left the Raptors high and dry, you know,
It was kind of sweet.
I took some pleasure. Obviously, I've come around on Kawhi and them since then, and I like Paul George and OKC too. Like those were some really fun teams. I was one of those people that was trying to sneak him into MVP conversations. I still do it in retrospect.
Yeah, you do it like every other podcast.
But exactly.
When realistically, he wasn't even close, but it was a good feel-good story. Though.
So like I took some pleasure in seeing their downfall.
Because
However, us never getting to see the Battle of LA is kind of sickening, and it's not going to happen probably this year either because they're both going to be in the bottom half of the bracket.
I forgot that Mike Conley 3 was like basically halfway in the rim. And
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell was in shambles. I feel like Utah broke right there. I don't care that they were the 1 seed the following year. Utah broke right there.
Nah, I think Paul George broke him. I don't think
That would break me if Kawhi Leonard literally like tore his ACL and I still lost. I think that would break.
If I was a fan, I would be like, "Oh, we're going to the conference finals easily." Kawhi's gone? No way. Playoff P? Come on now.
The bubble was a great playoffs though. Like the year after the 72 game playoffs,
Yes, man,
that
they
was.
Very
I remember
true.
really enjoying that finals, but I don't really.
The bubble?
But no, I'm talking about the year after the bubble. Like the bubble was like I really enjoyed that playoffs all the way throughout. But I mean,
Nets
nobody
Bucks
was
was
doing
a very
anything
good
else.
series. That was probably the best series of the playoffs, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nets Bucks that year, then Bucks Suns were really fun series.
I couldn't say Sixers Hawks was a good series because I felt like every game was like a blowout until like game 7, really.
When the Suns took down the Lakers and Devin Booker dropped 50
That
in
was
the
a good
closeout
series.
game,
That was
that really that
Even though AD got hurt, which
that made me smile.
Clippers Suns was a sneaky, like, entertaining series.
Maybe there was more series I liked that year. And I remember what great series were last year. I enjoyed the 72 game year. Knicks Hawks was that year. That was a great
5-game series.
It was a really fun 5 games, bro. You can't tell me it wasn't.
I don't know.
After
After the first couple games, I kind of lost interest.
Once the Knicks were just done, it was.
The Knicks went to Atlanta and like forgot. Oh, we have to play basketball. And Derrick Rose, you could just see gradually, like Derrick Rose was playing 35 minutes a game, and it's like, yeah, he's not built for this anymore. Like he's an old man now, and his knees are not good. He can't be playing as many minutes. Yeah,
dude.
Blazers Nuggets is one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite playoff series in like the last 10 years.
2019 Blazers were special, bro.
Such a good game 7 too, man. CJ.
That was really good.
Yeah.
What good series even happened last year, bro? Like
Hood
Miami versus Boston was real good.
Dallas Phoenix was not really a good series.
No, it was just funny.
First round series.
Dallas Warriors was not a good series. Like Timberwolves Grizzlies, the stuff the Grizzlies did was entertaining last year.
Timberwolves Grizzlies. Yeah.
Timberwolves Grizzlies is really good. Yeah.
The finals was a good series. That was a very entertaining series.
It was a good 6.
Yeah, it was. It was.
And
it was a sweep, but the Nets Celtics games into themselves were good as well.
Yes.
That was a good. Did the Celtics face Philly in the second round last year?
Philly Heat.
Yeah.
Who did the Celtics face in the second round?
The Bucks.
That
was a good series.
Chris Middleton and the Bucks win. I don't know how that series just completely escaped my mind.
I know what to put on the next trivia. Oh damn!
It's like I like bubble series just ring just harder in my head. I guess
I still think, but Raptors Celtics. I feel like every game was like down to the fucking wire. And
really was.
Kemba was still all NBA elite back then. Like.
No, that was a great
OG really shot. Kyle Lowry down the stretch of games was fucking Michael Jordan. No, man.
It was insane, bro. Like, I genuinely thought. I mean, it's not just I thought. Like the Raptors literally lost their Finals MVP, like top 3 player in the world at that juncture, and were in a position to go back to the conference finals. It was.
I might go rewatch that series, man. I had the Raptors going to the finals that year.
Yeah.
I had that much faith.
I mean, as soon as the Heat took out the Bucks in 5 games, it was open season. The Celtics, the Raptors, or the Heat, any of them, they could have.
Yeah, the Heat were built for the bubble, man. All jokes aside, they were built for the bubble. They had shooters.
Finals Tyler Hero, man.
They had shooters. Jimmy is Jimmy. Bam stepped this game up to a new level. Yeah, they was built for the bubble.
I honestly didn't expect the Nuggets to be so built for the bubble, but they were. It was really just
Jamal Murray was built for the bubble.
Yeah. I mean, you got somebody stepping their game up to averaging 40 points in a series. That's in a 7-game series. That's.
I'm saying, bro, Super Mario with another great take, man. Last year's playoffs were kind of mid. The bubble and the 72-game year were both better postseasons.
I think the 72-game year was kind of on the same par as last year.
I'd probably agree with that.
I
didn't hate last year's playoffs. They weren't amazing, but
I didn't either. I
didn't think they were bad.
Yeah.
Playoffs been better since 2019, man. 2018 and before.
I'm saying I enjoyed it. My team played 2 7-game series and lost to the finals. So I should hate last year's playoffs, but our series were entertaining as hell. Every series we had was pretty entertaining.
The good takes ran out. I
I'll
cannot.
take what Jimmy Butler gets a pass for his playoff blunders.
I
He's
made Jimmy Butler stand. I made Jimmy Butler stand, bro. I will not tolerate Jimmy Butler disrespect.
You know, I was very high on, he has to beat the Bryn Forbes allegations, but he did last year. I mean, he did everything in his power to get the Heat to the finals. And, Kyle Lowry was shit. Bam wasn't aggressive for 5 out of 7 games. Hero was hurt. So I gotta give Jimmy his flowers, man. He beat the Bryn Forbes allegations.
Every 700 days, he decides that he's a top 10 player in the world.
I seen somebody tweet out the other day. I think it was NBA University. It was like, "Don't be surprised when Jimmy Butler turns into a top 8 player again."
He does it. He just does it sometimes, man. Like, I'll never forget the day I knew that this man was different was when he literally came down and hit like back-to-back 3-pointers in TJ Warren's mouth to close that series. And I know it's TJ Warren, but that was bubble TJ Warren. And Jimmy Butler is not a 3-point shooter, but he was like, "Nah, you motherfuckers are going home." And
Remember
he came
they
down and
had-
hit back-to-back threes.
Remember they had beef that year?
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Him and
Jimmy
TJ.
Butler took it personal and he like decided, yeah, I'm gonna just be a shooter now. It's like Michael Jordan. He wasn't a shooter, but then they're like, "Oh, you can't shoot the ball," so we had the shrug game.
Yeah.
Like,
I hope we don't play them in the first round, man. I might lose sleep over that series. Just because of how Jimmy gets against the Celtics, man. Like, we've had this discussion before, but he turns into a different player whenever we see him in the playoffs.
Jimmy against the Celtics is Marcus Smart against the Raptors, man.
But worse because this dude turns into Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like month of March, Jimmy's averaging over 25 on 57% from the field and 47% from 3. Like, it's
He just decides that he
numbers.
wants to shoot sometimes.
Has he ever averaged more than like 24 points a game?
I don't think so.
I think like 23 might be his career high.
No, he has. I don't know. That's right. That's playoffs. He had 23.9 with Chicago in the 16-17 season.
I'm gonna say Chicago Jimmy. It's so crazy. He was so good on Chicago, but nobody's gonna remember him in a Chicago uniform when he retires. He was there for like 6 years too.
Probably a Heatle.
Yeah,
He was in Chicago for 6 years, and Timberwolves for like 1, Philly for like 1, and now Heat going on what 4?
Yeah.
And it's crazy because in Chicago, Jimmy was not a shooter, but he took threes and he could hit them.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't shoot anymore. And his jumper just changed completely. What the fuck happened, man? We need to research that. What happened?
That Jimmy Butler Chicago Bulls card and my team. That's why Super Mario thinks Jimmy Butler's overrated, man. It's because he left the Bulls high and fucking dry because that front office was bad. Front office was fucking terrible.
He said, I saw him firsthand. Hey, I was convinced Jimmy was going to be a Celtic, man. Back when I was like
Nah, bro.
8th grader,
Jimmy-
freshman in high school. I was
Jimmy
convinced.
and Rondo.
Back when you were Gabe's age.
Yep.
Jimmy Rondo and D Wade were on pace to take down the 1 seed Celtics, man. That's all I'm
Speaking
saying.
of Rondo, I got the urge earlier because I was watching Kevin Garnett on the Knuckleheads podcast, and he was talking about Rondo, and I'm like, man, I had the urge just to watch old Rondo highlights because damn it, he was so damn good. One of my favorite players ever.
The little fake like pass that he did, man. That's one of the greatest moves of all time.
What made me like look up some stats because he was talking about how like Rondo like kind of was demeanor wise, and he was saying around the time when Jeremy Lin Sanity was going on. And he was like saying like Paul Pierce kept coming into the locker room like, man, you see what Jeremy Lin did? You see what Jeremy Lin did? And then Rondo was like, man, I don't give a fuck. He's like, I'm gonna fuck him up the next time we see him. And Kevin Garnett said like he did, and I'm like, well, KG be lying sometimes. So I went and looked up the stats, and Rondo had like a 17 point, 20 rebound, 13 assist game, and they beat the Knicks. Well, I thought he wasn't lying. He was just speaking facts, but
Rondo was
so good.
bro. I love dudes that can be elite without scoring.
Yeah, Rondo was different, man. Playoff Rondo too, different breed.
Definitely.
Dudes that can be offensively elite without scoring. I should even preface because there's dudes that'll just come out and play defense, and Rondo played his defense, but dudes that can be super impactful on offense without being crazy scorers and especially crazy shooters in the current days.
Gotta respect it. Gotta
I
respect
mean,
it.
obviously Rondo's
especially
prime,
because
very current, but
yeah, gotta respect guys like that. And I especially respect it considering I was a point guard who couldn't shoot. So
Those guys got a place in your heart for sure.
they definitely have a place in my heart, no doubt about it.
That's funny because like in like early high school, I could shoot, but I couldn't defend. And then it's kind of like reverse now. Like I can't really shoot as good anymore, but I can defend, which is like
Yeah,
just so ironic.
that's funny how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you would not catch me anywhere near the top of them 3-point percentage lists. Although, funnily enough, we had the one tournament, and I think I shot like 55% from three. And I think it was 2 of 27 the rest of the year.
Were you getting the treatment where like teams were just leaving you wide open?
Not really. No, not really. We didn't play anyone regularly enough for them to know. Like we were regularly playing pretty different teams, so they didn't really know what was up. But after that tournament, I shot what was the first tourney of the year. So I then got all the 3-point shooting plays ran for me. It's like, man, this is just not working. I'm a playmaker at heart. This is not leading to success.
I fear I may just be the greatest basketball player of all time when I'm on, man. Sorry to say it.
Don't worry, man. I'll make sure I'll get you off your game. I lay my cap on the defensive end in basketball, and I play defense in soccer. I know how to get people off their game.
I think that's all I'm good at now is defense. Like I'm such a washed basketball player. Like it's not even funny.
All Tyrik is good at is talking shit, man.
I can't even really talk shit on the court anymore because I'm like offensively. I just feel like I don't get buckets as I used to. So it's like,
yeah,
I know what Tyrik is good at on the basketball court, bro. This dude hits the deck so fucking much. Literally, like any ball gets deflected anywhere. No, but here's the thing: it's so in this man's DNA to be like a hustle player. But then you got to have some dude ready on the sideline because Tyrik is like 65. He can't be hitting the deck like that no more. So he injures his knee or his back.
Bro, you know what's funny? My knee feels better than it has. It feels better than it has like in the last like 4 or 5 months since I injured it. But yeah, at that time, I had no business playing any basketball, bro, because my knee was like any just wrong movement. It feels like I just hyperextended it and I just can't even walk, man. It was so bad.
Yeah, I might have to jump back on the courts this summer, get the rust off, see what the group of high school kids are currently up to. See if I can shake off some cobwebs.
Coach Reed got to help me out, man.
I'm trying to. I just need to get back into like if I could like hoop consistently, I know I'll be like just more confident when I play. Like offensively, I can be like, okay, you know, I can break this dude down and get a bucket. But if I've never been that type of person where I can take like weeks off at a time and then just go out and hoop. Like I've never been that naturally gifted at basketball. Like I'm somebody I have a routine. I got to get so many shots up. Like it's always been that for me. I have to warm up for a certain amount of time to feel good enough to play. Like I envy the people that can just like they haven't hooped in 6 months and they get out there and they still look elite. Like that could never be me.
I gotta be faster, man. I'm just slow, just as slow as they come.
You gotta hit the track.
I'm somehow just the slowest man alive, man. I don't get it.
Gotta hit the track. Get some sprints down.
Only way to get better at running is to run. That's the way she goes, unfortunately.
Hey, man, I got a sub 7-minute mile in my bag. I was proud of that.
2v2 match. We can do that. I just need time to prepare because I'm washed.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to hit the gym before then too. I gotta at least make sure my handle's back. As long as my handle's back, I'm good. If I can't hit a 3, I can live with it. But as long as I got my handle back, I'm good because that's all I relied on. I had a handle, I could pass, I had a spin move, and I had a Euro step. You let me shoot, you stopped me, but no one knew that, so we were good.
See, I always had like a decent 3-level game. Well, I wouldn't say that. Early in my game, it was more like good jump shooter, good playmaker, and I could finish. Float game was good. And then over time, it became more of like a mid-range centric game because my mid-range got so good and defense. I feel like that's probably the better version of myself with the occasional knockdown or jump shot, spot up three. But yeah, I got to get back, man. I feel like I haven't been at the top of my game since like COVID, like 2020. I feel like that's when I like reached my basketball peak. I was in the best shape of my life. Was in the best, just basketball conditioning of my life. My skills were at all time high. Was training with my halftime hoops partner Jamil. We was really putting in a lot of hours. And since then I fell off. Like I gotta get back, man. Like I'm striving to get back to that level of my game because I felt confident going against anybody, even dudes that were playing like, lower level college. I felt like I could compete. So, I'm trying to get back to that.
Hey man, over the last summer, I was getting my jumpers so much nicer, and throughout the fall semester, when I would go and hoop at the rec center, I was hitting my threes. But then I went to the rec center this semester, and I was not hitting threes anymore. I got washed. My progress on the jumper that I had made over the summer, I'd simply regressed. It was not working as much. I need to be faster so I can drive by people. But at this point, putting on a little bit of muscle, so maybe I'll tap into the post game because, everybody in Ohio was like 5'8", and as a 6'2" individual myself that is not vertically challenged, I fear I may have to play to my strengths.
Are you taking shots right now?
Hey man, I saw this video yesterday that was like, some dude in the friend group is just always like incredibly talented at being as short as possible, and I almost sent it to you. But I decided not to. I decided, if you were like 5'4", I would have sent it to you. But 5'6.5", that works.
Okay.
See, I've been fortunate enough to avoid that tag because with my couple of buddies still from high school, our one friend who moved away to British Columbia, and when I was in grade 11, they were in grade 10. He was like 5 foot at the time. And he's taller than me now, but he still gets called the short guy. So
Yeah.
I get to avoid the label, even though I'm 5'8" on a good day.
Out of all my friends, I'm definitely like in the shorter percentile. Like I think only one of my friends is shorter than me or like the same height as me. Other than that, everybody else is taller.
Well, yeah, I know when you're hanging out with me, you're not the tallest.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
That's okay. I still beat you in the post. That's okay.
I have max like me. I'm friends with maybe like 3 people max that are taller than me.
I mean, you're 6'2". I mean, I couldn't expect there to be that many people that you're tight with to be taller.
You don't think? I feel like I'll walk around this college campus and I see a fair amount of people that are taller.
I mean, yeah, like there are people that are taller, but not people that are in your friend group, in your circle.
Yeah, man, all these journalism dudes are just, 5'9", man. I don't know what's up with that. 5'9" or below.
Too short to keep the career going. Gotta
I guess.
Avenue. I haven't shot a ball in like a month. I think I hooped like 2 or 3 weekends ago. I think a couple weekends ago. I was ass, but I hooped.
I need to get out, man. It's been too long. Unfortunately, every time I go out, it seems like there's people running 5s that are just actually good and in the swing of it. And it's like, all right, we need to slow down. I need to get in a situation where I can get back into it, put some shots up, maybe run some 3s to get myself going a little bit. I got to get back up the slow way. I can't just hop into some 5s against people that clearly run some like rec leagues together.
My body. So Super Mario said he breaks the standard for journalism, guys. Dude must be like 6'3".
Super Mario Hoops a journalism guy? No way.
Yeah, I'm guessing like 5'10", maybe 5'11".
Super Mario Hoops not taller than 5'10", bro. I'm sorry. Nobody with energy that trollish is allowed to be 6 foot.
I've seen some of his IRL videos. He doesn't look tall, but he looks probably about 5'10".
No, nobody's allowed to be 6 foot and that much of a troll, man. I'm sorry.
6 foot.
That boy is 6 foot with his roller coaster shoes on.
With the troll shoes on.
That's crazy, man. Tyrik, you be wearing roller coaster shoes when you go to the amusement park, bro?
Why you say that?
You might not be able to get on the ride.
Come on, bro. Are you even old enough to get into amusement parks?
There's no
Still gotta
age
play-
limit on
You
amusement
still gotta
parks,
play.
bro.
You gotta play in Snoopy Land,
Planet Snoopy with it, man. I'm not gonna lie.
bro. Gotta go Snoopy Land at Kings Island.
Hey, bro. The blueberry ice cream they got, magnifico.
I don't think I've been to Kings Island since pre-COVID.
I got friends that work there still. They got fights there all the time now, man. It's been overtaken.
Fights.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't go nowhere in Southwest Ohio, man. Southwest Ohio is like the Wild West, man.
You know, I went to Kings Island one time. This was like summer of 2015, I think. Randomly saw Adrian Payne, rest in peace, man. Michigan State legend, Dayton, Ohio legend. But randomly saw him there. Seemed like a cool guy. Didn't speak to him, but I walked past him. I was like, oh shit, that's Adrian Payne.
Hey, man, when I'm in Canada's Wonderland in Toronto in Devin's country in June, I'll be doing whatever Canadians like to do in their spare time. Man. I might have to grab me some poutine and pronounce my O's like sorry.
You can say you've touched land where the great run the NBA has once been. I have graced said park on multiple occasions.
Dang.
I love the Toronto accents, man. I love the Toronto.
I will be
my
I feel
one
like Toronto has so much Jamaican slang, bro.
my one guy who creates NBA content. He's from Toronto, and bro, every time I hear him talk, I'm just like, I love your accent.
It is a very unique accent to Toronto for sure.
Real.
Lots of Canada's like that though, because it's so big. Like the whole East Coast is just so diverse with different accents. Like where my parents were born in Newfoundland and Labrador, like different pockets of the province is just completely different.
Yeah.
And it's like an 8-hour drive across the island, but it's just so diverse. Everything's so isolated. It's just so different.
Do me and Tyrik sound the same? Or are we
Yeah.
in different accent pockets?
I'd say relatively the same.
Say,
I guess Ohio has rubbed off on me in this last decade.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Like, I mean, my parents had an accent when they moved up to Saskatchewan over 20 years ago, and now you'd never notice. Like, it's kind of how it is.
my guy Reek is about to come in next week to work like, oi, bruv, I'm from England. I've dropped the Springfield accent.
Bro, I haven't had a British accent since I was like 4 years old, dude. Like as soon as I moved away from home, it just went away with it. Like I just dropped the accent. And I can't even fake an accent.
3-point international. Tyrik, the British legend.
Man, we got two international guys in Gabe. Cincinnati's
Really?
fans.
How uncultured.
Technically, to y'all, I'm international to y'all, technically.
I guess.
Both things the
Not
U.S.
wrong.
is the center of the world, man. That's crazy to say that with Devin here.
And I'm making content based on American sports, so here we
Super
are.
Mario said, imagine having a Midwestern accent.
I ain't out here making content on the Canadian Basketball League, so
A Midwestern accent? Isn't
Who's
this
from the
dude from like
Midwest?
Indiana or like Illinois?
Dude is from the Midwest. That's crazy.
That's wild, bro.
The Ohio slander is wicked, man.
that's crazy.
I slander Ohio all the time, bro. I can't wait to get out of here.
Stop. You slander Cleveland. Doesn't count.
I hate Cleveland, bro. People call Cincinnati Kentucky, so apparently I'm not
I don't
even
love
from
Cleveland.
Ohio.
I don't love Cleveland either, but I'm not a Cincinnati fan. So
Yeah, bro just doesn't like chili, man. Couldn't be me.
yeah, Springfield actually opened up a skyline, and I'm on record as saying there's no way that the lights are kept on.
Dang, bro. Tyrik, so I think I will be in your city soon.
Just to go to Skyline is crazy.
Hey, man. Listen, bro.
Just to go to Skyline is crazy.
It's about that time, man.
That
It's time to
is-
go to Skyline.
That's diabolical behavior, man. Like, bruh, Cincinnati is gross, man. Thank you, Super Mario.
Nah, man. Honestly,
Mid-city.
Listen, man, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Mid City, the worst
Cincinnati.
downtown I've ever been to. There was no fucking food places there. And we just got out of the baseball game and we had to drive all the way to like Mason to get some food, bro. Like, come on.
Cincinnati is
Mid
pretty
City.
gross. If you're in Cincinnati, you will find a bum on every corner, at least
Mid
one.
City.
It'll be dirty.
Great American
All the
Ballpark.
streets are one way. Every
Great
street
American
is one
Ballpark
way.
is in the worst place possible. Like, oh my god, such a mid city, man.
This is why I'm not actually from Cincinnati. Middletown legend, me. Best product to come out of there.
Yeah, the suburbs ain't that bad around Cincinnati, but
Middletown ain't no suburbs, bro.
I wouldn't say Indy is mid. I've only been to Pacer games there, so can't really say it's like mid.
I like Indy.
It seems like
Indy.
I've heard good things about Indiana. I heard there's really good food downtown. Heard it's a nice, just chill city to go to.
Chicago's better, but that's not really fair. Like Chicago's like an
never
A
been,
level
like,
city. Like Chicago should be compared to like New York, Houston, San Fran, and LA. Like it should like Indy is comparable to like Columbus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, stuff like that.
Yeah, Chicago is superior. Still need to visit. Still haven't been to Chicago, but yeah,
Bro said it's superior, ain't even been there. That's crazy.
that's just how good it is, man. Gotta love the Windy City.
Hey, listen. I'm about to give you a crazy take. Chicago pizza clears New York. It clears New. I'm a deep dish guy. Chicago deep dish. It's so good, bro. I like to eat my Chicago pizza with a fork and knife.
Do you remember where you got pizza in New York when you went?
Joe's Pizza by Times Square, and it was real good pizza. But I'm a Chicago's was even better.
I don't remember where we got pizza. It wasn't great. It was okay. It was cool. It wasn't great. I think my expectations were a little too high.
I went to
the day-
Duos.
at the end of the
Duos
day-
in downtown Chicago was special, bro.
At the end of the day, it's just pizza. It's not
Nah,
that
man.
real.
Duos in downtown Chicago was special. I've heard Giordano's is supposed to be good, but I was on a school trip when I went to Giordano's. So it was just like the mass-produced, give this to the whole school trip. So it was kind of eh. But like when I went just with my family and got that Duos in downtown Chicago, I was feasting.
That's exactly what I'd be saying about Indy. Like, to me, it feels like a bigger Springfield, Ohio. And Springfield's around like 35,000 people too. So like that's a perfect comparison. Like that's exactly how Indianapolis feels to me.
Springfield is just the Middletown of Dayton, bro. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you this. We're from the same city, bro.
Dayton as a whole is just pretty like all over the place. Except for like the nice suburbs like Beaver Creek and Huber Heights.
Shout out to Huber Heights, man.
Kettering. Places like that.
Great healthcare in Kettering. Come on, man. Great healthcare in Kettering. I fear Southwest Ohio is just it's the best part of the state, man. It's the best part of the state.
Oh, it's not.
What's the best part of the state then?
Bro, it's easily Central Ohio. Like not even close.
Nah, bro. Central Ohio there's no culture, bro. Name one thing. Name one.
What is the culture
aspect of
about
Columbus
Southwest Ohio?
culture.
Chili?
Bro, stop it, bro.
Like, bro, like the major city in Southwest Ohio isn't even in Ohio. It's fucking Kentucky.
It's the river town, bro. It's the river city. They got chili. They got sausage.
Worst-
They got a lot of German influence.
Worst downtown.
It's all
out of
built
any-
on the
worst
banks.
downtown out of any city in Ohio.
It's the first
Maybe-
baseball team ever.
maybe in the
Baseball is
Midwest.
ingrained into the DNA.
A garbage team, terrible stadium location.
It's not a
Need I
terrible
continue?
stadium location, bro.
Need I continue? It's a
But
horrible
like,
stadium location.
but like, I cannot tell you one thing about Columbus culture, bro. This city is like the most. It's a bunch of suburbs in a trench coat. Like, there's no like.
better than
There's
Cincinnati.
nothing. There's literally nothing exclusive to Columbus. If you said what food is Columbus famous for, there's not an answer.
I would
there's
rather have that answer than being famous for fucking chili.
literally like Ohio State is the only relevant thing in Columbus, bro.
Like, dude,
Like
nah.
besides like the 1.5 mile radius that is the college campus, Columbus is nothing. Gary, Indiana is terrible. Gary, Indiana is terrible.
I think the Midwest just kind of stinks in general.
Super
but
Mario knows ball.
The Midwest kind of stinks in general.
Gary,
Man. I can't
Indiana
lie.
slander.
Dev's just listened to us complain about living in
The Midwest. Honestly, though, I'll take
It's
the whole
like-
Midwest over Devin's negative 27-degree March.
Yeah, we got like a couple inches of snow last night, so
Wow, today was like beautiful weather.
yeah, no, we got a couple inches of snow last night while it was. Let's get the Fahrenheit temperature real quick. It was minus 17 last night, which is 1.4 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what it was last night while we were getting a couple inches of snow
That's terrible.
in the
Tomorrow,
first couple of days of April.
dude, tomorrow's going to be like 20 Celsius here, man. It's a beautiful time.
We hit like above freezing in like the second week of March, and we haven't seen it since. So it's lovely.
My God, TikTok will be taking ice baths every morning. Lives in Saskatchewan, and every day he shows the temperature. I'm just like, I don't know how Dev does it.
Just get used to it, man. I don't know.
He'd be like, it's
Get used to
a
it.
balmy negative 10 Celsius. I'm like, damn.
Like it's gonna be, what is that in Fahrenheit? It's gonna be 52 Fahrenheit. It's supposed to be this coming Saturday. Man, that's about to be a shorts day. I'm gonna throw the
That's
shorts
summer.
on, go out for a run. Man, it'll
I
be
can't
great.
wait until 2027 when Dylan Brooks is playing for the Saskatoon Sharks, man. It's gonna be a great time.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be the equipment manager.
Hopefully Dwight Powell joins him.
Dwight Powell comes in.
Dwight Powell.
He's playing for the
Man would be 37 at that point, man. There's no
Yeah.
shot.
Nah, man, he's going to the G League affiliate, the Gary Grizzlies.
I literally hate this. Yeah. The Midwest is like, the snow is literally like the worst part, bro.
No, it's not, bro. The worst part is the wind chill. It's the wind chill by far. I hate when it's like, oh, it's 50 degrees outside today. Feels like 32.
But
And
you
it's
know
just
why?
like this biting, windy cold. the whole
I used to
time.
like the snow all up until I started driving, and then I would have like class in the morning or work in the morning, and it's like you get outside, you're about to leave, you're gonna be on time, and it's like, oh shit, it snowed last night, and now my windshield's frozen, and now I gotta scrape all this fucking ice off. I hate
Yeah,
that.
that'd be the one really nice thing that I do enjoy about living on campus, because like 5 out of 8 months, if not 6 out of 8 months of the academic season is just winter. And man, being able to walk up and only have to be outside for like 30 seconds and not having to deal with that, it's pretty convenient, because yeah, dealing with that shit in the winter is just not ideal. Although honestly, having to deal with shoveling is way more annoying to me than that. But
That's
it's also like, to be fair, I don't mind shoveling when it's like, what is that in Fahrenheit? -5 Celsius, like 23 Fahrenheit. When it's like barely below freezing, I'm good. When we get snow, when it's like -20, -25 Celsius, I'm like, man, no shot.
That's bad.
But
I will say, yeah, like driving in snow is bad if it's like icy and it's like terrible to scrape off the car. But man, there's nothing quite like getting that text from Tyrik, about to head out to the gym, be on my way in a sec. And I'm about to head out, and I open my door after not leaving my apartment all day, and it's just pouring the rain. I'm just like, I got to drive in these city streets.
yeah,
with
I
this,
hate
like,
rain. I hate rain too, bro.
These
So
city
much.
streets in the rain with like cars all over like the side of the road. It's
The worst thing, this might be an Ohio thing, because I swear to God, people when it rains,
they forget.
how to drive.
They forget. They don't
Not
know
an
how to
Ohio
do it
thing.
anymore, bro.
not an Ohio thing.
And, oh my goodness, people forget how to drive. I'm like, they be having me thinking like, man, people need to start retaking their road tests every few years, man, because how the hell did y'all get licenses?
It's wicked
I'm
stuff.
a big supporter of license retest, bro. I'm sorry.
Me too.
Yeah.
There's got to be a speed minimum too, man. When I'm driving down the road and freaking my boy Oswald is going like 15 miles per hour down Main Street.
Oswald.
Like, my
No.
boy.
I'm sorry. It's always an old person, and I feel so bad because I have road rage. I be getting mad, and I speed by him, and I look at this old person. I'm like, of course. Then
You
I-
look like you got road rage, bro. You look
just-
like you got.
It's just when people just do stupid stuff when driving that just irritates me.
I can't even use my horn, bro. I just like freeze. Like, people do some stupid stuff, and I just like hit my brake, and I'm just like,
Oh no,
it's just sad, man.
I'm gonna
It's
use
just
my
sad.
horn. I'm gonna use my horn. This one time, this is kind of recently, and this is why people need to start, retaking their road test. So I'm in the right lane. I'm turning right. The light's green, but the crosswalk is always green, like when the light first turns green, so people can cross. So I'm turning right, and the guy's crossing, so I'm letting him cross. This lady she's on the opposite side. She's turning the same way I'm going. And she starts turning in and she's honking her horn like, why am I not going when obviously there's this human being walking across the street, and she almost hits the dude. She almost hits the guy, and I'm like, you dumb. I'm saying a whole bunch of words I'm not going to repeat on the podcast, but I'm cursing up.
Rick, the kind of guy you drive. That's crazy. Nah,
Man.
when Reek is laying on the horn, we'll just say the Forte is living up to his name, man.
Nah,
That
real talk.
is-
And I'm pretty sure when I turned in behind her, I just started honking the horn. I'm like, you dumb ass mother. Like, oh my goodness, bro. That shit had me so mad.
I
Oh,
think
man.
I think we drive some of the most regular cars possible, man.
I drive a Kia Forte, which is probably like an equivalent to a PT Cruiser. Just a little bit.
I think I might actually drive the most like average car ever.
You drive a Cruise, right?
Yes, a Chevy Cruze.
They're very like standard car, I would say.
Me in the red Chevy Cruze is the most average car you'll
Yeah.
ever see in your life. It's like 10 years old, like 2011, 2012 in that range. Like, it's literally the most average car you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I might have to get a PT Cruiser.
I'm
man.
pretty standard too. I've been rocking the Corolla for a while, so
The Corolla,
That's a good
yeah.
car. That's
Yeah.
a smooth car, man.
The Corolla.
yeah, that vehicle is now 18 years old and still going strong. So
Really.
yeah,
Real regular guys around here, man.
My Kia is 13 years old, but when I bought it, it's a 2010, and it only had like 3,000 miles on it or something crazy. Like it was so low on mileage. I'm like, damn, this is
Dude,
Best car.
Super Mario, 22 years old, bro. He's almost older than Reek. He about
You acting like me and Dev are not practically the same age.
y'all are some
No
senior
doubt, man.
citizens, man.
he's
Yeah,
calling Tyrik old over here. I'm like, man, what am I in a year?
But, listen, bro. But
Man.
who is always talking to me like I'm 13? Not Devin. This is a man with some respect.
That's
This is a
fair.
man with some respect. You know who ain't got no respect? This guy below me.
I would have some respect if you could beat me in trivia or something, but
Dude, I'll have some respect if you could get some bitches, man.
what did
Shut
Kanye
up.
say? I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. No, what kind of car do you have that is 20 that is older than your age and you being 22?
Yeah, that's
You gotta have
Boy, it's
Gotta have a
old
Pontiac.
as hell, man.
Gotta be a Pontiac.
Yeah, we we
Nah, bro,
need Gabe,
he's driving a Chevy Cobalt, man. I'll guarantee it.
we need Gabe to get his own content going so he can garner his respect a bit more here. That needs to be the
Right.
bar.
Right. I'm just awaiting a Gabe slid in notification that he dropped the
Yep.
video, man. I'm just
Are
Yeah,
you a part of
I'm-
Noti Gang?
I'm waiting
I
for the
just subbed
retweet.
earlier.
I'm waiting.
He subbed. He's a part of Noti Gang.
Cody gang, I'm ready, man. Like, where'd the
Mercury
video at?
Mystique is crazy.
What? Oh yeah, Mercury's are old as fuck. The prototype grandma car. Yeah,
I gotta look this up,
Super
bro.
Mario is the realest one. 'Cause he's been in this stream.
Yeah, that is a classic.
Bro been in the stream basically since like we started.
No doubt.
That's absurd.
That is
This
a real guy.
absurd.
Some love.
Hey man, we need this Wizards video to do some numbers because I don't want to talk about them ever. Honestly, if it flops, it gives us reason to never talk about them again. So
Yeah, for real.
Hopefully, we get all the angry fans just showing up.
We don't have any.
Who you're talking about?
We don't get any team-centric videos this week, do we? Because
No,
it's all like
we
award
don't.
stuff.
Should we just
No.
make us some shit real quick?
What team
we'll
have
be
we
good.
not? What team do we not have any videos about?
The Dallas Mavericks need to trade Luka Doncic.
We just dropped a Dallas video and it got 340 views, man.
Let's do it again. The Dallas Mavericks need to trade Luka.
Let's do it again.
Have
No, I'll have a short OKC video this week, but that's about
we
it.
ever made a Cavs
OKC
video?
fans show out, man. They show out.
I don't think we've ever. I don't think we've
No,
ever made
we
a
have
Cavs
not.
video.
We have not made a Cavs video.
My experience with Cavs videos, they usually do okay.
Usually do okay. They're not great, but they're good. But
No
the
Cavs video, no
the
Bucks
Ca-
video either, right?
The Cavs will have a series specific video next week, so they'll be okay. They'll be okay.
Oh no,
might
we
need some-
do have a Bucks
We
video.
do have a Bucks, yeah. We do have
We
a
might need
Bucks
some
video.
Grizzlies content soon.
Really.
I know I'm walking out Grizzlies content online. I'm there, man.
That's a dang. So, is your internship? Does it run like all day? Because I remember you said that's why you kind of got to like record our trivia like Super Mario. I don't think I got any intern work this week until like later.
I know, man. It's always the saddest days of my week are always when I hit Reek at noon. Now, actually, I'll hit Reek at like 11:30. I'll be like, "We lifting today?" He'll hit me back at like 1 o'clock, hour and a half later. I don't know, man. I'll let you know. I gotta publish this stuff for CBJ, and then it hits like 3 o'clock, and I'm like, "Yeah, he's not coming." He's not
Sometimes
showing
it's sometimes the stuff is like easy. It's like a post or two. Sometimes it's a lot of shit that we gotta do, man. A lot of shit. End of the season's been kind of weird too. It's just been like I feel like our workload has picked up, even though like there's not much, for the team to look forward to right now. But
That's it, bro. Hold up. I need to look at this.
10 a.m. to 7 p.m., but 2 days
Oh.
a week. Yeah, those
Oh.
are some long days.
Jeez.
Your season's
That's some long days.
over in 10 days, Tyrik. Oh yeah, you're not missing the gym ever again, buddy.
Yeah, we only got I think 3 home games left, or maybe 2 now.
We gonna be in the gym. No excuses at that point. It's never game day.
Because we have a game Saturday. I think we have one more home game after that.
Y'all got 3 home games.
3 more.
Rangers on Saturday, Penguins the 13th, and Sabres the 14th.
Man, it's been a wild ride.
Wow. I got a dentist appointment those last 2 home days, so I probably won't be in Columbus anyways. So after that, man, I don't think you're ever allowed to miss. I don't think you're ever allowed to miss the gym again.
And the lantern wrapping up. Yeah.
We're out of there, bro. We're out of there.
Already
I told you at the very beginning of the pod, man. I'm training my replacement on Wednesday. It's time to get on up out of there, man. We're on to new pastures.
Do things, man.
Bigger and better things for sure.
Yes, sir.
Got 3 more weeks of this, and I'll be up on out too.
Good time.
They're making money then. He's making big boy money.
I don't know about big boy money, but I won't be spending it, which is nice. You're making instead of spending.
That's always my favorite, man. I wish, honestly, they just need to let me not pay rent in the summer. Let me just get at mom's and just collect.
That's the one bonus. I'm back in my hometown, so I'm just gonna live at home. I got no rent, minimal expenses. Be good.
Hey, I might be kicking it at home just for the grocery cost, man. Food is.
Speaking of groceries, I went to the store the other day. My goodness. The day I had to pay rent too. Oh my God. Spent so much money, I felt like I barely even bought anything, bro. Like inflation is a mug.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I looked, I'm like, yeah, I can't ever buy oat milk again. It used to only be 30 cents more expensive.
I might have
the almond milk was like $2.30, and like
what?
The oat milk was like $2.60.
Were you getting like a thing that's like this big of almond milk?
Now I go to Aldi like a true deal shopper.
That might be what I need to start doing, man.
Aldi is the spot, bro.
I've been
Aldi is where
loyal
you
to
get the
Kroger,
cleanest.
but I feel like Kroger's like really embracing
Nah,
this inflation.
Kroger taxing, bro. Kroger taxing. But
They used
Aldi,
to
bro,
not, but I
the
feel like
oat
they're
milk
really
used to
like, I can't take it anymore, man.
the oat milk. The oat milk has went from like 260 to like 320, bro. It's ridiculous.
Jeez.
I cannot pay these prices. I will be a almond milk sipper from now on because I will not be paying these prices.
I love
And you got
almond
me
milk.
messed up before you think I go to dairy milk. I'm done with that.
Yeah.
It's over.
I think dairy always kind of messes up, like just how I feel. So I've been on almond milk for like 4 or 5 years now.
Bro said pay less. I'm sorry. You will not catch me buying or wearing any Payless shoes. I will wear these Ultra Boost until 2045.
Not the Ultra.
I've been wearing the Ultra Boost in the 270s into the ground for too long.
I've been wearing the same gym shoes for like 5 years.
Yeah, me too, to be honest. It's been a minute.
I see Tyrik pulls up in those black and orange joints and then switches into the all black.
The Pumas, I love my Pumas, man. I got some other variations, but those are the only like all black shoes. Mainly black shoes that I have. So I
got a rotation of gym shoes, man. Ultra Boost, Pegasus, my Reeboks, my Blazers. I even wore my Vans there one time.
I only got one shoe that I rock, man. Hirachis.
That is the Hirachi goat, man. He's been wearing them the entire time I've known this man.
In my gym shoe, about 5 years. More than one pair. I switched pairs out, but in my gym shoe.
That's how it goes, man.
You know, man, I'm a guy that likes to stay consistent, man. It shows consistency. You know. Had the same barber since freshman year of high school. Wear the same gym shoes. Had the same hoop shoes for about 4 years. I'm just a guy that likes to display consistency. Just to stay true to who I am.
Hey man, some people got that shoe consistency. Every pair of shoes I buy, it'll probably be a white pair of shoes, man.
I can't do white.
I see you switch from one pair of black shoes to a different pair of black shoes just to work out.
Nothing's like a good pair of black kicks, man. Whether it's dress shoes, running shoes, hoop shoes, nothing beats a good pair of black kicks.
Reek is to his shoes as Dame is to Portland.
Loyal.
That is crazy.
That is kind of absurd.
Love it.
That is crazy.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
I don't know if I can support that analogy. That's kind of absurd.
Hey, we're calling for Dame to get out of Portland, so.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say that every episode until it happens, man. That's the only thing I'm gonna say though is just trade Dame, but I'm gonna say that
no more than that.
Nah, bro,
will get 5 seconds every episode.
They trade in Yusuf Nurkic and retooling to compete next year.
Nah, Nurkic, he's a Blazer.
He's truly untouchable.
True untouchable, man.
That video did decent, man. I didn't know how it was gonna do, but it low-key just some solid numbers, man.
Our numbers just keep going up, man.
Or I don't know if that's come out as a video.
Nah, that hasn't come out of this video yet.
The full stream.
There's been some more. There's been some more time pertinent videos that have been pushed ahead.
The Mavericks being a disaster.
Beautiful.
Tyrik with the comment on the last video, Wizard slander. Makes me smile, man. It just makes me happy.
I saw that. I was like, man, I don't really want to give this a thumbs up, but too funny. Oh,
I hope we reach that side of Wizards YouTube.
Dang, bro. We got hate comments on our Mavericks video. We got hate. We got hate. Comments, bro. They said boring. We're boring, guys. No way.
Yes.
That reminds me of the first time I ever got a comment on YouTube where I was told you don't know what you're talking about.
And that's when you just know that you're starting to be on the verge.
Always the toxic.
Let me tell you that I was getting all the hate last summer, and that was my best summer. So it's the way it goes.
Yeah, Dev he's a villain. He's a villain.
I've been a villain to a lot of fan bases.
Is Dev a generational heel?
Okay.
3
His
point
title-
weekly might be a heel.
His
thing.
titles, I know, like they just antagonize fans so much, bro. Like I remember when he made that Wizards video and it was the title. I'm like, oh man, it's gonna make people mad.
I think
I think it was
Which one is that?
Oh, was it like the Wizards have the worst future? It was something like that.
Oh yeah. I did have a video like that. Yeah, the
He was
Washington. That was my. Was that my What's Next video? No, that was after the free agency, after the Bradley Beal contract.
That's when I found out he was like one of 9 players in NBA history with a no trade clause.
Yeah. The Washington Wizards have the worst future in the NBA,
phenomenal.
and it did quite well. So there we go.
That is
Had
A1.
had 3.5K views, has a 7.1% click-through rate, and a 4-minute and 50-second average view duration. So not too bad. Still got 12 views in the last 2 days. So there you go.
That's dope.
There you go. Sometimes negative videos, especially when it's accurate, gets the job done.
He gotta be lying, bro. Surely you can't watch the banter that happens on this podcast and say boring.
Like when me and Gabe was arguing about James Harden's untouchableness last week.
Yeah, there's no
That was
way.
crazy.
Our hypotheticals.
That was crazy. Oh, I need to go look at some of the comments on this Wizards video because this had 72 comments. There's got to be some crazy hate on this.
Me and Gabe are always good for like one argument every like 2 episodes or something. We didn't really have one today, which is kind of unfortunate.
Tyrik just gets too disrespectful, man.
I don't even be doing anything.
I always keep it respectful with Mr. Hutchinson, but he does not keep it respectful with me.
That's cap.
I can't make one take without him going, nah, man, I don't respect you until you beat me in Jeopardy. It's really crazy, man.
I didn't start saying that till today.
I'm turning face for this, man.
Sadly, I couldn't have any disagreements with your takes because we had pretty much all the same picks.
It's because I know ball.
For the most part, we had like one different guard on all NBA teams.
Donovan Mitchell first team. When it happens, you heard it here.
Is it a prediction though, or what do you believe?
Both, because my answer is the right answer.
Yeah, okay.
It's actually I lied. It's not a prediction. It's a spoiler.
Oh, okay.
It's a spoiler.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually surprised. There's actually a lot of people that were like very realistic Wizards fans on this video.
Wow.
There's a lot of realistic fans. There's like a couple of them that are just like quick 2-word answers that are hating, but
Super Mario was gonna get his teeth stomped in. Super Mario. Some of the stuff you say is a bit absurd, bro. I don't know about some of these takes, man. Some of it I'm like.
What's funny? What's so funny about it is when I see there's like his tweet will have like 2 likes and like 11 replies, and I just know he's like A1 trolling and it's working. Like that's just so funny.
Kurt Pepper.
oh
What
man,
did he?
it's crazy. It's gonna be a good episode next week.
That's my second most liked tweet ever.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I have no idea what mine would be. Absolutely no idea.
Mine is probably a J. Cole centric tweet. It's a random viral tweet.
Actually, I have no idea.
I don't even know if you can look that up.
I don't know if there is a way to look that up other than just scrolling through, which I couldn't be asked to do, but
yeah,
I don't know if there's actually a way to do that. Yeah, like if you go into Twitter analytics, it'll show you your top tweet based on impressions throughout that past 28 days, but that's it. which funnily enough is the Mavericks video, but
Maybe you can do it in like Twitter Media Studio, but that's too much.
Oh yeah, bro. West Broccoli was fucking absurd. That was Kurt Pepper, West Broccoli, and Damian Lil Leopard. And I had to respond with a tribal chief reaction.
Nah, Caitlin Clunk was comedy.
that's crazy, man.
Clunk.
200K impressions. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh,
Yeah, I
man.
was not getting a ratio on that, unfortunately.
We are set for a very good episode next week. I'll say that much.
I'm excited, man. First guest on the pod. That's going to be a joy.
Unfortunately, he may just give us troll takes all episode. I may.
Nah,
What's
man,
up?
he's a good guest.
Nah.
Man. I had him on the channel over the summer. He was a very
What are
actually,
we talking about? What's the
Now that I
topic?
think about it, dude did say the Bulls are going to make the conference finals this year.
Yeah, but that's bias more than a troll, so I can live with it.
Yes, I guess
I can live
I'll
with
allow
it.
I will allow it.
What are we talking about, man? What do I have to come with the stats with for
Next week? Next week? Well, next week's going to be playing predictions. It's going to be playoff predictions, and then it'll be Jeopardy.
We're doing whole playoff predictions.
Yes, sir. We're
I'm
getting
not
it all.
getting a single prediction wrong.
We're doing it all next week. 'Cause otherwise, we're going to be like midway through the first round, and then we're doing the playoffs. So
Yeah.
we'll do it all next week.
Predict the playing accurately, fellas.
Yeah, for real.
Hopefully there's no Pelicans upsets.
The Pelicans are such a story, bro. I don't understand how you can go from in the 1 seed in like November to like the
12
worst team in basketball for like 3 months to like now all of a sudden they're winning games again the last month and a half.
Brandon Ingram, man. Triple-double machine. Had 0 in his first like 300 plus games and has 2 in his last couple weeks of basketball.
Yeah, him and Mikal Bridges just decided they wanted to be different basketball players out of nowhere.
Mikal Bridges, man. The Iron Man. He still hasn't missed a game, has he?
No, he's set to play 83 games this year because he gained a game via the trade.
Still won't touch that
Absolutely
record.
wicked. No, unlikely. Very unlikely.
Yeah.
That's because back in my day, we always played every game. So if you got traded, you always played 83 games. If the other team had played less games than your team.
Yeah, I'm about to rewatch the video because you definitely said the Bulls were going to be making the deep playoff run. Or maybe the question was like, what's the best case scenario? And that might have been what you said.
He was lying, bro.
Maybe, because I feel like best case scenario was the question you asked.
Yeah, I did.
That sounds familiar to me.
Best case scenario was them beating one of Bucks, Celtics, Sixers, and at the time Brooklyn. I don't know if that's feasible. Actually, Brooklyn started this season with Steve Nash, man. Don't forget that was this year.
I just kind of implied that earlier when I was hyping up Jock Vaughn.
Yeah.
Didn't mention Steve Nash by name because Steve Nash and head coach do not deserve to be said in the same sentence anymore, man. He was that bad.
Did they ever?
Allegedly.
I don't think so, man. I don't think
That's
so,
a
man.
terrible head coach, but
Steve Nash might be the worst head coach of all time.
Jim Boylan exists.
At least Jim Boylan was pulling perennial 9 seeds, bro. Steve Nash had Kevin Durant who was about to miss the playoffs.
Jim Boylan wouldn't call a timeout when his player was dying on the court.
Okay.
That is
morally,
that is a terrible man.
As far as like intangibles, Jim Boylan is the worst head coach I've ever seen. As far as X's and O's on the basketball court, Steve Nash is the worst head coach I've ever seen.
Fred Hoiberg stunk. Maybe it's just the Bulls.
Nash wasn't a bad coach.
Billy Donovan went there.
Better in Christ, he got fired, and they literally turned their season around instantly.
Look, Nash may not be like he might deserve another chance sometime down the road.
Their defense didn't exist, bro.
But for what we've seen, garbage head coach. For what we've seen so far, maybe
their defense didn't exist. He couldn't rally the troops. Like,
didn't run an offense.
How you not running an offense when you're one of the best point guards ever? And if Steve Nash isn't running a great offense, he should not be behind the bench.
System player, Mickey Mouse, MVPs.
Oh, Mike D'Antoni carried him. James Harden did what Steve Nash did, but way better.
I won't say he carried. Steve Nash was still really good without Mike D'Antoni. When Alvin Gentry was there, Steve Nash was still.
Come on, bro. Steve Nash is Steve Nash the top 5 point guard of all time?
No, but
and how many point guards have 2 MVPs? Is that number 5?
I mean, but
Steve Nash is over.
I mean, but we all kind of agree. Steve Nash's couple MVPs were a little, I want to.
Because whose MVP was it in 06? Whose MVP was it? It was LeBron's. It was LeBron James's MVP.
Yeah, maybe LeBron. It's kind of a weird year though because Kobe had one of the best scoring seasons of the modern era, but they sucked.
That was LeBron's award.
LeBron had a really good season, but then they were like the 4th seed in the East. And the East wasn't like, it was okay. It was good.
Big O top 5? I need to wash my eyes out. What are you talking about, bro?
He said who?
Big O. I'm from Cincinnati, man. I should be biased towards Big O, but I'm sorry, man. If you play basketball in black and white, you're not top 5, nothing.
No CP3 garners no respect for me on that take, man. I can't lie.
Isaiah Thomas is a good shot, though.
Oh, top 3.
It's a good shout for sure.
Top 3 is Nat.
Top
3 is Magic, Curry, Nat, Isaiah, and then after that you can make arguments for like 4 or 5 guys. Honestly,
basketball wasn't good until the merger. I still say Kareem. I still call Kareem. I always say to me, Magic is better than Kareem because Kareem literally played in the worst era of basketball. Half of the best players in the world were in the ABA for his prime.
Are you saying plumbers? You got no respect for Bob Cousy, the Houdini, Gail Goodrich, Dolph Shays. You don't got no respect. Man never shot 40%, but he was
respectfully. I think that Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain's era was probably better than prime Kareem's era, like the 70s, because half of the best players
John
in the 70s were in a different league. Like at least when Will,
I don't even know if he was in the 70s.
At least when Will and Bill Russell were going, they were against the best basketball players in the world.
Dave Cowens, you don't got no respect.
The top 5 centers of all time. I still think Kareem, even though I say he's slightly overrated, I still think Kareem is the best center of all time. Honestly, most skilled, give me Hakeem Olajuwon.
I agree.
But
personally, this is my unpopular. I think Hakeem's the best center ever, but that's just me.
So do I.
Yeah, agreed.
That's just me.
I think
Hakeem would give Kareem Abdul-Jabbar the business at their peaks.
Listen, here's the top 5 centers of all time, bro. I'm about to put you on.
Now, peak Shaq against peak Hakeem would be such a dynamic matchup. I would love to see that, but give me Hakeem, man.
The top 5 centers to ever play the game of basketball is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal. Those last 2 spots get a little bit harder. Let me go with.
I think you got to have Will and Russell in there, man.
Let me go with Bill. Let me go with Bill Russell. I don't know if Will's on there, bro. I don't know if Will's on there, man.
You got Kevon Looney.
Offensive player in the league.
I fear Will Chamberlain might not even be the best center in Kansas.
And get the fuck real.
Hey, David Robinson might give Will Chamberlain the work though.
Get real. Get real.
Will Chamberlain literally was a playoff loser, bro.
Get real.
He got owned by the Celtics. And people say, oh, the Celtics had 8 Hall of Famers. Nah, bro, the Celtics had 8 Hall of Famers because they all got rings off of Bill Russell's coattails. He literally blocked every shot and invented the fast break. There is no fast break without Bill Russell.
You sound like an old head.
That's just true. Bill Russell played in black and white, and he dominated the competition, bro. Will Chamberlain played in black and white and still couldn't get the job done, man. Imagine if Will Chamberlain played in LeBron's era. He would get eaten alive for empty stats because he'd be putting up all these stats and they would be mid. We hold him to a different standard.
That is true. That is true.
But bro came up short in the playoffs every time, putting up crazy regular season stats.
People like, bro, you average 50, but win a ring.
Got cooked by Bill Russell like every time. Like this man was. I hate when people say he's better than Bill Russell. If he's better than Bill Russell, win, beat him, please. That's all I ask of you.
But Bill Russell played in black and white. Yo,
Bill Russell owns
narrative,
and it's not close.
I do agree that you can't really say Hakeem owned Shaq because Shaq was like young. That was before prime Shaq. That's why I said I would like to see prime Shaq against prime Hakeem. Like I think that would be a fun back and forth matchup, man.
Very fun. That would have been great to see.
So how long until Jokic is a top 5 center of all time or Embiid? What would they have to do to get in
the ring? Win a ring. Playoff losers.
Nah, bro. Bill Russell's not over. All those players are only Hall of Famers because they played with Bill Russell, bro. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, don't disrespect Havlicek, the leading scorer in Celtics history.
I will give you Havlicek. I'll give you Havlicek.
Sam Jones.
I might be willing to give you Kuzi. Sam Jones is a Hall of Famer because he played with Bill Russell, bro.
Sam Jones. I think Kuzi's mid.
Tommy Heinsohn is a Hall of Famer because he played with Bill Russell.
I think Kuzi's mid. Give me Kuzi's spot. We win that championship. So let me dedicate my life to basketball. We win the championship.
I agree.
I'm a Bob Cousy hater, and I'm a Celtics fan.
He was dribbling left with his right hand, bro. Come on.
Oh, man.
Chris Paul would have him in hell. If Russell Westbrook played in the 60s, they would be looking at him like he was God. If Kyrie Irving played in the 60s, they would be literally burning him at the stake for witchcraft.
We're acting like the 60s was like the fucking 1800s.
No doubt, man.
You know what was going on in the 60s, bro?
I mean, yeah, it was a lot of...
Give yourself a history lesson of the 1960s and think of how different that is.
A lot of stuff going on in the 60s, but I don't think we were trying people for witchcraft, though. But that is one of the funniest narratives.
We don't be acting like Gabe was calling Tyrik over the age of 60 a couple hours ago, but...
Right. Right.
That shit is awful, bro. Sam Jones averaged 30 and that's crazy. 30 points per game. Who was guarding him, bro? I'm sorry.
What was his name?
Me? I was guarding him, bro.
I'm so uncultured on like 50s and 60s basketballs.
Yeah, I have no knowledge at all.
Like, I just learned Dolph Shave's name a year
ago. We only learned his name to roast him, bro.
I've only ever heard of this man for him to get roasted on this pod.
Yes. Yeah, that's generation hating.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, George Mikan, you're done, buddy.
China.
Respect it. Like, hey, all respect to the pioneers, because like the modern game wouldn't exist without them. But
Most
bro,
deaf.
the league was dying and everybody was on coke or watching the ABA until Magic and Bird saved the league.
Yeah, man. Sadly, guys like David Thompson just
Hal Greer, Jerry 1-9. Imagine if Jerry West played in the modern era. Imagine being 1-9 in the finals in the modern era, bro. And people think he's like, oh, he might be a top. Nah, bro. I'm sorry. It's raps.
Do you know what
It's
school he went to?
Fuck no.
It's not that far from Ohio, man. You should know this. Stop being uncultured.
Hard. I'm not that guy, pal.
West Virginia, man. West Virginia.
He looks like he go to West Virginia, man.
Right. Right. Mountaineers.
That's Mountain
Jerry.
1-9 in the finals, man. That's crazy.
Jerry
Imagine if Elgin Baylor played in the modern era. 0-8 in the finals, and the year he retires, his team wins a championship. Nah, bro. He would literally be called the worst player of all time.
Empty stats.
Westbrook slander would look like nothing. I'm sorry, bro. You couldn't get the job done when there was 8 teams in the league.
Ring culture sucks. I hate ring culture. It's funny.
Nah, bro. Ring culture is great for entertainment purposes.
I can agree with that.
It all started because of LeBron and Jordan, man. It all started because six rings, man.
Yep. It is true.
All I know is next week I'm bringing up I'm bringing into the pod all the reasons why Le King is better than Jordan Gamble on the pod. Jordan Gamble will get exposed.
Jor Bald.
If Elgin played today, he wouldn't be going to any. If Elgin played today, bro, literally Dwight Powell would be an all-star in the 60s.
That's where I draw the line, man.
Dwight Powell is never an all-star. Come on now.
That's where I draw the line, buddy.
Dwight Powell played 36 minutes per
It's no
game.
shot.
I'm telling you, if you put current Dwight Powell in a time machine and transported, the only thing I'm giving you is Dwight Powell with 1960s medicine ain't doing nothing. If Elgin played today, he wouldn't be going against any 8 Hall of Famer teams. He would be going against Jalen Brunson in the first round. Jalen Brunson is cooking Jerry West.
Is he, man? Mr. Clutch.
Yes.
The logo?
The logo.
Mr. Clutch?
Don't people ask to change the logo like every other year?
Who's people?
Twitter?
Yeah, but Twitter says everything under the sun, so.
Yeah, that's facts.
Your expert would make a fool out of more like, bruh. Jordan Gamble, indebted to the mob. The mob literally killed his dad and forced him to retire to pay off his debts.
All right. Calm down, Gabe.
This is absurd, bro. He literally had to retire for a year because he got suspended, but the league wanted to protect the image of their golden boy. LeBron is the most controversial thing LeBron ever did was stand up for himself and leave a toxic Cavaliers situation.
Tyrik's retiring. He's done. Oh, man.
LeBron literally gives kids scholarships and pays for them to get a higher education. You know what Jordan would do? He would take their money. Jordan would reach into their pockets and take every dime in there.
Hey, politicians buy shoes too.
You're a family, man. Bro. LeBron's kids are going to the league.
And Jordan's kids are dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife.
That's embarrassing, bro. That's embarrassing. Scottie Pippen is a walking hell, bro.
This feels like a really good time to remind everyone that Gabe's quote tweet today was "Get ready for the best takes you've ever seen."
These are the best takes
5
you've ever
hours later.
seen, bro. If you get me talking about basketball
call
before the
him.
civil rights movement, bro, I'm not putting respect on anybody's name. That is absurd.
Oh man,
You're not a Bob Pettit fan?
Fuck though,
Wow. 2K legend Bob Pettit? Come on, bro.
bro. No, bro. Bob Pettit would see a dream shake and would literally cry. He would be in tears. Hakeem Olajuwon is bro. Hakeem Olajuwon literally went on a finals run as like a 5 seed during Ramadan.
6 seed.
Bro literally was not allowed to eat until like halftime, and he took them to the finals. Who's doing that? Nobody. Nobody's doing that.
Will Chamberlain would.
Wilt Chamberlain couldn't win a ring in the 60s. There was 8 teams. You had a 12% chance by showing up.
this is what we are dealing with
And he
at
couldn't
3
win a
a.m.
ring.
on a
Nah,
Monday
bro,
night.
because you guys always avoid
this
these
is where we are at.
all-time debates, bro. You guys
Gabe
always
was crazy.
avoid.
Yeah, because I don't care for all-time debates. Fuck all-time debates. They're pointless.
That playoff
This is
was
where we
hard,
get
man.
led. We get led down these
You're
rabbit holes with
right.
no good conjuncture and good actual arguments at 3 a.m. on a Monday night.
Somebody wanted to comment boring on a video that has this kind of content, bro. Like,
Maybe they were just
Wilt Chamberlain is not a top 10 basketball player ever, bro. At highest, he's 13th on my all-time list.
what team was it? Was it the Mavs? Maybe they were just Mavs fans.
It was the Mavs. Yeah, it was the
Why are
Mavs.
you Mavs fans?
Probably.
Bro.
That's
Ain't
probably
no
just bored of watching Dwight Powell.
Can't blame him there, man. That is one bland basketball player.
No doubt. Well,
Hopefully, I never end up working for a team and we signed Dwight Powell. Because then I have to tune every day and just be like, I really don't like this guy.
Man, hopefully the Warriors organization will be fans of me, man. I'm a Curry stan, but a Wilt hater.
But you're also a Clipper fan.
that's
I'm
also
not a
true.
Clip. That's not true, bro.
Dude, do I need to pull up the clips of you saying
For real.
I was a closeted Clipper fan of the
Th-
podcast?
This
was
off
irony,
this
bro.
off season, we're gonna have
was
to throw
irony,
together
bro.
a minute montage of the different times that
No,
Gabe has said he is a Clippers fan.
Because he said it for like 6 straight episodes.
It's a
For real.
bit, bro.
For
It's
real.
a bit. It's a bit.
Man.
Nah. There's no
You just
shot.
stopped owning it once we caught on to like, oh, he's not really a Raptors fan.
You can't say it's a bit and then
I don't
just
own
be
one
continuous
piece of
with
Clippers
it and then
merchandise.
just stop.
I don't own one piece of Clippers merchandise.
That don't mean nothing.
I own literally 7 pieces of Raptors merchandise, bro.
That don't mean nothing.
It doesn't?
Oh.
Well, you don't buy merchandise of the team you support?
Not much
Really.
anymore.
I've never had a Raptors jersey. I'm not a merchandise guy. Still a Raptors fan. Now
But you don't have. But do you have other teams' merch?
No.
Exactly.
No. And to be fair, I do have like 2 Raptors sweaters and 2 Raptors pairs of PJs, but
I literally have a Kobe jersey on the wall.
If any, I don't think I can be a Clippers fan, bro. I got Kobe right there.
Kobe was almost a Clipper.
Kobe was almost a Bull.
He was also almost a Celtic.
He's also almost a Hornet.
Technically, he was. It's cool, man. It's okay to be a Clipper fan, bro. It's cool.
I'm not a Clipper fan, bro.
We'll just have to explain that in more detail to Super Mario next week when you take the Clippers to win the West.
I'm a Warriors fan, bro. Stop this agenda.
Oh, he's a Warriors fan.
So that's a
even
Warriors
worse.
fan. Okay, there we go.
That might be worse. To be honest.
Now he's just bandwagoning at this point. He's
Yeah.
just flipping Western Conference teams within one season.
Nah, I'm lying.
He ain't even
I've
let the
always been
roster
a,
change.
I've always been a Heat fan, bro. I've been a Heat fan since Jimmy Butler.
Bro.
This guy jumping everywhere.
This guy's jumping to a team we want to play in the play-in. Come on now.
And then,
That's
bro,
crazy.
in 2021, dude, I was the biggest Suns fan on earth, man. I wanted Chris Paul to get that ring and Devin Booker to bring one home to the Valley and take
Dude
Giannis
ain't a
down.
rapper, man. Dude ain't a rapper.
We need to redefine what a fan is for this man. This guy's a fan of way too many teams.
Bro is the D Mills.
I'm about to be a Kings fan and a Magic's fan at this rate. Like, come on now.
I don't know what a fan is because you guys keep calling me a Clippers fan, but like,
Because you said you were.
I don't have any of their merchandise.
It doesn't mean
Oh,
anything,
man.
bro.
That does not mean
I
anything.
literally like.
If I
I've-
walk in with a
never
Portland
been
Trailblazers
jumping for
jersey next
joy.
week, I am still not a Portland fan.
Have I ever been jumping for joy because the Clippers did something?
I can't say I've really seen you jump for joy about anything the Raptors have been doing lately either,
I've
to
had
be
a-
honest.
I think you were very happy after the Clippers trade deadline, man.
Not wrong. And he was
Was
not so happy
I?
about the Raptors trade deadline.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I feel like
just
I think I've had classic tangents about both.
Nah, man, you gotta beat these allegations. Weren't you the only guy that had the Clippers as contenders?
He was.
Yeah.
He was.
Don't wait till you ask me who my 1 seed prediction was.
Oh yeah, this dude's a Clipper fan, bro.
For real. For real.
Nah, bro. I'm a bandwagon fan, man. Like the beam.
No Clipper fan, man.
And
Okay.
Clip City, Chip City.
Hey, man. Clip gang or don't bang, man. It's really just that simple.
He has a closeted DeAndre Jordan jersey. Back when he wore number 9, though.
oh man.
That's absurd. This is
No way.
crazy. There's some crazy accusations, man.
Dude got a Matt Barnes jersey.
Man. We could keep going all night, but we might have to wrap this up at some point.
Oh yeah.
We're over 5 hours deep.
New record.
And I got at least multiple hours deep of stuff that still needs to be done. So might be time to wrap it up. Because otherwise we might be here till 5 a.m.
Oh yeah. Let's not do that again.
But we need to hold Gabe to having a video out by this time next week.
Yeah, if he doesn't, man, damn.
He might
I
just
don't know.
lose. He might just lose by default in Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Or he might have to start with a 500-point handicap or something.
Or
like that.
let's just have a podcast episode and just ignore him the whole episode.
No, that works too.
I like that idea.
That definitely works. Record
Yeah,
will
let
be
me-
broken
let me
again
get-
this
let me-
week, next week. This guy Super Mario is ready for a marathon of an episode.
Let me get
Nah,
your
for real.
thoughts only, Tyrik, on who's gonna win the play-in.
So we just have a 2-man episode today.
Oh man.
Nah, y'all got a 3-man episode next week. Super Mario's gonna be there.
He called James Donaldson and Mark West railroad constructors.
That is crazy.
I'm telling you, man. My boy Dahl Shays was in trade school learning how to be an electrician, bro.
He said, "Who gets a ring first, Bronny in the NBA or Jordan's son with Larsa Pippen?"
That's crazy, man.
Hey,
That
man,
is
if you don't
crazy.
want Larsa, I got her, man.
Shout out to Super Mario for being a great,
For real, man.
great moderator.
Hey, yo, my man, I got next.
Great viewer and supporter of the pod next week. We're very happy to have him on next week. Just so you're aware, if you didn't catch earlier Super Mario, we will do play-in and playoff predictions next week, and we will then have you face off against the one and only Gabe Slidin in a Jeopardy matchup. So we'll have that all next week. Thank you for tuning in tonight, and thank you to everyone else who's tuned in tonight. We appreciate your continued support. As mentioned, we are holding Gabe to having his first solo basketball video out by this time next week. So we'll be for sure to report back on that and be sure to let you guys know where to find it when it is live. But we appreciate you guys' continued support, and we'll see you guys next week for our play-in and playoff predictions. Peace.
Y'all really threw me for a loop today, man.